Josh led her big-tailed yak step by step toward the farm that now belonged to her. Because she had signed up late, all the flat, fertile farms near the main road had already been taken. Only a few remote ones were left, those with more hills and closer to the vast forest. Josh chose a secluded farm in the shimmering woods. Among the remaining farms, it was the largest, and more importantly, it was near a snowy mountain. Her big-tailed yak preferred cooler places. In this world, even a single high-level magical beast could change the land and climate of an entire region. No one knew which powerful creature had once made its home in that mountain and shaped the environment around it. But for her, this was the best choice. Phew, we finally made it. Josh sighed as she looked at the rundown farm before her. Big-tailed yak, we'll settle down here and live better, right? She murmured, gently rubbing the fur between its brows. Moo, of course, we will. And I'll be with you. I believe that too. Josh smiled, brushing away her earlier disappointment. No matter what it looked like, she was ready for it. And she wasn't alone. Her yak was with her. Leading the yak into the farm, Josh untied the rope around its neck. There are some good things here, see? All this wild grass is enough for you to eat. She patted the yak's back with a smile, urging it to graze. If it weren't for the long journey, the change in water and soil, and half a month without proper grass, her yak would have carried her here much faster. This place was still quite far from where they used to live, so far that no one here even recognized the big-tailed yak, a large snow-dwelling beast. They insisted that Josie tie it up properly before taking it along. Josie didn't understand. With a creature that size, if it really didn't want to listen, even 100 ropes wouldn't help. How could someone her size possibly hold it back? Maybe they knew that too, it was just for peace of mind. At least with a rope, it felt a little safer. Moo, the big-tailed yak, flicked its snowy tail and happily trotted off to graze. It really had worked hard on the journey. Josie looked at the old, run-down farmhouse. Let's start from here, she thought. She needed to clean up a proper place to live first. Pft, cough, cough. Josie's eyes watered again as dust filled the air, making her choke. It was clear that the previous owner had tidied up before leaving. Only, maybe, possibly, they had forgotten to close the windows. The once neatly arranged furniture was now covered in dust, and every drawer she opened sent clouds of it flying. It took Josie a lot of effort to clean enough space to live in. Fortunately, everyone in this world had some kind of special talent, and any talent made a person stronger and healthier. Because of that, Josie felt like one of those super-powered heroes she'd seen in an old cartoon from her past life. She often got small scrapes and bumps, but she'd be full of energy again the next moment. So even though her stomach was growling loudly, her hands kept moving quickly as she cleaned. She could still keep going. Still, she thought, if only she had enough money to buy a little helper creature, that would be nice. Little Gulu was a new type of robot from the Radiant Sun Federation, a civilian version of the Gulu butler created by researchers who studied the original Gulu automaton. After all, not everyone could afford to raise a Gulu automaton to handle housework. Hiring a maid or a driver on the street only cost 4 or 5,000 Federation points a month. But a single Gulu automaton started at 100,000 Federation points, not including later expenses. Even so, Josie couldn't afford a little Gulu. She had traveled all the way from the giant rock highlands. If she had money, she would have taken an airship instead of making her poor big-tailed yak carry her all this way. Well, no use thinking about it. Work still had to be done. Josie took a deep breath, determined to clean up the house before sunset. At that moment, she couldn't help but envy her fellow townsmen whose special talent was cleaning. If only she had that gift, just a few quick swipes and everything would be spotless. Her thoughts wandered, but her hands never stopped moving. Finally, under the orange glow of the setting sun, Josie finished cleaning the house. She took out her simple luggage from her space backpack, made the bed, and got ready to go out to find something to eat and get familiar with the surroundings. The patch of grass near the house had already been cleared by the big-tailed yak, who had eaten and trampled it flat. Now, full and content, the yak was resting not far away, sitting on the ground and lazily swishing its tail. Josie didn't call it. She walked around the farm instead. It wasn't the largest of all farms, but it was still too big to walk across in just a few steps. Besides, the farm had some hidden areas. The hills and meadows weren't officially part of it, but even if she cultivated them, the management probably wouldn't mind. She had even spotted the remains of an old tool shed. There seemed to be a few round, white shapes ahead. Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. She quickly walked over and carefully pushed aside the weeds and fallen leaves. Sure enough, it was sweet mushrooms. White sweet mushrooms, just like the ones found on the giant rock highlands. She had seen them before, but she didn't expect to find them here too. Maybe it was because there was a snowy mountain nearby. Thinking of their rich, sweet smell, Xiaoxi couldn't help but swallow. With a few gentle moves, she dug out all the sweet mushrooms in front of her. Her special gift was affinity with nature. It wasn't a rare gift, but Xiaoxi could feel that hers was different. Her ability could improve the quality of crops, help her learn planting skills faster, and even let her sense unusual things around her. She also discovered something else. Unlike others, she could hear the voices of nature itself. Most people could only communicate simply with the spirits they were familiar with. Unless they had the beast speaker gift, they couldn't talk with magical creatures, and even then, only with a few. But Xiaoxi could understand them completely and communicate freely. Thanks to the world's vast forests and the presence of magical creatures, the land was rich with resources. When Xiaoxi had struggled to find food in the past, she had relied on her gift to search for edible plants in the wild and to find snacks for her big-tailed yak. Still, a few sweet mushrooms weren't enough to fill her stomach. She needed to look for more. Xiaoxi searched around the patch of sweet mushrooms. Sure enough, she made a new discovery. Not far away, there was a small bump in the ground, something only her sharp eyes could notice. She brushed away the dry pine needles, and a few plump sweet mushrooms appeared before her eyes. "I knew there had to be more sweet mushrooms," she said happily. Compared to ordinary mushrooms, sweet mushrooms were quite large, each one about the size of a palm. After counting, Xiaoxi found 8 mushrooms, which was enough for her and the big-tailed yak to enjoy. It was almost dark. She decided to leave a few small ones behind so they could grow again. In a few days, there would surely be plenty more. Using a small knife, Xiaoxi gently scraped off the spoiled parts and dirt from the sweet mushrooms. She rinsed them under a faucet until they were completely clean. The faucet was connected to a large nearby lake called Glimmer Lake, which she had discovered near her cabin. It was covered in dust and rust, but after wiping it clean and giving it a twist, water still flowed out. The water was quite good. Xiaoxi had drunk it before when she was thirsty. It tasted sweet, cool, and refreshing. Good thing I walked around the cabin, or I wouldn't have found this faucet, right, big-tailed yak? Moo the big-tailed yak wagged its tail and lowered its head to drink, clearly pleased. Xiaoxi took out a frying pan and built a small makeshift stove in the yard using a few broken bricks. Dry branches and leaves were everywhere, so finding firewood was easy. She used a fire starter to light the dry leaves, and soon a small flame flickered to life. The sweet mushrooms were thick and juicy. She sliced them into large pieces and planned to roast them slowly with rich butter made from the big-tailed yak's milk. Xiaoxi licked her lips, eager to begin. Without needing a cutting board, she skillfully sliced the mushrooms in her hand with a small sharp knife. She placed the slices into the pan, letting them sizzle and release their aroma. Then she took out a piece of butter, cut off a small portion, and dropped it into the pan. As the butter melted quickly, she calmly adjusted the mushrooms, coating them evenly in the golden butter. The sweet aroma quickly filled the air. "Moo, is it ready? Is it ready? Don't rush, big-tail yak. Our first dinner in the new home has to be perfect. It's not done yet. The sweet mushrooms are still raw inside. Just wait a little longer." Josh was also eager, but she knew the best flavor would come in just a few more minutes. Both the girl and the yak waited patiently. "It's ready." Seeing the edges of the sweet mushrooms turn golden and curl slightly, and the center shift from white to pale yellow, Josh knew it was time. She served the first batch to big-tail yak and started roasting the second one. Moo Josh smiled and patted the yak's thick fur. Go ahead and eat, Big-tail Yak. You're the biggest hero of our move to this new home. The yak's milk was rich in energy, and its price had risen steadily in recent years. Thanks to the milk and the magical plants she gathered in the snowy mountains, Josh had finally saved enough to move south. The Federal Development Committee would never hand a farm to someone with nothing, no matter how remote the place was. Big-tail Yak not only had great economic value but also strong defensive power. That was the key reason Josh's application had been approved. When the second batch was done, Josh finally began her own dinner. The outer layer was crisp and fragrant. With one bite, a burst of sweet flavor and juicy mushroom filled her mouth. She swallowed before she could even savor it properly. It was simply too delicious. Compared to this, the hard bread she had eaten on the road was like mud. Awful, tasteless mud. Josh quickly finished her meal, still wanting more. But the energy-rich sweet mushrooms made her whole body relax, and much of her tiredness faded away. There were plenty of sweet mushrooms here. In the future, Josh could think about collecting and selling them to ease the short-term financial pressure when the farm's crops weren't ready to harvest yet. Moo Big-tail the yak reminded Josh. Oh, I almost forgot. Big-tail, wait a moment. I'll get your pen ready right away. After a relaxing dinner, Josh had completely forgotten to prepare the yak's pen. The farm already had won, though it was a bit old and worn. Josh had only given it a quick sweep before, so now he just needed to spread some dry hay inside. Big-tail wasn't picky, definitely not. Josh glanced at the gentle yak and thought that once he earned some money, he would fix up the pen properly. The pen was quite large. It must have held many animals before. Maybe later, he could buy a few more to keep Big-tail company. As he worked quickly to spread the hay, something caught his eye, a fairly big hole near the edge of the pen, close to the wooden fence. The fence had claw marks on it, as if something had climbed there often. Josh put down the hay and leaned closer. Could it be a burrowing mole? No, the hole was too big. A red-tailed tree squirrel. Maybe? But did squirrels dig holes like that? He wasn't sure. What could it be? Josh couldn't figure it out, but since the farm was still poor and empty, he wasn't too worried about small animals stealing anything. He decided to treat them as neighbors. He stood up, ready to keep working, but the moment he straightened, he met a pair of wide, frightened eyes. With a sharp squeak, the little creature vanished in an instant. Josh jumped back in surprise. Big-tail rushed to his side, his horns glinting with silver light, ready to freeze the whole solid. No one was allowed to scare Josh. Big-tail yak, don't move. I scared it. It's my fault. Please don't destroy its little home, Chow, she said, turning to calm the yak. This time, she knew what it was, a skyrock mouse, a kind of squirrel variant that liked to dig underground tunnels to store food and small treasures. Skyrock mice had a special space ability. They used it to create small hidden spaces underground to keep their valuable things safe. The underground was more stable, which might be why they changed their habits and started living below ground instead of in trees. She hadn't seen the hole before, probably because the Skyrock mouse had hidden it with its ability. Now that it had returned, it must have forgotten to hide the entrance again, which was why it was exposed. Although Skyrock mice dug holes to store food, they only made one tunnel. They couldn't live underground like moles. Their digging skills still needed improvement. Chow, she was sure the little squirrel was still hiding inside. It had just been frightened, so it was normal for it not to come out right away. Hello, Skyrock Mouse. I'm the new owner of this farm. I'm sorry for scaring you. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. None of us mean any harm. Here's a small gift for our first meeting. I'll get back to work now. You can take your time. Chow, she placed a small piece of sweet mushroom at the entrance of the hole and stopped paying attention to the Skyrock mouse. Finishing the hay work was more important. Inside the hole, the Skyrock mouse trembled, feeling hopeless. It tried to dig an escape tunnel, but it was slow and tiring. After a short while, it gave up. Was this the end for it? It had seen humans catch Skyrock mice before, destroy their nests, and take away their space energy to make special items. Would it end up as dried mouse meat? The little mouse was terrified, but there was nothing it could do.
Wait.
What's that? The little rock mouse carefully turned around, its tiny nose twitching. What a wonderful smell! Sweet mushrooms. But these ones smell different. Sweet mushrooms always have a rich, tempting scent that draws hungry eyes. But in the dim forest, even a newborn squirrel knows they must never be eaten raw. A small bite might only make you dizzy for a few days, seeing strange things like in a dream. But eat too much, and you might never wake up again. Could she be trying to poison me? The rock mouse's mouth watered so much it almost dripped onto the ground.
No, no, no.
Staying alive is more important. Don't eat it. Don't fall for a human's trick. Thinking of the sad stories of its elders, the rock mouse shivered. It would never eat it. Never. But the sweet smell was too much. The rock mouse couldn't help sniffing again and again, almost losing control. The old mice used to say, "People die for wealth and mice for food." If it could just have one bite of that delicious sweet mushroom, it would die without regret. The balance in its heart completely tipped toward the mushroom. The bright sparkle in its eyes faded, replaced by a dazed, dreamy look. Josh herself didn't know that fully ripened sweet mushrooms could have such an effect. Maybe the people and beasts of the giant rock highlands were just too strong to notice such a tiny influence. Who could have guessed that this little rock mouse would fall for it?
Fate.
It must be fate. When Josh quickly finished laying dry grass for the big-tailed yak and turned around, she saw the rock mouse lying flat like a tiny pancake, softly snoring. How could this little rock mouse be so careless? Josh was a little stunned. No wonder they had become such a rare species, so that's how it was. If the skyrock mouse knew what Josh was thinking, it would definitely cry out in protest. For generations, their kind had always lived carefully, running for their lives at the slightest sign of danger. Otherwise, how could they have survived until now? Many skyrock mice, once discovered by humans, would rather dig a hole and hide forever than try to please them. If it weren't for the sweet mushroom, today's skyrock mouse might have done the same. It wasn't exactly brave by nature. After laying down the hay, the big-tailed yak slowly walked in and squeezed next to Josh, both of them staring at the tiny mouse cake on the ground. Josh gently touched the skyrock mouse's little belly. It instinctively covered it with its tiny paws, then relaxed again. The soft fat on its belly wobbled. It was unbelievably cute. Its short, fine fur felt warm and fluffy to the touch. Big-tailed yak, it's so cute. You're going to have a little neighbor now. Moo, it's too small. I could crush it with one step. W. Come on, big-tailed yak, you wouldn't dare. Don't think I forgot how you used to let the little birds pluck your fur to build their nests. Moo, I'm going to sleep. Josh laughed and scratched the soft fur between the yak's brows. No need to be shy. I'm going to bed too. Good night. Moo, after quickly washing up with cold water, Josh jumped onto the bed, shivering and rolling himself tightly in the blanket. The water was freezing. He felt like he might turn into ice. I don't know when I'll finally earn enough money to install the power equipment. I really want to take a nice, warm shower. Facing the morning sun, Josh stretched comfortably. After a long journey, he had finally reached his destination and enjoyed a good night's sleep. Now he felt refreshed and full of energy, eager to start working. At the entrance of the farm, Josh began checking the shipping box he hadn't had time to look at yesterday. Since the farm was far from town, selling the crops depended on this shipping box, which was provided for free by the Federation to new farmers. Right now, the farm was still at the beginner level. According to the rules, anything placed in the box would only be transported to the sales department once every morning. After all, the goods sold by new farmers were usually worth less than the cost of a single transport, so the number of shipments was limited. To see how much money he earned, Josh only needed to swipe his farmer ID card over the box. A small transparent screen in the corner would then show the payment amount, and he could choose whether to transfer it to his card. It was best to withdraw the money every day. Someone had once told Josh that a new farmer tried saving up the money to withdraw it all at once, but ended up reaching the tax threshold and lost a large portion to taxes. Although the amount wasn't huge compared to total earnings, for many new farmers it was still a significant loss. Why lose money when it could be avoided? This shipping box was one of the support tools the Federation provided for beginners. As the farm's rating improved, the box would later be upgraded by a special department, allowing larger shipments, faster payments, and more deliveries per day. Josh wiped the shipping box until it was spotless. It was a large box, and she thought it would be hard to open, but to her surprise, it was automatic, just one press of a button, and it opened smoothly. This kind of space transport device was extremely important to Josh, since few farm owners had land as far away as hers. Having made up her mind, Josh decided to go out in the evening to look for sweet mushrooms as her first source of income.
For now.
Big tail yak, this is the place. Let's begin. Moo with a flash of silver from its horns and a firm stomp of its hooves, the big tail yak made the large patch of land in front of them roll and turn. The roots buried deep underground were soon exposed. Good job, big tail yak, Josh said with a smile, patting its horn. She picked up a rake and started working. It was one of the standard tools provided by the Federation for farm owners. After trying it out, she found it surprisingly easy to use. She didn't have many helpers yet, so for today, she planned to just clear this piece of land. The big tail yak had a special ability that allowed it to turn the soil, making it loose and ready for planting. They had practiced many times on their journey south, and the yak had already mastered how to control its strength, achieving exactly the result Josh wanted. Maybe because it had rained earlier, the soil was damp. It was early spring, so the grass roots weren't as tangled as they would be in summer or autumn, making Josh's work easier. She used the rake to pull out all the roots and piled them together. After a couple of days in the sun, she could burn them. For now, they were too wet to burn properly. While Josh worked hard, the big tail yak ate contentedly beside her. Neither of them noticed a little squirrel hiding in the grass, secretly watching them. The rock mouse woke up feeling full of energy. Unlike before, it hadn't been woken by the cold. It had enjoyed a warm, comfortable sleep until morning. I was planning to go back to sleep, but suddenly I remembered the human and the big yak I met last night. Oh no! Could it be that I, little mouse, have already gone to heaven? The rock mouse walked heavily and bumped its head against a stone at the entrance of the cave. After getting a small bump, it finally realized it wasn't dead. The warmth and energy it felt were real. A soft pile of clean, dry grass was placed where it had slept before, and right in front of it lay a golden, sweet-smelling mushroom that made any mouse's mouth water. It was the smallest one that Josh had left behind. The little squirrel quickly stuffed the sweet mushroom into its mouth, completely forgetting one of the main rules of survival in the wild: never eat unknown food. After finishing, it savored the taste for a long time. Unable to control itself, the rock mouse quietly ran behind the house and hid in the grass to secretly watch Josh. When it saw the big-tailed yak use that powerful move, it shivered all over. If that move had been used on it, wouldn't it have been sent straight to meet its ancestors? It seemed that the human from yesterday really meant no harm. He even gave it a delicious sweet mushroom. Thinking of that, the little paws unconsciously wiped its mouth, remembering the taste. Maybe it shouldn't move away just yet? The rock mouse hesitated. Normally, when faced with a strong enemy, they would quickly move to a new place and never stay where danger might be. But perhaps the sweet mushroom's temptation was too strong, because this rock mouse actually started to hesitate. It didn't want to leave. Josh, who was loosening the soil and digging nearby, noticed the rock mouse standing still and smiled. Looks like we really are getting a new neighbor. Moo, I can take it to eat the freshest grass, said the big-tailed yak. It doesn't eat grass, big-tailed yak. You can have that yourself. Moo, then I'll eat it myself. Munch, munch, munch. The rock mouse hid in the grass for a while before the big-tailed yak noticed it. The yak flicked its tail, a special way it used to signal Xiaoxi. But the rock mouse was far too timid. She didn't call out to it. It was better to let them slowly get used to each other before trying to communicate. It wasn't the right time yet. If she made a sound now, she would only scare it away, and it might move far from here. Finding another magical beast with spatial energy would be very difficult. Xiaoxi placed the taro bamboo seeds one by one into the small holes she had dug, then gently covered them with a thin layer of soil. It wouldn't take long. Just one small rain, and the taro bamboo would quickly sprout and grow, eventually producing taro beads about the size of quail eggs. Along the way, she could also pick the taro shoots and flowers to sell. This was the first crop Xiaoxi had carefully chosen after much thought. The price was slightly above average, the yield was high, and it loved water but wasn't afraid of dampness. Its roots were shallow, so when it came time to dig up the taro, it would also help loosen the soil, making it easier to plant other crops later. After planting all the taro bamboo seeds, Xiaoxi checked the time. It was already 2 in the afternoon. She hadn't felt hungry while working, but now she was starving. Too tired to go into the forest to look for sweet mushrooms, Xiaoxi took out a tube of low-grade nutrient solution, one of her stored supplies. It tasted awful, which was why she had saved it until now. But today, she had no choice but to drink it. She finished it in one go, forcing down the urge to gag, then slumped into her chair, completely exhausted. After resting for a while and regaining some strength, Xiaoxi packed up her things, grabbed a large basket, and set out to look for sweet mushrooms and maybe some other useful finds. Starting from where she found the sweet mushrooms yesterday, Xiaoxi carefully placed the slightly larger ones into her basket, lining the bottom with dry pine needles to keep them from getting damaged. Her space backpack wasn't very big and was already filled with many things, so she didn't dare to squeeze the mushrooms in. The big-tailed yak followed behind her slowly, glancing at Xiaoxi now and then while chewing on grass. Its belly was already round and full. She had searched every area people could walk through, and the harvest was quite good. A basket full of sweet mushrooms. But she wasn't sure how much they would sell for. Although Xiaoxi's farm was the only one with a snowy mountain environment, other farms might also produce sweet mushrooms. If there were too many on the market, the price would drop. She couldn't just sit and wait. A single product couldn't keep the farm running. Xiaoxi thought, I need to open up more farmland. However, the rough farming method she used in the morning wouldn't work for most crops. She needed to cultivate the land more carefully. To do that, she needed the help of strong farming beasts. This world wasn't very mechanized and relied heavily on magical creatures, but luckily, she had won. The big-tailed yak had found her after she crossed into this world. Or rather, it had saved her in the snow. It kept her warm with its thick fur and nourished her with its rich milk, helping her survive the entire winter. They depended on each other until spring came. Then, the yak left its herd and followed Xiaoxi down the mountain. Xiaoxi didn't have the original memories of this body. She only learned after coming down the mountain that the villagers often said she was lucky to have survived such a harsh winter, unlike her parents, who had both passed away young. Xiaoxi probably had no family, she thought. So she built a wooden cabin at the foot of the snowy mountain. With the big-tailed yak by her side, she didn't have to fear blizzards or worry about food. Thanks to the yak's protection, Xiaoxi could move freely through the mountains, collecting many rare magical herbs and saving quite a bit of money. The big-tailed yak must have had a baby once. Otherwise, it wouldn't produce milk. But Xiaoxi had never seen it. When she asked, the yak only let out a low, sad moo. Seeing its sorrow, Xiaoxi didn't ask again. Perhaps the pain of losing its baby awakened the yak's deep motherly instinct during a blizzard, leading it to rescue the dying Xiaoxi. Since then, the two had depended on each other. But the mountain was still too cold. Without the yak, Xiaoxi could hardly take a step. So when she heard about the farm project, she asked the yak for its opinion. Together, they decided to head south in search of a new home. Thinking about all this, Xiaoxi fell asleep in bed. The next morning, near the taro field she had worked on yesterday, Xiaoxi planned to plant broad beans. The land was full of dry shrubs and small trees. Even though the yak had plowed the soil, it was still hard for Xiaoxi alone to clear away all the branches. Broad beans needed something to climb on to grow well. A single plant could spread across a large area, so she wouldn't need many seeds to fill the field. Xiaoxi happened to have a small bag of seeds, just enough to plant the whole area. Besides, bean plants often attracted burrowing creatures like giant field mice. If a few came by, Xiaoxi would have more little helpers for her farm. Josh thought, If she had big-tailed yaks to plow the fields and giant digging mice to plant the seeds, then all she would need to do was water and harvest. Wouldn't that be wonderful, just sitting back and enjoying the results? No, even better if she could find a few beavers that could both water the plants and pick berries. Ha ha! Josh laughed proudly with her hands on her hips. If only! Moo the big-tailed yak flicked its tail, brushing a small tree beside it. The cold dew splashed onto Josh's face, snapping her out of her daydream. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Josh scratched her head, then said confidently, "I'm just imagining our bright future. I'm not daydreaming. Dreams are beautiful, but reality can be harsh." Josh pulled herself together and began planting large flat beans in the soft soil turned over by the big-tailed yak. She had to make sure the seeds got enough sunlight to take root and sprout, while also keeping the nearby bushes from blocking their growth. There weren't many seeds left, but the beans grew quickly, so they should soon cover this patch of land. The soil was quite damp, so there was no need to water it again. Too much water could rot the seeds. For now, she would only work on these 2 plots. Any more would be too much for her to handle. Next, she needed to check the fruit trees on the hillside. She had only looked at them from a distance before. Many of the trees were already bearing fruit, as she had noticed earlier. But the orchard was not as simple as the open land near her cabin. The abundance of food could attract hungry magical beasts, or perhaps some small creatures had already made their homes there. Josh didn't dare act carelessly. "Big-tailed yak, let's go check out the orchard," she said, patting the lazy animal that was resting after a full meal. Together, the girl and the yak headed toward the hillside. Josh felt the temperature around her drop sharply as a soft blue light shimmered nearby. The big-tailed yak had created an energy shield around her, just in case something unexpected happened. Before she even reached the fruit grove, Josh heard a buzzing sound. The more you fear something, the more likely it appears. Her heart tightened as she glanced at the big-tailed yak. "Moo, don't worry, I'm here." Yes, with the yak by her side, she felt safer. Still, she hoped the bees ahead weren't the double-stinger hornets or the giant-jawed venom bees. If it was either of those, she wouldn't dare to provoke them. They were too vengeful. If one managed to sting her while the yak wasn't paying attention, she'd be in serious trouble. As she approached the grove, Josh saw rows of trees covered in small pink blossoms. The scent was faint, and the petals were shaped like upside-down teardrops. Bitter sugar fruit. Josh's mind raced. When ripe, the fruit would be heart-shaped, sweet with a hint of bitterness. Perfect for keeping people alert. Right now, the Pioneer Corps was working day and night to expand into the new world, and the demand for bitter sugar fruit was high. The price was good too. Josh waved her hand, signaling the big-tailed yak to stay behind. She quietly stepped into the grove to see what kind of bees were there before deciding how to manage the trees. The blue light still surrounded her as she tiptoed toward the source of the buzzing. "Please don't be double-stinger hornets. Please don't be giant-jawed venom bees. Please, please." She repeated the words silently.
Ha!
Looking ahead, she saw a flat, snow-white hive built between the ground and the branches. It wasn't the kind made by double-stinger hornets or giant-jawed venom bees. Josh felt relieved and unconsciously took a few more steps forward, wanting to see what kind of bees they were. Bees-easy, bees-easy, bees-easy. He had been discovered. A group of chubby, fluffy little bees surrounded him. Moo, it was a warning from the big-tailed yak. The little bees quickly backed away several meters. They knew better than to provoke such a powerful creature. Now Josh could see clearly. They were white-furred bumblebees. These were great helpers for fruit orchards. They were also much fewer in number than other magical bee species and were very gentle, rarely attacking anyone. "Hello, I'm Josh, the owner of this orchard," he said. "Owner?" The white-furred bumblebees buzzed among themselves, flying up and down in confusion. This was a newly formed hive. The queen had just awakened from her long sleep and started this small colony. Their strength was unknown, but clearly not great. They hadn't even made much honey yet. Would they really have to leave already? If they left, could they find a better place to gather nectar? Could they compete with the more aggressive bee colonies out there? The hive buzzed anxiously, filled with worry. These honest, Gentle bees had never thought about taking the orchard by force. They simply believed whatever Josh said, and they didn't have the strength to fight anyway. Bees easy. The queen slowly crawled out of the hive and flew toward Josh pitifully. Because she was so round, she kept dropping down after flying a short distance, then flapped her tiny wings to rise again. Josh's heart melted. She was just too cute. Bees easy, bees easy, bees easy. The queen rubbed her fuzzy little legs together in front of him, as if begging. Josh asked, "You want me to let you stay in the orchard, right? If so, buzz once." Bees easy. The queen buzzed once in reply. Josh really wished these cute little bees could stay, but he couldn't let his thoughts show. He pretended to think for a moment and said, "If you want to stay in my orchard, you'll have to work for me and take care of the pollination." Buzz. The queen bee replied quickly, agreeing to the deal. "And now, tell me honestly, where did all your pollen go?" Josh asked sharply. The white fuzzy bumblebees could make honey, but their skills weren't great, and the amount they produced was small. Their hives weren't very well built either. However, they could collect more pollen than other bees because their legs were covered with fine hairs, almost like a natural gift that helped them carry more pollen. So they mostly ate nectar directly and made very little honey. But these white fuzzy bumblebees had clean legs, with only a little pollen stuck to them. Their hive had no honey at all, yet it was well built and tidy, something these clumsy bees couldn't have done on their own. They spent almost all their time collecting pollen, so it didn't make sense for their hive to be empty. The only explanation was that they had been sending the pollen somewhere else.
Buzz.
From behind the fruit trees, hidden by the white hive, a group of smaller bees flew out. Thin-legged bees? Josh was surprised. These rare little bees were easy to recognize because of their unusual look. Their tiny bodies had long, slender legs, which made them slow flyers and unable to carry much pollen. Their smooth legs couldn't hold much either. But when it came to making honey, they were fast and skilled, one of the most productive kinds of bees. Of course, that was all what Xiaoxi had read in the newspaper. She had never seen it herself. A small group of slender-legged bees flew to the white-furred bumblebee queen and buzzed together at Xiaoxi. "Do you want me to let the slender-legged bees stay too?" Both groups of little bees buzzed quickly in response. "Then you'll have to work for me as well. Only then will I let you stay here," Xiaoxi said seriously to the slender-legged bees. In truth, she was so happy inside that she could hardly keep from laughing. With the bees' permission, Xiaoxi walked closer to the hive to take a careful look at the slender-legged bees' nest. Unlike the white-furred bumblebees, their hive looked like a huge storage room. Somehow, the two kinds of bees had reached an agreement. The bumblebees collected pollen, while the slender-legged bees made honey and built the hive. The hive was packed full of pollen, though there wasn't much honey yet. Xiaoxi dipped her finger in a little and tasted it. It was sweet, and a gentle warmth spread through her body. The feeling faded quickly, but she still noticed it. The honey made by these magical bees carried different beneficial effects depending on their environment and the flowers they used. It seemed that this batch of honey had a resistance to cold. Just one taste made Xiaoxi feel a bit of warmth even inside a high-level ice-type magical barrier. The effect without the barrier must be even stronger. The two swarms buzzed around her, filling her head with their sound. "Don't worry, little ones," she said. "I won't take your honey for nothing. You just need to help pollinate and thin the fruits in my orchard." A magical orchard also needed careful management. Without good care, it could never produce a good harvest. The white-furred bumblebees can bite off overly dense flower buds while collecting nectar, helping the fruit trees grow properly and produce high-quality fruit. After saying goodbye to the bee colonies, Josie followed the same path back to the big-tailed yak. Excitedly, she said, "Big-tailed yak, there are 2 bee colonies, white-furred bumblebees and slender-legged bees." "Haha, that's great. Our farm has more helpers and another source of produce." Only in front of the big-tailed yak did she show her true self. Moo the big-tailed yak gently rubbed against Josie, clearly happy too. Josie grinned and couldn't help but laugh as she walked toward the orchard where she had seen fruit earlier. However, this orchard didn't look good. Josie spotted some greedy longhorn beetles. These little creatures like to crawl onto the tender parts of fruit trees and suck the sap. They had huge appetites and often drained a tree until it withered before moving on to the next one. I'll need to rent a few iron-beaked woodpeckers or other bird-type beasts, Josie thought. She carefully examined the orchard. There weren't many dried-up trees, so maybe the beetles had just woken up from winter and hadn't caused much damage yet. But that wasn't the biggest problem. It was the season for giant lemon fruits to ripen, yet there were very few fruits on the trees and they were small. Even though it was only early spring, hardly any trees still had flower buds. These trees were supposed to bloom and bear fruit continuously until late summer. Clearly, the giant lemon trees hadn't grown well after being left unattended for years. It was time to start working on restoring this orchard. Josie took out her notebook and wrote down the problems and possible solutions. As she walked deeper into the forest, it became harder to move through the thick trees. It was obvious that this orchard had been abandoned even earlier than the other two. Ahead, there were still faint traces of paths to follow, but here the forest had completely taken over. Only a few stubbornly growing sweet persimmons and sun oranges showed that this place had once been an orchard. Well, another tricky job, Josh muttered. But since it's already like this, there's no way to fix it quickly. I'll just leave it for now. Unable to go any farther, Josh took out her basket and began picking giant lemons. The quality wasn't great, but as the saying goes, even a small catch is still something. These giant lemons were supposed to be twice the size of her fists, yet most were either as small as regular lemons or oddly shaped, making her doubt whether they could even be sold. She peeled one open and took a small bite. The sourness instantly filled her mouth, making her shiver. Still, her senses felt sharper afterward. Spitting out the pulp, Josh decided firmly that she would never eat these fruits again. She skipped the ones that were hard to reach or looked too bad and picked as many decent ones as she could. Originally, she had planned to make a salad with the giant lemons for dinner, but after tasting them, she gave up on that idea. These aren't for eating. Definitely not.
She sighed.
She dug up some edible wild greens and even found a few tuber beans. Brushing away the dry leaves, she uncovered a whole cluster of them, big and full. Dinner was now easily settled. When she reached the shipping box, Josh suddenly remembered she had forgotten to collect payment for the sweet mushrooms she sold yesterday. She swiped her card and clicked withdraw. The balance showed 677 federal points, less than she expected. The remaining fraction wasn't enough to withdraw. It was far below what she had hoped for. The sweet mushrooms were of good quality. Even in the giant rock highlands, they would sell for more than this. Was it because there was no market here? Or were other farms flooding the area with cheap goods? Josh didn't know what to do. With no other means of transport, she had to rely on the shipping box and couldn't check market prices in real time, which made her situation quite passive. She could only wait until her farm grew larger before setting up her own sales point. Turning over the basket, she placed the giant lemon fruit into the shipping box, then went to prepare dinner. She rinsed the wild vegetables with clean water, twisted them in her hands to break them, and tossed them into the pot. A quick boil was enough. She had already baked some root beans in the stove fire. After peeling them, she mashed them in a bowl with a spoon. They were a bit dry, so she added a little milk and a pinch of salt. Then she took out the softened vegetables and mixed them into the mashed beans. Josh liked this kind of simple mix. She took a bite, then another. It really had a taste of spring, fresh and natural. But soon, Josh couldn't eat any more. Without enough seasoning, the earthy flavor of the wild beans and the bitterness of the greens were hard to handle, even with the sweetness of the yak milk. Her eyes fell on the giant lemon fruit beside her. It was small enough to get stuck on the basket and hadn't been shipped out, so she had kept it. She cut it in half with a small knife, squeezed it between her thumb and finger, and let the juice drip into a bowl. The smell was refreshing. After stirring quickly, she tasted it carefully. The earthy flavor was almost gone. The sweetness of the milk and the freshness of the lemon blended nicely, making it much better. At least it was edible. Josh began eating big spoonfuls of the mashed beans, just to fill her stomach. Beside her, the big-tailed yak lazily chewed on the tender new grass. It had no worries about food at all. After finishing the meal, Josh took out the remaining giant citrus fruit. Should I try again? He thought. He gently cut it open and tasted the cross-section.
Ha!
This one's different from the one I tried in the orchard before. It's small, only the size of a thumb, but it tastes sweet and sour. Josh recalled that all these small fruits seemed to come from the same tree. Compared to the other giant citrus trees, that one was much smaller, and its fruits were tiny, only thumb-sized, while normal ones were as big as grapefruits. Normally, even if a tree lacked care or nutrients, it wouldn't grow so short or produce such small fruit. And the taste was completely different, pleasantly sweet and sour. It must be something special about that tree. Josh thought for a moment. The giant citrus was a well-developed magical fruit tree, used for both food and medicine. It usually didn't crossbreed with ordinary fruit trees. In the orchard behind, many native forest plants had grown, and there might even be wild magical fruit trees among them. He would need to take a closer look later. But while he was thinking, the sky had already darkened, and a cold wind began to blow. Sensing that the weather was changing, Josh quickly cleaned up his dishes, washed up, and crawled into bed. As expected, it started to rain. On rainy days, it wasn't convenient for Josh to go to the orchard. The path there was unpaved and would turn muddy. Still, he had been hoping for this rain. The taro bamboo grew quickly after rainfall, and with this downpour, in less than half a month, Josh would be able to harvest the young shoots. Since it was raining and she couldn't work in the fields, Xiaoxi decided to go into the city to see if she could rent an iron-beaked woodpecker. She needed to deal with the greedy beetles as soon as possible. It was spring, the season when fruit trees were budding and growing. The longer she waited, the greater the loss would be. Because the Glimmer farm was in a remote area, Xiaoxi had to put on her raincoat, climb onto her big-tailed yak, and slowly make her way to the city. It wasn't that the yak couldn't run. It had eaten well and rested enough these past few days, but Xiaoxi's backside had already given up. When the yak started running, the constant bumping made her feel like she couldn't sit anymore, so she had no choice but to move slowly. Besides, the weather was too cold. If they ran, the icy wind would blow straight into her face. No one could stand that. By the time Xiaoxi reached Chaoyang City, it was already noon. Though called a city, it was really just a large settlement without the full structure of a real city. Everything here existed for the sake of the frontier wars. Farmers like Xiaoxi mainly supplied goods to the major frontier legions and the free pioneers. Following the guards' directions, Xiaoxi got off the yak and led it by the reins into the street. As expected of a frontier city, there were many kinds of magical beasts around. Most people, however, kept only gentle or supportive ones, since violent beasts weren't allowed in public. Xiaoxi carefully guided her yak through the crowd and passing vehicles. On both sides of the street were all kinds of shops, magic fruit stores, potion shops, equipment stores, and even places that rented out large machines. In this world, people relied heavily on magical beasts, so such machines were rare. Xiaoxi stopped for a moment to watch the commotion. After searching for a while, she still couldn't find any place that rented iron-beaked woodpeckers. Most of the available beasts were earth bulls or spirit monkeys. Josh scratched his head, feeling like he had forgotten something. Oh right, he should go check out the free market. How could he forget that? Sunrise City was a frontier city, and the place with the most goods and the widest variety wasn't on the main streets, but in the free market. Leading his big-tailed yak, Josh hurried toward the market. Sure enough, the closer he got to the frontier area, the more stalls appeared along the road.
Bobo chicken. Bobo chicken.
Only 100 each. Tasty and affordable. Exclusive energy drink. Rent me for 200 a day. As expected of a big city, so many interesting things. Before long, Josh found a stall with a sign that read, Professional Pest Control, Part-Time Courier Service. On the stall owner's shoulder stood an iron-beaked woodpecker. Its pale yellow crest stood upright, and its sharp beak gleamed silver even under the cloudy sky. It was clearly well-trained. Josh walked over and asked politely, "Excuse me, how much does it cost to rent the iron-beaked woodpecker?" Seeing a customer, the stall owner, Buddha, perked up. Are you hiring it for pest control or for delivering messages? The prices are different. For deliveries, it only covers the area around Sunrise City. If it's too far, the bird might get lost. You'd need a winged pigeon or a spotted tail vulture for that. For pest control, the price also depends on whether you want to keep the insect remains or not. For pest control, no need to keep the remains. I need it to catch glutton beetles, but it has to check the whole forest, Josh replied quickly. The bodies of magical creatures could be sold for money. The glutton beetle's colorful shell and antennae often glowed or shimmered, making them perfect for crafting educational toys popular among wealthy families. Glutton beetles? Buddha repeated. All right, if you don't need the bodies, each one will only cost 80 Federation points.
How big are they?
Have you seen them? Buddha's eyes lit up, and he quickly agreed to the deal. Without the bodies, the iron-beaked woodpeckers could eat them, which would both train their combat skills and provide nutrition. Earning 80 points was like getting money for snacks. One gluttonous beetle was worth much more than that. I'm not sure how many there are. I'll have to ask the iron-beaked woodpeckers to check. How should we stay in touch? If it doesn't rain tomorrow, I'd like you to go early in the morning. 200 Federation points. Josh was surprised. She had expected a lower price without the bodies, but Buddha's iron-beaked woodpeckers looked well-trained, so she hadn't expected such a good deal.
Buddha chuckled, noticing Josh's surprise.
This beast belongs to my dad. I'm just helping out to earn some pocket money. Good work, fair price. Do you have a communicator? I'll add you, and you can send me the location. I'll have the iron-beaked woodpeckers there at 8 tomorrow morning. A communicator? Josh froze for a moment. She didn't have one. She had no relatives or friends here, and usually no one to contact, so she had never looked into it. Seeing her hesitation, Buddha was shocked. Someone in Morning Sun City didn't know what a communicator was? Could you wait a bit? I'll go buy one right now, Josh asked awkwardly. No problem, go ahead. I'll wait here, Buddha said, waving his hand and pointing out the shop that sold communicators. A communicator was like a simpler version of a phone. When Josh first arrived in this world, she thought it was a real phone and got excited, but after learning more, she realized it wasn't even as good as a basic kid's smartwatch. Disappointed, she never bought one. It had been a long time, and she wasn't sure if the communicator had changed much. Josh stepped forward. The small mechanical shop was quite busy, and she walked to the counter to look at the communicators. There were indeed many more fancy designs than before. Hello, what can I help you with? Are you looking for a communicator? The clerk was busy, but still greeted Josh politely. You can keep working. I'll just look around, she said, preferring to browse on her own. The counter labels were clear. Josh examined them one by one. Communicators usually came in the form of bracelets or watches for easy use. Messages could only be sent as notes, and adding friends required a contact number. Instant messaging was still weak, and map navigation only worked near the place of purchase. In other words, if you traveled elsewhere, you had to buy a new one or visit a local shop to load a new model. However, they came with some special features, such as scanning to identify common magical beasts, an all-purpose alarm system, and a wilderness survival guide. Different materials also gave them different properties. Josh's eyes fell on a silver-white bracelet. The description said it was made from the shell of a small, mirror-like sea creature called the mirror shell, raised in the artificial waters of the Ria Sea. It had self-cleaning and waterproof functions, and shell products were generally more durable. Since Josh often worked on the farm, where bumps, dirt, and muddy water were common, this one suited her needs perfectly. It was also made from farm materials, so the price was reasonable, just right for her nearly empty wallet. Still, even the best communicator here couldn't compare to the smartphones she used to have. Once you've used something advanced, it's hard to be impressed by a basic version. For her, something simple would do. Hello, I'll take this mirror shell one, Josh said, pointing to it and signaling the clerk to get it for her. Customer, you have a great eye. This mirror shell communicator is the one most used by pioneers here. Good quality and affordable, the shop assistant said warmly, not minding that Xiao had chosen a cheaper model. Here, let me help you put it on. All right, thank you. Xiao held out her hand as the assistant fastened the device. The weather was a bit gloomy, and the shop's soft yellow lights made the silver-white surface shine beautifully. When she left the machinery shop, she still felt a little pain in her heart. Even though it was considered cheap, it still cost more than 8,000 federal credits. Mechanical products were really expensive. She felt frustrated. She had spent her hard-earned savings. But business came first. She quickly returned to Buddha's stall, exchanged contact numbers with him, and marked the location of her farm on the map before sending it to him. The transmission speed was indeed slow. She waited 5 minutes before hearing the notification sound that Buddha had received her message. All right, customer. Tomorrow morning, Iron Beak will arrive at your ranch on time. Since you're my first client, I won't charge you a deposit. Please send the payment after Iron Beak finishes the job, Buddha said generously. Okay, thank you, she replied. With her business settled, she finally felt relieved and began to stroll leisurely through the roadside market. It had to be said, the Federation's recruitment order had truly attracted many people. Besides those like Shi, who had come south to make a living, there were also many wealthy young nobles. While Shi's farm was still barren, they already had large harvests ready for sale. This showed that the price offered by the shipping boxes no longer met their expectations, and that the goods could fetch higher prices here in the market. This gave Josh a warning. Although there is a backup with the shipping boxes to make big money, he still needs to leave the farm and find new sales channels. After looking around, he found that most of the early matured magic fruits were from those who arrived before him. They had more people and supplies than he did. These old trees, with proper care, could still produce good results. In the expansion area, time is life, and efficiency is money. No one sells ordinary vegetables and fruits because they can't meet the needs of the expansion fighters. Only fighters who have awakened their fighting ability can stand firm on this land. Only people like Josh, who have awakened powers and strong magical beasts, have a chance to try. Not everyone can awaken their abilities, and not everyone can raise magical beasts. Of course, like most people with magical beasts, Josh prefers to call them spirits. Various spirits sound much nicer than magical beasts. Josh roughly figured out the selling prices of these items. He also saw someone selling sweet mushrooms. He estimated that the same portion of sweet mushrooms could sell for twice the price of the shipping box here. But it would take more time and effort than just selling in the shipping box. You have to stand at the stall all day, deal with customers, and talk a lot. In the beginning, it's worth trying. Later, when the farm has more crops, it won't be worth the trouble. There's no need to spend so much effort. But for now, Josh can give it a try. The rain slowly stopped, and the cold wind also died down. People who have picked mushrooms know that after rain, the night is the best time for mushrooms to grow wildly. Tomorrow morning, there will definitely be good news about the sweet mushrooms. After wandering around, Josh also exchanged contact info with a few secondhand traders. A large yak was nearby, clearly from a farm. Many people asked Josh if there were crops for sale at the farm. Some secondhand traders buy magic crops at low prices, process them slightly or not at all, and then use space equipment to quickly travel to distant secret realms to sell these supplies. They make a big profit from the price difference. Many people spend a long time in secret realms and do not receive supplies from their world. Their bodies may change uncontrollably, so they need to regularly eat energy foods. This creates opportunities for these so-called secret realm traders to make money. Don't ask Josh how she knows all this. Like everyone else, she loves to listen to gossip. She heard about it after wandering around the market for a while. These small taverns are really interesting. During the day, they open their doors to invite bards to tell stories about secret realms, attracting many newcomers exploring southward. Josh also benefits from this, listening to many stories. Besides wandering, she bought a bag of wheat rice and a bag of wheat flour. Vegetables can be found in the forest, but staple foods are essential. Since she decided to stay here, her basic living conditions must be secured, and she needs to gradually buy daily necessities. But the wheat rice and wheat flour are actually the same thing, fruits from the wheat rice tree, a food that's between rice and wheat. Wheat flour is just peeled and ground wheat rice. The first time Josh tried it, she found it quite interesting. It can be used as rice or noodles. However, it doesn't last very long, so she needs to eat it quickly. Josh bought both types because she wanted both rice and noodles. She can cook whatever she feels like. Early in the morning, there were knocking sounds outside the door, along with the loud mooing of a large yak. Maybe because I had a good mood after shopping yesterday, I slept very well last night. When I heard the sounds, I wasn't fully awake. It was only when I opened the door and saw the iron-beaked woodpecker that I realized what was happening. Oh, sorry, iron-beaked woodpecker. I didn't expect to sleep until this time.
Sorry about that.
I scratched my messy hair, quickly got dressed, packed my tools, and headed toward the orchard with the iron-beaked woodpecker. Little girl, you don't need to worry. The noble iron-beak warrior will wait patiently for you. Today, the iron-beak woodpecker looked different from yesterday's cold appearance. It seemed a bit more talkative and cheeky. I was a bit stunned and didn't know what to say, so I just chuckled awkwardly. Luckily, I could see the forest now. I pointed and said, "Look, iron beak, that's where it is." "Got it," iron beak received. The flying iron beak woodpecker immediately soared higher and flew straight toward the giant lemon tree. I started running after it. I saw many small bees flying out from all corners of the forest, clearly frightened by the woodpecker. Buzz, 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 such a scary bird. Buzz, 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 is it here to eat the bees? Help! Suddenly, bees were flying everywhere, darting around chaotically. It's okay. Don't be afraid. The iron-beak woodpecker is here to get rid of pests, not to hurt you. You don't need to be scared, I quickly reassured them. Fortunately, these fluffy white bees and tiny-footed bees remembered me and gradually calmed down. Buzz, 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 does that mean it won't hurt us?
No.
I wouldn't hurt you. I really care about you all. A chubby, white bumblebee landed on Josh's finger. Josh smiled and gently stroked its belly. After calming the bumblebee, Josh looked up at the iron-beaked woodpecker circling high in the sky, wondering if it saw anything. Doo-doo, the iron-beak saw it. A simple-minded, low-level magical beast. The iron-beaked woodpecker suddenly dove down and landed on a large, thick lemon. It quickly pecked at the tree trunk, causing wood chips to fly everywhere. In just a few hits, it made a big hole in the fruit tree. Josh stayed nearby, feeling a little nervous without realizing it. Suddenly, the iron beak swooped and caught a fast-moving, greedy beetle from the gap. It pecked at its head 7 or 8 times, killing it completely. "Wow, so big," Josh said, walking over to tap the beetle's shiny, black shell. It made a loud dong-dong sound. Doo-doo, for such a brave iron-beak warrior, this was just a small task. The iron-beaked woodpecker lifted its proud head and boasted about its strength. "That's true. Thanks to your strong iron-beak skills. If I hadn't met you, I don't know how badly our fruit trees would have been damaged." "You're really amazing," Josh praised it. As he spoke, the bird's head lifted even higher, almost as if he was praising it to the sky. Suddenly, the iron-beaked woodpecker flew up quickly. "Doo-doo," it called. And guess what? They appeared. More? Josh became nervous. Were there other pests in the orchard? Doo-doo was the larva of the greedy beetle. It was very tasty. Watch this. The iron-beaked woodpecker listened carefully, pinpointed a spot, and started pecking. It quickly pulled out a large, fat grub, tore it into pieces, and threw it on the ground. Then it jumped to another tree and began pecking again. 6 hungry adult stag beetles were left with plenty of broken meat after the iron-beaked woodpecker had a good meal. Josh collected the meat, thinking it might be useful later. Before leaving, the woodpecker told Josh that these stag beetles probably didn't just accidentally settle here from the forest. There must be a group of them that considers this place their breeding ground. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many larvae. It would be best for her to find a good ranger, as new insects might hatch from eggs in a few days. Josh asked, "Can we hire the iron-beaked woodpecker as a ranger for the farm?" But it refused. "Doo-doo," it said, "I'm not an ordinary woodpecker. I'm a warrior with a metal beak, part of the expedition team. Right now, I'm just on a vacation to have some fun." After saying that, it grabbed the adult stag beetle and flew away. All right, another new problem. It was expected that the woodpecker would refuse. It doesn't look like an ordinary woodpecker, so she only asked out of curiosity. After transferring the money to Buddha, Josh watched the woodpecker shrink from a large black spot to a small one until it disappeared. She sighed, feeling a bit worried. Problems keep coming one after another. The micro-light farm is like a funnel, surrounded on 3 sides by the micro-light forest, micro-light lake, and the snow mountain. The small road along the farmland is the opening of the funnel, the only way out. The rest of the area is mostly untouched nature. In fact, once you leave the farm and go beyond the farmland, the small road is also surrounded by primitive forest. Only when reaching the official main road do there be regular patrols to check for wild monsters and ensure safe passage. This is why Josh was able to get this farm even though she arrived late. Its remote location and difficult access made it easier to acquire. This orchard is located next to the faintly glowing forest, close to the woods, and is full of magical fruit trees. The food is abundant, which attracts small magical creatures, making it very easy to gather resources. Typhui casually mentioned something, and Josh became increasingly worried. This is early spring, when magical animals and spirits are rarely active. Once the weather warms up, more little creatures will come to visit. If predators are attracted, it could interfere with the farm's normal operation. Even if Josh is not afraid, it would still be very annoying. Josh is not too worried about safety. With the large-tailed yaks around, few magical beasts can hurt her. Unless she ventures deep into the dense forest to take risks, she won't need to worry for now. Having lived on the snowy mountain for so long, if she doesn't have some self-protection skills, even the mighty large-tailed yaks could face accidents. She needs to act quickly while most plants haven't woken up from winter and haven't sprouted yet. She should quickly create a quarantine zone to prevent the orchard from being directly connected to the forest, which would be like a big piece of fat meat. Josh returned to the farm cabin, took out an old whetstone from the tool shed, and looked at it. It resembled a turtle shell, rough to the touch. Unlike a turtle shell, which feels cold and stone-like. She also took out a homemade machete from her space backpack, brought from the highlands of the Giant Rock area, along with the tools issued by the Federation. Josh prepared to sharpen her blades. There's an old saying, sharpen your tools before battle. Even if it's not perfect, it will shine. She prepared everything she brought, ready to start a big effort tomorrow. She woke up early, packed the vegetable buns made from wheat flour she had for dinner last night, and took the large-tailed yak to the giant fruit lemon orchard to start tidying up the orchard. She chopped away dead branches and miscellaneous wood that blocked the way, cleared the clutter, and organized everything. The fallen dry branches and miscellaneous wood were all carried outside the orchard by Josh. She spread them out to dry in the sun. In the evening, she gathered them and set a fire to burn. Fortunately, today was a sunny day. The warm sunlight dried the dew on Josh's body. She took a deep breath and really wanted to lie down and enjoy the sunshine. Shaking her head, she encouraged herself silently. Josh, keep going. You can do it. When hungry, she took out some wild vegetable bread to nibble on. When thirsty, she searched for few small fruits to eat. Some tree roots were deep and hard to dig out. The big yak helped her turn the soil and pulled out the tree stumps by their roots. For branches that were tough and hard to cut, the big yak froze them. Josh then struck them with an axe, and they broke apart. The person and the yak worked very well together, coordinating smoothly. In the evening, Josh used a rake to gather the scattered dry branches and twigs. She carefully started a fire, keeping it far from the forest. With the big yak there, she wasn't afraid of the fire spreading to burn the mountain. But once the fire blazed fiercely, Josh still felt a little nervous. She kept thinking about her past life and the country's safety slogan, setting fire to the mountain leads to a long prison sentence. This made her very cautious. She waited until midnight, watching the fire burn out completely before going back to rest. The fire had been burning all day, and it made Josh's face red from the heat. The big yak ran far away, exhausted from the heat of the snowy mountain. Dinner was cooked in the fire. She picked some large potatoes and beans, pushed aside the ashes, and roasted them for a while. When they were nearly done, she used a branch to pick out the potatoes and beans. She tore open the charred outer skin, revealing the golden flesh inside. A special aroma made Josh's stomach growl loudly. Not being picky, she found a clean spot and sat down cross-legged. I found some chili sauce left somewhere unknown and spread it on some potato chips. I enjoyed eating it with a few bitter candies, feeling very happy. The roasted potato skins are black, and the places where Josh touched are also stained dark. When Josh returned to the cabin to wash his face, he realized his face was as black as a little cat. Looking at himself in the mirror, Josh laughed out loud. Are you tired? Of course, but compared to the busy 9 to 6 workdays before, Josh feels better now. He is free and relaxed, not bound by anything. When tired, he lies down. When sleepy, he sleeps. After a long day, Josh lay down and quickly fell asleep. Getting up again, he felt refreshed and full of energy. Although it is spring, Josh still plans to prune the trees and bushes that need trimming. He already cut down the trees he didn't want yesterday. They were too thick to cut easily, so he decided to wait. He also asked Big Tail Yak to freeze the cut wood so he can cut it after it dries out. He found a big pair of scissors for trimming branches and prepared everything. Then, Josh was ready to go. Before leaving, he went to the barn to take some milk from Big Tail Yak, heating it up to make it swell, then let it cool. Maybe because of the long journey, Big Tail Yak's milk production had dropped a lot. It had been a long time since he last collected milk. Last night, when Big Tail Yak was swinging its tail and returning to the barn, Josh noticed it was swollen. Maybe it had been eating and drinking well these past 2 days, so its milk supply had recovered. Josh placed the milking bucket in the barn. Big Tail Yak would go over and milk itself. When Big Tail Yak just woke up, it wasn't very familiar with Josh. When it let him milk, Josh tried hard to remember the milk-pulling scenes he saw on TV before and manually milked it. At that moment, Big Tail Yak was so surprised that it almost kicked Josh away. The milk fruit, a strange magical fruit from a mysterious tree, helps farmers collect milk. It automatically absorbs some energy to stay active. The fruit's container expands when liquid flows in, storing milk and helping keep it fresh for a while. Even the mountain cow, a large tail yak, knows about this, but Josh surprisingly doesn't. At that moment, a person and a cow looked at each other, and Josh, a simple country girl, realized she had made a big mistake. Later, she went down the mountain to buy a few milk containers, took turns using them for the yak, and sold the extra milk to save money. But even the best containers only last about a month. After that, their activity fades and new fruit is needed. When Josh went to the free market, she bought a few more containers, which came in handy. She covered the milk with a net, packed up quickly, and set off. She trimmed the wild shoots on the tree stumps. Snip, branch, snip, since high branches made it hard to pick the fruit later. Snip. She cut down many trees, making the orchard shorter. For the ones she couldn't reach, she let the yak freeze them. While trimming, she saw a hollow rock mouse emerge from the orchard, holding a bitter candy in its tiny paws. She hadn't seen it for days. The little squirrel had become rounder and healthier. Josh climbed a tree trunk to prune the branches and saw the mouse from afar. The hollow rock mouse had been living happily these days. Since the farmer and the big cow arrived, it hadn't seen any cats or big squirrels that might eat or steal from it. It knew why those animals were afraid of humans. But the mouse wasn't afraid. It secretly smiled, feeling recognized as a neighbor by Josh. It thought it was much better than the others. So, its courage gradually grew, and these days it dared to eat outside in the open air. Happily gnawing on a bitter candy, the empty rock mouse looked up and saw what seemed to be a person sitting on a distant branch, as if watching it. Chirp! It was so scared. The empty rock mouse quickly dropped the fruit in its paws and scurried into the grass to hide. It ran all the way to its small nest outside before feeling safe. The mouse is really very timid. Josh watched and couldn't help but laugh. Seeing it disappear quickly, Josh continued pruning the branches. After a while, he saw a familiar small figure emerge from the grass. It was sneaking around as if no one could see it. After thinking calmly inside its burrow, the empty rock mouse felt that the figure might be the farm owner, a girl named Josh. Since nothing seemed to be chasing it, It encouraged itself and crawled out of the burrow again. Seeing that Josh was still standing there pruning branches, the mouse bravely took out another bitter candy from its pocket and held it in its paws. It ran to the bottom of the tree where Josh was climbing, and the little squirrel stood up straight, chirped twice at Josh, as if offering a gift, calling her farm owner. It even raised the candy high with its tiny paws. Josh couldn't help but smile and jumped down from the tree, squatting in front of the empty rock mouse, and gently caught the small bitter candy with both hands. "Thank you, dear empty rock mouse." The orchard was too big. These days, Josh was busy pruning fruit trees and burning dead branches, doing the same work every day. Honestly, it was tiring. After clearing the bitter candies and giant lemon fruits, Josh decided to take a half-day break to rest properly. The path to the orchard is now very smooth under the heavy hooves of the big yak. The fallen branches and leaves in the orchard have been burned into ash and used as fertilizer. The sweet persimmon and sunny orange orchards have also had most of the poorly growing trees cut down by Josh. All the wild plants that grew wildly have been completely cleared by Josh, creating a clear, empty space. As for the greedy beetles that might have burrowed out, Josh hasn't seen any of them in the past few days. He plans to go to the free market later to see if there are any birds that eat insects and maybe hire a few to help clean up the orchard. Basking in the warm sun, Josh lazily lies on a chair, lost in thought. From afar, the sound of ducks quacking can be heard. Recently, Microglow Lake has become lively, with many different birds and magical creatures coming here to breed. The sound suggests there are quite a few ducks, and their numbers are still growing. Their quacking has even reached him. The noise makes it hard for him to sleep, so he decides to take out some leftover insect larvae and broken meat he kept earlier to make bait. Although he had been keeping the meat frozen in a bucket for the big yak to carry, after so many days, the meat has started to spoil and smells very strong and fishy. He had watched some fishing videos before, which said the best bait varies by season. Fishy in spring, light in summer, fragrant in autumn, and rich in winter. Josh isn't sure if that's true, but he mimics the method by mixing cooked sweet potatoes, beans, and some wheat flour, then kneading the mixture into balls while holding his nose. He gathers a sturdy, straight branch, a strong rope, and a curved bone needle. All preparations are done. Josh carries the bucket and the homemade fishing rod toward Microglow Lake. He finds a steep slope, where the big yak helps turn the soil to create a small platform suitable for him. Josh has set up a small chair and, like the fishing folks, started to prepare the bait and then cast the line. After sitting for a little while, she felt the fishing rod start to shake. When she looked up, she saw it was a small fish. Although it wasn't very big, Joshua was happy with her first catch and accepted it gladly. She cast her line again, and soon another fish was caught. 1, 2, 3. Joshua noticed her small bucket was almost full of fish, yet her rod still had a fish on it. She was surprised at how many she had caught so quickly. Her beginner's luck was really strong. But what should she do with so many fish? She couldn't eat them all. Should she pour some out? She hesitated because she had worked hard to catch them. She wondered if her big cow friend would eat fish. Do cows eat fish? While thinking about all this, Joshua suddenly heard a cackling sound nearby. Turning around, she saw a beautiful big bird flying close to her ear. It looked like a colorful duck, maybe a mandarin duck? Joshua wasn't very familiar with ducks, but she could recognize it somewhat, though she wasn't sure if she was right. The duck quacked, "Gaga, can you give me a small fish?" "Just one, please." "Thank you, Gaga." Seeing that Joshua didn't respond, the duck quacked a couple more times, urging her, "Please give me one. I beg you. There are too many mean birds outside, and I can't get any fish. Please." Joshua looked at the duck's short, flat beak and thought it probably couldn't steal fish. But then she saw its round, plump body, which looked a bit like a mother hen, and hesitated. If it keeps eating like this, the duck might get fatty liver, she thought. However, in the end, Josh still gave it a small fish. After all, it had been begging for a long time, and if he didn't give it one, he couldn't imagine how sad the little duck would be. "Quack, quack," it said happily. "That was delicious. Give me another one." The painted-faced duck flapped its wings, patted its round body, and staggered a few steps. Most of the fish in the small bucket were gone. Josh didn't dare think about what might happen if he didn't stop it. Perhaps it would eat all the fish. That's enough. Painted-faced duck. You've already eaten a lot, haven't you? Josh lifted the bucket behind him, blocking the duck's view. Quack, quack, it replied. Not enough. I can eat more. Seeing Josh take the bucket away, the duck became a little anxious. It flapped its wings, trying to fly over, but unfortunately, it fell forward and couldn't get off the ground. Josh couldn't hold back his laughter and burst out laughing. It was the first time he'd seen a duck that couldn't fly because it was too full. So silly. As soon as the duck fell, it quickly covered its head with its wings and squawked loudly, trying to explain itself. It made excuses like its legs were sore from standing too long, or that it couldn't fly because it was unwell and needed a running start. But when Josh kept laughing so hard he was crying, he clearly didn't believe its excuses and stopped listening. Quack, quack, it said. All right, I admit I ate a little too much. Please, humans, stop laughing. You made the duck lose all its dignity. Do you know that, humans? Okay, sorry, painted-faced duck. I really am. Haha, I'm very sorry, Josh said, struggling to hold back tears of laughter. Suddenly, a sharp whistle sounded nearby. The painted-faced duck heard it and hurriedly tried to fly toward the sound. But unfortunately, Josh could see it was trying very hard, yet it still couldn't take off. Josh saw this and chuckled quietly. After laughing enough, he said, All right, little duck, I'll take you over. He couldn't just watch this small duck struggle here. It was hard for him to ignore because it brought him a lot of joy. Carefully, he climbed up the slope, placing the small bucket and fishing rod where the big-tail yak could see them. He called out, Big-tail yak, I'll send this little duck on its way. The big-tail yak responded kindly with the moo, having eaten well and now resting. Seeing Josh walk away into the distance, the yak stood up and stayed far behind to keep him safe. Josh noticed that near the sound of the whistle, there was a bamboo hut. Inside, someone was lying there. It's the person who blew the whistle. All around were ducks of different kinds, big and small, all searching for food. When the person in the hut saw Josh coming, they quickly came out. Wenen felt a bit nervous. He knew this lake was on a remote farm, but he hadn't seen the owner for years, and no one was managing the place. He had never visited the farm owner before. He didn't expect there to be a farm owner this year. Grazing on someone else's farm without permission is illegal. Wenen was worried and afraid this lady might report him to the authorities. Are you a duck herder? Josh asked, surprised. That's such a strange job. According to Wenen, he was a registered professional duck herder. His job was to herd ducks around to find food, earning money by selling duck eggs and low-level duck monsters. Glimmer Lake has always been a home for many birds. This time, he came to graze the ducks, breed his own ducks, and also, maybe pick some high-value bird eggs to sell. Wenen was feeling a bit nervous. It was okay when he had no owner before. He could just pick things up freely. But now that he was caught by his owner, his actions could be seen as stealing. If the Federation found out, his career would be over. Josh didn't understand what Wenen meant. She wasn't familiar with Federation laws. Picking bird eggs? Can you teach me? I can't tell what these are, but I want to pick them and sell them. Josh was a little happy, thinking she had found another way to make money. Are you mad at me? Wenen asked, surprised. Why would I be mad at you? What? Josh didn't react immediately. Then she remembered she was now a farm owner. Wenen was grazing here without telling her, secretly taking eggs from land that belonged to someone else. That could be considered theft, which other farm owners wouldn't tolerate. But after thinking about it, Josh waved her hand. She hadn't finished renovating the farm yet, and the area near the Glimmer Lake was still natural. It wasn't Wen's fault. It's okay. I only became the owner of this farm recently. Oh, I see. The farm recruitment notice. You signed up successfully, right? Wenen looked excited. He had also signed up, but he didn't have strong farm beasts, so he was eliminated in the first round. What about you? How did you manage to sign up? Wenen asked curiously. The girl looked simple, with sunburned skin, and didn't seem to come from a wealthy family. How could she get into this farm? He asked while secretly observing Josh, comparing their conditions. Josh was about to explain when she saw Wen open his mouth wide, looking terrified. Such a big beast. Josh, where should we run? He said, grabbing Josh to run away. Seeing him start to move around, the Wei Yak cow's horns twitched, and Wen was blocked outside by an ice wall. He looked at the wall in surprise, not knowing what to do. Josh scratched his head and explained to Wen, "It's okay. This is my pet spirit, the Wei Yak cow. It's very gentle and won't hurt anyone easily." The Wei Yak cow. Wen had heard of this large snow beast before, but he never thought he would see one in the south. No wonder you could apply successfully. You have such a powerful pet spirit, Wen said with envy, his eyes almost shining. Josh called to the Wei Yak cow. "It's okay. He's not a bad person. Can you melt the ice, the Wei Yak cow?" Seeing that Wen made no other moves and didn't seem capable of hurting Josh, the Wei Yak cow melted the ice wall, so Wen was no longer trapped outside. "That's great. You're amazing. It's so beautiful, Josh." Wen dreamed of having such a large beast as his pet spirit, but unfortunately, he only had a bunch of chubby ducks for company. Hee, I also think having the Wei Yak cow is wonderful. I feel very happy. Josh happily accepted Wen's envy. Having the Wei Yak cow as a family member was indeed great. Gaga, don't I matter too? The untimely quacking of the face-painted duck spoiled Wen's excited mood. Wen said irritably, "Of course you're good too. If only you could eat a little less. Gaga, gaga gaga. Who eats a lot? Don't you know ducks are straightforward? I eat so much that I haven't even digested it all, and I don't eat that much." As he spoke, he flapped his wings and pounced straight at Wen. Josh watched their playful fight and found it quite amusing. The fight ended when Wen grabbed the flower-faced duck's wing base, holding it firmly. Josh watched happily, and Wen also smiled shyly. "This is my lead duck. You know, low-level magical beasts aren't very smart, so they need a clever companion to guide them." Wen had spent months in the wild waiting for this flower-faced duck to appear. He promised it would become his lead duck and follow him while he herd it. Unexpectedly, the flower-faced duck was quite unreliable and greedy. It often sneaked away to find food, forgetting the rest of the duck flock. "Have you thought about getting a new lead duck?" Josh teased. The flower-faced duck immediately went into a fighting stance. Although its wing was held, it still posed confidently, as if to show Wen that if he didn't answer properly, it would give him a good lesson. "Replace it." Wen was a bit surprised, but then smiled. "I haven't really thought about that. Even though the flower-faced duck isn't very dependable, it always leads the flock to the best water plants. It also secretly brings back tasty treats for me and leaves the freshest eggs. I actually appreciate it." The flower-faced duck was touched. It didn't expect to be so important in its owner's heart. Sometimes, it pretended to give him leftovers, which was so easy to fool, silly owner. After finally meeting someone interesting, they talked until evening. Josh invited Wen to have dinner with her. There was still half a bucket of fish left, perfect for the two of them. They arrived at her small cabin. Josh set up a grill, and Wen quickly prepared a few fish for her to use. He lightly sprinkled some salt on the fish, rubbed it in evenly, and then started grilling. He took out a few mutated giant lemon fruits, squeezed out their juice, and prepared a sauce. I took out a sprouted garlic bulb, added a little salt and honey, then mixed in the leftover chili sauce from before. A bowl of tangy and spicy dipping sauce was ready. Wen tried this method for the first time. He wondered if fruit could really be added to chili sauce and still taste good. But all his doubts disappeared the moment he tasted it. The crispy, fragrant fish skin dipped in the spicy and sour sauce, paired with the salty fish meat, was delicious. He felt very satisfied. "This is so good, Josh. It's a wonderful and magical flavor." The small amount of fish was quickly finished by the two of them. Even the playful flower-faced duck, which wanted to try some, was refused. Their friendship with the duck was once again strained. But this time, Wen didn't indulge it. "Flower-faced duck, you've already eaten a lot of fish from Farmer Josh's farm. How can you still eat more? This fish was given to me by Josh, so you can't have any more." Gag, 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 gag. The flower-faced duck was furious and tried to argue with Wen. But Wen grabbed it and put it back into the duck coop. As evening fell, Josh suddenly realized something. Wen, where are you staying tonight? Worry not, Josh. I am a duck herder, Wen said, pointing to the duck coop in the distance. That's where I keep all my things. I'm used to sleeping there. Josh frowned. Is it big enough to sleep in? Wen chuckled. Josh, don't underestimate my duck coop. It's a space device. It looks small outside, but inside it's quite spacious. Space device. This large space device is not meant for. Yes, every now and then, we need to find a space beast to reinforce it. Otherwise, the space could become unbalanced, and everything inside would turn to dust, Wen interrupted Josh and explained. I usually go to the professional office in the city to reinforce it when I buy and sell things. They have rental magical pets there. The professional office? Josh perked up. That sounds like a perfect solution. She needed to rent a guardian to watch over her orchard. However, it seems there are no space spirits at the magic pet office in Chaoyang City. I can only reinforce it elsewhere, Wen added. Have you been to the magic pet office in Chaoyang City? What's inside? Josh asked curiously. Yes, I have. They have common household spirits, and also wild beasts that have signed labor contracts or willingly sold themselves, Wen replied, knowing quite a bit about it. Thank you, Wen. My orchard needs a guardian, and I was worried about where to find a beast. Thanks for telling me. Josh sincerely apologized. Wen scratched his head, a bit embarrassed by his sunburned face. It's nothing. I just told you what I know. Josh smiled. Anyway, thank you. This information is very important to me. Go rest now, Wen. Okay. The next morning, as soon as Josh woke up, he saw Wen covered in duck feathers, running over excitedly, asking, would you like a fresh duck egg for breakfast? He had been woken up early by the ducks, and had already gone to tend to them. Of course, I haven't eaten such fresh duck eggs before. Wen's ducks are mainly silly-looking ducks, with a few tall, awkward geese. These low-level magical creatures are hard to communicate with humans, but they're simple-minded and suitable for grazing. Every morning, Wen goes to tend the ducks and also collects any eggs they leave behind. Josh, after breakfast, I'll take you to gather bird eggs. Now is the perfect time. Yes, okay. The two eat duck eggs with a glass of mutated giant fruit lemon tea. After finishing breakfast, Josh puts on his clothes and prepares to leave. This is an iris heron egg. See the brown spots on it. This is a green water chicken egg. You can tell by the color, but it's not valuable. We can pick some to try. Josh, look at this big, round one. It's a giant firebird egg. The price is pretty good. I rarely find these before. The two walk through reeds and water plants, each only taking one egg per nest. Even the most valuable eggs don't tempt them to take more. Some medium-sized magical creatures try to attack them, but they are deterred by a nearby grazing big-tailed yak. After searching the dense water plants near the farm, they come out. They have gathered quite a bit. Each has a big basket full. Wen somehow produces 2 bamboo baskets, giving one to Josh. Carefully, Josh places the bird eggs inside, and Wen pats his chest, promising, don't underestimate these eggs. They are all magical creature eggs. Each can sell for at least 5,000 Federation points. Josh believes this. Anything related to magical creatures is always expensive. However, Josh, I just saw that your orchard and farmland are overgrown with weeds. How do you plan to handle it? Wen asked. I'm planning to let the big yak roll over the land to pull out the roots, Josh replied. But won't that hurt the nearby crop's roots? Wen asked. Josh smiled wryly. I know, but I have no other way for now. The big yak is very good at controlling its movements, so it shouldn't cause much damage. We just have to take it slow. Haha, Josh, stop using your silly methods. Watch me. Don't forget what your friend does, Wen said mysteriously, without explaining further.
What?
Wen, what are you planning? Josh asked, a bit confused. Wow. Looking at the orchard chewed by ducks, the ground is bare, with only some green grass and bits of plant remains. Wen led his ducks to the orchard. With a loud gaga, the ducks started weeding, eating the grass and leaving droppings that fertilized the soil. Josh had never thought ducks could be used for weeding. Although ducks normally eat grass, this is incredible. After finishing the orchard, they moved to the big bean and taro fields. Led by the face-marked duck, The army of ducks carefully removed all the weeds, leaving the field spotless. Some brave ducks tried to steal and eat the sprouted taro, but the face-marked duck kicked them away. After a few more kicks, no duck dared to cause trouble again. The face-marked duck also, Gaga, edged twice at Josh as if to say, "Your little fish didn't go to waste yesterday. I was working hard." Josh felt the joy from the orchard and fields. It was as if the plants were cheering. It seems the weeds and poor soil had been tough on these trees. When he first arrived, I never heard their voices, only a faint sense of death. I was worried that the fresh duck droppings might burn the roots of the fruit trees, but now that they have become magical fruit trees, there's no need to be afraid. After cleaning up the battlefield, when N was ready to take his duck flock to the next place, Joe sure said he didn't want to stay and rest for another night. Although he mentioned that he planned to breed more ducks and find a place to hatch the eggs, where couldn't he hatch them? When N still felt a bit embarrassed. He had disturbed Joe sure suddenly this time. Although she didn't say much and even invited him to pick up many eggs, he couldn't think of anything else to repay her except letting the ducks help clear weeds in the orchard and farmland. It's better to leave early and visit properly next time. They agreed that the next time when N passed by here, they would meet again. He also planned to exchange contact information, but unfortunately, when N was always busy and rarely used his communicator, so he couldn't add him. When N blew a whistle, and a giant bird-like magical beast flew over from a distance. It connected the bamboo shed with the clasp on its giant claws, flapped its wings, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. I wonder when N will come next. He's Joe Sher's first friend. Since when N left, Joe sure hadn't been to the orchard for several days. The big-tail yak is a large magical beast. It eats a lot of grass and magical fruit every day and produces a lot of dung. Joe sure had told it not to defecate anywhere randomly. Although urination is hard to control, it always poops at designated spots. So, when it saw Joe sure trying to clean up its dung, the big-tail yak couldn't believe its eyes. Moo! Joe sure looked at the yak in confusion, then looked down at the cow dung on the ground and understood. Josh grinned and said, "Big-tailed yak, don't be shy. You eat so much grass every day, you should make good use of it. Look at how fat you are." As he spoke, he scooped some up and held it out to the yak for it to see. The big yak got angry and ran away quickly, making a moo sound. Josh laughed and said, "You're crazy. The manure wasn't really smelly, especially since the earliest manure had fermented for many days and dried in the sun. It didn't look or smell too bad. The taro fields needed fertilizing." Josh heard the plants complaining about slow growth, so he decided to use the yak manure. It was high-quality magic beast manure, definitely effective. He scooped dried manure into a bucket, filled it, and carried it to the taro fields. Wearing gloves, he started fertilizing. The taro plants had grown to his chest now. Spreading a handful of fertilizer on each plant was not easy. Some leaves were starting to grow new shoots. Josh had to be careful not to touch these fragile shoots, as they would break easily. After spreading all the manure, Josh noticed a few taro plants hadn't received enough fertilizer. He took half a bucket of water, rinsed the manure bucket, and watered the plants. Well, it was a bit diluted, but it would do. He didn't notice the smell while spreading the manure, but once he stepped away from the field, he caught a faint odor. Alright, it was still manure after all.
Fortunately, he was prepared.
He had heated water in the stove earlier, added some cold water, and filled a big basin. He quickly took a bath to clean up. Then he went to find the big yak. The young yak girl was still upset about Josh touching her droppings, looking very annoyed. Josh pretended not to notice and deliberately went to pat the yak's rear. She ran away, playing as she did. The big-tail yak knew Josh had washed his hands, but it deliberately looked annoyed, making Josh shout in frustration. When they reached the giant fruit lemon grove, Josh ran quickly and shouted, "Big-tail yak, catch me." He then ran over, grabbed the yak's mane, jumped up, and sat on its back. "Haha, big-tail yak, you're the best," Josh said happily, snuggling with it. Sitting on the yak's back, Josh could see farther than on the ground. The fruit trees were full of green leaves, and many fruits were hidden in the forest. The bitter sugar fruits were especially red at the top of the trees, and he hadn't seen so many before. He pointed to the places with more fruits for the yak to eat. After the yak had its fill, they slowly headed back together. Before bed, Josh decided he would go pick bitter sugar fruits tomorrow. The small red fruits were ripe and ready to be picked. Josh carried a small pair of scissors and a tiny basket, carefully cutting the ripe bitter sugar fruits from the branches. He left a small piece of stem on each fruit so they wouldn't break easily, which kept their color bright and fresh. He kept cutting, and soon his eyes were tired from all the work. Before long, he had filled a basket. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A chubby white fuzzy bee flew onto Josh's shoulder. Buzz, buzz. Josh, are you tired? I can smell your sweat. Josh chuckled. These little creatures were very alert. Even a tiny bit of sweat was noticed by them. Buzz, buzz. The bee seemed to say, eat honey, eat lots of honey. A tiny bee with thin legs flew onto Josh's hand. Great. I want to see how much honey you've made, Josh said, brushing off some dust from his hand. Then, he and the two little bees headed into the forest. During the repair of the orchard, I gradually became familiar with these small bees. Now, they are no longer afraid of Josh and the big yak. Wow, that's amazing. You've made so much honey, said the tiny beehive, which looked like a small cave. It was full of honey, and the hive was still expanding outward. It looked quite impressive. Josh reached out and dipped his finger into the honey to taste it. It was very sweet. The queen bee of the tiny bees came out and said, Josh, this is for you. All of this is yours. We can keep making honey. No matter how much we make, it's fine. Josh smiled and said, It's all mine. What would you eat?
Keep some for yourselves.
When needed, I will trade with you. The little bees were quite confident, but they could also eat fruit. They weren't lacking food right now, so they weren't wrong. The tiny bees buzzed. We have plenty of honey for Josh. And the small bee spoke again. Everyone buzzed in agreement. Yes, yes, yes. All right, I want it. But can I keep it here for now? Josh said with a smile. They didn't have jars or containers, so even if they gave honey to Josh, there was nothing to store it in. After playing with the little bees for a while, Josh continued to cut bitter candy. The basket he had just filled was put into his space backpack. The backpack had already been emptied by Josh. Overloading it for a long time could cause problems with the space device, which might collapse and destroy the contents inside. To keep it working well, he needed to store only a proper amount. This space backpack was quite expensive, so he had to use it carefully. The sunset was shining on Josh's face. She straightened up, patted her back, stretched lazily, and prepared to go home. But before leaving, she picked some folded paper leaves to make into decorations for her fruit tomorrow. Big-tailed yak's milk. Josh has collected several buckets. These days, he boils and freezes the milk to keep it fresh. Since he couldn't finish drinking the previous batches, Josh sold some in crates. However, because he didn't have proper containers, he could only sell the milk along with the milking device. Each jar sold for over 2,000 Federation points. The price is quite high, as expected for a high-quality magical beast. Although Josh only placed the nearly exhausted milking device inside, after several sales, the device is almost used up. This time, when going to the free market, he remembered to buy some containers. It would be great if he could find a milk container sapling, so he could always have a supply and not worry about running out. He scooped 2 large spoonfuls of milk into a stew pot, gently heated it until it expanded, then added chopped potatoes and beans. He stirred slowly until the mixture turned into a smooth, creamy potato bean milk paste. Then, he squeezed in a little of the mutated giant fruit lemon juice to remove any strange smell. The fresh lemon scent mixed with the rich yak milk, filling Josh's stomach. Before bed, Josh left a small cup of milk on the doorplate for the rock mice or other small, adorable creatures to enjoy. He wished them good night. After tidying everything up, Josh climbed onto the back of the big-tailed yak and headed toward the free market. Earlier, he went shopping, which was not very important. Today, he needed to sell things, so he wanted to arrive early and find a good spot. Unfortunately, when Josh and the big-tailed yak reached the market, the spots near the main road were either already taken or occupied by other stalls. There were no available places. But that's okay, it was just a try. He didn't need a prime spot. Josh looked around and found a quiet corner by the roadside wall where the yak could stand at the back. That way, when more people come, it won't be crowded or uncomfortable for the yak. The ground was a bit dirty. No wonder no one chose the spot. The big tail yak moved its hoof, flipping the dirt and pressing down the mess. It took a few more steps, and the ground became flat and firm. Just after tidying up the area, Josh only called the big tail yak to the corner to rest. Suddenly, an uninvited guest appeared. "This is my usual spot. Please move, little lady," a short man with a mean face said to Josh. Josh looked up at him. He had been in a different alley earlier. "Does he want her spot?" "No, this is mine." "Move aside," Josh said, opening her small wooden table and starting to set up her things, ignoring the man. Other regular visitors nearby whispered among themselves. Josh kept a calm face, but listened carefully. Old Jim is at it again. He can't sit still without causing trouble today. Do you think that little girl might get bullied? Buelled? Hey, did you see that snow-white beast that went in with him? Such a big size, probably a mid-level magical creature. Oh, I didn't see. Looks interesting. Ha, yeah, it does. Not giving way? Then let's all squeeze in. Jim still smiled, but his eyes looked very creepy. He then spread out a dirty sheepskin scroll from his back and squatted down, trying to squeeze his stall next to Josh. Josh snorted softly and ignored him. Everyone watched Jim's lecherous smile as he slowly moved closer to Josh. "Hey, my bottle." Jim pretended to slip, tossing a cup toward Josh's leg, aiming to make it hit her. A huge creature slowly emerged from the alley. It mooed softly, lifting its horns. In the distance, a hole appeared in a pile of hay, with only a dirty foot showing. The large yak lifted its tail again, tossing a dirty sheepskin along with some dirt onto the ground far away. It looked around at everyone with a cold gaze, showing the power of a high-level magical beast. It warned others that anyone daring to challenge it would face consequences. Everyone held their breath, afraid that the yak might attack them too. A few people close to Josh quickly started packing their things, ready to run. Josh patted the fur on the yak's head and looked around silently. Everyone knew that anyone who dared to provoke her again would regret it. It was just a small incident, and Josh didn't mind. She laid a beautiful white cloth on the table, with bright light farm, direct sale of agricultural products written on it. She placed folded paper leaves on the cloth, neatly stacking bitter candies in groups of 30. When customers arrived, they could fold the paper leaves into small boxes to carry the candies, which was very convenient. As for the yak's milk, Josh didn't prepare a container. She only brought a small gourd ladle, selling the milk by the ladle, and customers had to bring their own containers. Since it was high-level magical beast milk, selling it for 300 per ladle was reasonable, right? It was indeed fair. After a busy morning with many visitors, Josh simply shouted, "Don't miss out. High-level magical beast yak milk, cheap and good."
Soon, interested people gathered around.
Someone asked, "Young girl, is your milk really authentic?" Josh let the person look inside. The person didn't understand and stuck his head into the alley. The next moment, he jumped up and said, "Wow, little girl, you're too strong. Really can't be more real." The person nearby was affected by his exaggerated actions and asked confusedly, What? What did you see? What's going on?" The person mischievously encouraged him to look too, which scared the second person. The big yak was calmly chewing grass, looking innocent as it munched away, not caring about the people's surprise. With this free advertisement, more and more people crowded around Joe's stall. In a small space about the size of a palm, people pushed and shoved, quickly selling all the yak milk. Later, everyone was regretful and upset. This high-quality magical beast milk was rare and hard to find. They wondered where to buy it next time. Some even insisted that Joe set up a contact group. They told her to ask in the group first if she was coming to sell again, and they would definitely buy all the milk. Those without local contact devices cursed the shamelessness of the crowd and asked Joe for a fixed stall time. Joe promised to inform everyone in the group beforehand and to leave some milk for the market, so they could rest assured. Thanks to the yak milk, the small bag of bitter candies, priced at $35, was also sold out. Some people who missed out on the yak milk bought a bag of bitter candies instead. They found the taste a bit interesting, not too sour. As expected, selling things early is important. It wasn't even noon yet, and Joe had already packed up and was leaving. Before leaving, she made sure the big yak tidied up the land. Some milk and candies had spilled on the ground due to the crowd, leaving white and red stains that looked quite messy. She tidied up to make it look better. Once the tail yak finished leveling the land, some people with other ideas grew restless and lost confidence. They were also envious because Josh had earned so much money that morning. Now, they dare not speak and just watched quietly as Josh climbed onto the yak's back and walked away. However, Josh wasn't planning to go back yet. She had come all this way, so she wanted to buy some things. She tied the yak with a rein to show it belonged to someone and then led it to a quiet patch of woods to rest. After that, she put her bag on her back and set off. The yak's icy blue protective shield was faintly visible, so there was no need to worry about Josh's safety. She needed to buy quite a few things this time. Since the yak was so big, she decided not to take it along, or else she would attract too much attention. Josh squeezed into the crowd and followed the flow of people, walking around and browsing. Honestly, there were really many good things. Josh mostly just looked. Even though she had earned a lot today, she still had many places to spend money, so she had to be careful. As she walked, she suddenly saw a crowd blocking the way ahead. A large group of people was gathered, apparently selling something. Using her height advantage, Josh successfully pushed through the crowd to the front. She saw a team of fierce-looking warriors shouting about their spoils from an expedition, with their terrifying monsters beside them. Clearly, they were experienced fighters, and their intimidating aura was still strong even in this busy market. "What's being sold here?" Josh asked curiously, turning to an auntie nearby who was also watching. The auntie looked at Josh, noticing her youthful face and desire to show off, then pointed to the team's banner and said, "This is a small squad from the double-headed wolf expedition group selling their spoils. They are one of the top expedition teams in Chaoyang City. Every time they return from an expedition, most of their valuable items are taken to the larger, more prosperous northern cities to sell. The less easy to transport or less valuable items are auctioned locally or sold on the spot, with the highest bidder winning. Since they are very strong and no one dares to compete with them, all the good items are sold right here. We just watch and can't afford to buy anything." After saying this, the aunt focused on two buyers bidding against each other. She took a handful of sunflower seeds from her pocket and casually shared a small handful with Qiao Shi. The two of them silently ate the seeds. The two buyers were fighting over the essence of a magical fruit tree's fruit. Ordinary magical fruits contain some energy essence and have special effects, but in small amounts and with limited impact. However, the essence of this kind of fruit contains energy equivalent to over 100 normal magical fruits. It is very beneficial for cultivators and magical beasts, which explains why the two were fighting so fiercely. The aunt added, "But this fruit has been brought by other expedition teams before, so it's not that rare. Otherwise, they wouldn't leave it here to sell. They would have taken it away long ago." Qiao Shi couldn't help but ask, "How can you grow the fruit essence?" The aunt chuckled and teased him. "Wow, you have big ambitions," she explained. "To produce this fruit essence, the magical fruit tree must be in a very rich environment, with all needs met, no pests, no competition, so it can bear fruit. Most cultivated trees can't meet these conditions. Most of the fruit essence comes from wild forests or other secret realms. As far as I know, no farm in Chaoyang City has ever grown such a tree." "Oh." Joshi nodded, meaning that only by meeting the highest level of the magic fruit tree's needs could it produce the essence of the fruit. "Alright, it seems her small farm still has a long way to go." Auntie saw Joshi suddenly silent and thought she was discouraged. She quickly encouraged her. "Don't be upset. I was just saying that we don't have it in Chaoyang City, but I heard that Coral Harbor in the big city to the east once had top farms that harvested coral fruit essence. Maybe the first one could be you." Annie patted Joshi and made a small joke. Joshi cheered up, raised her hand, and promised, "With Auntie's good words, I will complete the task. Hey, little one, I need to build a good relationship with you early. If you succeed, don't forget to invite me to see the fun." Haha, got it. While they were talking, the price war between the two in front had already become intense. 88,000. Daruva, if you sell to me, I will send you 200 more cans of supplies for the next expedition, said a neat, slim factory owner. This is the canned food factory owner. He raises a group of sharp-toothed pigs. I heard that feeding these animals with this fruit essence makes them grow huge and even pass the traits to their offspring. Although the effect fades after 3 or 4 generations, it's enough for him to make a profit. One pig can gain 100 gene, and a group of pigs, impressive, someone whispered nearby, and Joshi listened in. Stowe, can you stop being so stingy? 88,000? Have you been raising pigs so long that you've gone broke? Daruva, I'll give 100,000. Another chubby businessman with a delicate, small mustache said disdainfully. 100,000. Wow, although the fruit essence is very precious, just one piece being priced so high, are they fighting or shopping? Grevin, stop talking nonsense. What's the use of buying? Your family's bunch of weaklings. Even if you eat 10 more, it's useless. Stop wasting time. I'll pay 105,000 and 500 cans of food. Poor guy, if you can't afford it, don't embarrass yourself here. Using cans of food as part of the deal?
Fine. 120,000.
You. The factory owner looked at Grevin with anger. If looks could kill, he would have been dead hundreds of times. Daruva is that fierce warrior. He doesn't care about their petty arguments. He just sells to whoever offers the most. It doesn't matter who that person is. Trying to build connections doesn't work. He only cares about money. All right, it's yours, Daruva said, tossing the essence of the fruit to Grevin, signaling him to pay. After paying happily, Grevin was about to boast to Stowe. But Stowe sneered and said sarcastically, I didn't expect to see someone as foolish as you. Don't you remember that last time the expedition team returned, I bought 2 of these fruit essences for 120,000? Thought you were making a big profit, huh? Stowe and his companions loudly mocked him, making Grevin's face turn red with anger. These 2 old rivals. The Stowe family has been raising sharp-toothed pigs for canned food for many generations. Grevin also raised a bunch of black pigs to compete with them. I heard things got pretty intense. Auntie leaned close to Josie's ear, whispering behind her hand, and that's the inside story. No wonder they talk so sarcastically. Josie quickly popped a sunflower seed into her mouth, just watching the show. Maybe Grevin suffered a big loss and felt embarrassed to stay. Without arguing back, he slipped away hurriedly through the crowd. Daru and the others didn't pay much attention to this small scene. They continued to introduce the items on their stall. After all, these were brought back from outside, so not everyone knew their effects. However, the atmosphere later became less lively. Most items were simply bought once the price was right, with few people bidding again. Most of the rare items were sold quickly. Daluo and his teammates then moved the remaining large items from the giant beast cart. These were bulk normal goods, and they didn't have time to wait and sell slowly. They just took them out and sold them if the price was acceptable. This time, Josh saw something he needed, the bunch of milk pot trees tied together like straw. Seeing no one else spoke, Josh tentatively asked, Captain Daluo, how much are these milk pot trees? Daluo glanced at Josh and quickly quoted a price, 1,500 each, 12,000 for 10. After saying that, he immediately went to unload other items, not caring whether Josh wanted to buy or not. Josh felt a bit disappointed. At least, he hoped his big brother would listen to him. When another teammate approached, Josh hurriedly took the opportunity to ask, Can I get a better price if I buy these milk pot trees? Before the teammate could answer, Daluo, carrying more items, spoke up. No discounts. These are mutant milk pot trees. If you want to buy. If not, forget it. Mutant milk pot trees? Josh didn't immediately believe him. Instead, he focused on the bundle of small saplings. They had colorful spots on them, quite different from ordinary milk pot trees. Others nearby also heard this. Some were tempted, but a knowledgeable person spoke up. Mutant milk pot trees aren't very rare. Since this secret realm opened, we've seen quite a few in the free market. There's nothing special about them, just different colors and shapes compared to regular milk pots. 12,000 isn't cheap. As soon as the voice fell, the few people with ideas fell silent. It seemed that buying was not worth it. However, Josh sensed a different sound coming from those small saplings. There was a faint, lively energy, unlike ordinary young trees. "Give me that bundle of saplings." "I want it," Josh said, pulling out his card to pay. "When you want something, don't hesitate. Act quickly." Although 12,000 yuan was a third of today's income, Josh believed the future rewards would be even greater. The passers-by nearby saw Josh buy the saplings, but didn't say anything. At most, they mocked him for being a fool, but he didn't care. Let them say what they wanted. He put the saplings into his space backpack. Looking behind, he saw that the items being unloaded were mostly monster remains and some unnecessary things. After greeting the auntie, he slipped out of the crowd. Next, he planned to visit the elf profession office to see if he could solve the hidden danger of the greedy horned beetle. Josh looked around and finally found the elf profession office. It wasn't clear if it was because there were so many elves, big and small. It looked more like a large factory than an office. Since the office was established by a friendly alliance of humans and elves, only elves were allowed to call it that. They weren't allowed to call it a monster organization. As soon as Josh entered, staff members approached him and asked, "Hello, what do you need?" "We can provide free information about elves." Since crossing over, Josh hadn't encountered such a scene in a long time. He was a bit overwhelmed. Okay, thank you." Unbeknownst to him, the staff at the profession office also earned their living based on performance. The more deals they made, the higher their salary. Since the expansion plan began, more and more prospectors had come to Chaoyang City. The once quiet elf office in Chaoyang City was now bustling with activity again. These workers, who are used to sitting on cold benches, have become very motivated and are determined to seize this opportunity to work hard.
Hello, Mom.
"Let me show you around our magical creature house. Do you have any specific needs?" the guide, a cheerful saleswoman, asked without pressuring Josie, which made her feel more comfortable. "I am looking for a ranger. My orchard is currently troubled by greedy beetles." Josie explained her needs clearly so the staff could help find the right creature. Specialized in catching insects and able to adapt to farm life. "Please follow me," the saleswoman said as she opened a metal door and led Josie inside. The place was winding and full of small shelters for different creatures. Without someone guiding her, Josie thought she might get lost. "Miss, what should I call you?" "Just call me Josie." "All right, I'm Mia." They passed by a tree hollow and Mia stopped. "That's a snake lizard." "Don't sunbathe, we have visitors," she said, reaching out her arm. Just as Josie was staring at the hollow, there was movement in the branches. A long, sleek, brown-scaled lizard with a shiny, cold appearance gracefully jumped from the tree onto Mia's hand. Josie gasped and stepped back, feeling a little scared. Mia, I think I don't need a lizard." "Hee, I might not get along with it," Josie said nervously, her heart pounding at the sight of this cold-blooded creature. "I'm very sorry, Miss Josie. Since the snake lizard is very good at catching insects and lives at the front, I shouldn't have introduced it to you so suddenly. I didn't think it through and I apologize." Mia felt very guilty and kept apologizing to Josie. Josie waved her hand and said, It's okay. I don't usually see such a cool lizard." She gestured with her hand, especially a lizard spirit. Mia's tense heart finally relaxed and she smiled as she asked, "You must have just come from the north, right?" "Yes," Josie nodded. "In our Chaoyang City, there are quite a few lizard monsters. After some time, you'll get used to it." Josie felt a little embarrassed, realizing she needed some time to adapt. "Come on, let's start by introducing you to the bird spirit house. What do you think?" Mia asked as they reached a corner. "Yes, I prefer bird spirits. I previously hired a ironbeak woodpecker, and it did a very good job," Josie replied.
Mia nodded.
The ironbeak woodpecker is indeed good at catching insects, but for fruit trees, it might not be suitable. It can also damage the trees quite a bit. Josie agreed. The ironbeak woodpecker was very powerful, but after it caught a greedy beetle, she noticed that 2 trees that had been pecked by it had died a few days ago. It's unclear whether the trees died because of the beetle or because the woodpecker made big holes and damaged them. In any case, Josie thought it might be better to hold off on the woodpecker for now. She decided to look at other spirits first. Mia led Josie around the corner, through a grove of willows, and they heard the chirping of small birds. Most of them are worried about who will hire them next. A few small birds are quietly complaining about their employer's many problems, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Mia smiles shyly, clearly understanding what these little birds are complaining about. She quickly defends them, saying they are usually very capable. They're not just noisy little birds. When the two arrive, the chattering quiets for a second, then quickly resumes. Mia. Mia, you're here. Mia? Who is she? Is she our new boss? Not a good boss. I don't want her. The noisy chatter makes Josie's head buzz. All right, be quiet. The fastest to be quiet will be the best little bird, Mia says sternly, frowning. She looks over the unruly birds. Slowly, the small birds realize they are in trouble and quickly shut their beaks, behaving themselves. Come on, everyone. Let's see which little bird is the best elf, she says. As she speaks, the birds of all sizes line up neatly by size, heads held high, like soldiers ready for inspection. Good job, everyone. Now, let me guess, who will become Miss Josie's forest guardian? As she finishes, the once quiet space erupts like a volcano. Chirp, chirp, me. Me. The long-tailed seabird responds first. Croak, croak, me. Pick me. The white-spotted blackbird also wants to be chosen. Croak, chirp. Get lost. You two in the water, do you understand what you're eating? Suddenly, the peaceful flock of birds turns into a scene of disagreement. Mia's mouth twitched slightly. At this moment, she really wanted to act like an ostrich and bury her head in the sand. Why didn't she notice earlier that they were so useless? She pulled Josh back 2 steps to keep away from the argument. Wiping her sweat, she said seriously, Miss Josh, although they are noisy, you should be able to see their health and their strong desire to work. Yes, I can see that, Josh nodded. It's very obvious. Their introductions might be a bit boastful. Do you want me to recommend them first, or would you like to hear my suggestions? Please recommend for me. Josh didn't dare to be overconfident. She preferred to listen to a professional. All right, I'll start with these 3. The long-tailed sea sparrow and the white-bellied duck live normally by the sea and rivers. They can catch insects, but their feet aren't good at holding onto tree trunks for long, so they patrol in the woods. They prefer watery environments and can't just eat insects. They need small fish to eat. Personally, I don't recommend them. I believe you're not hiring a ranger for just a day or 2. The mountain eagle from Limu Mountain is larger and needs meat to supplement its diet. While a ranger can handle it, it might be overkill and too costly. It's also quite proud and difficult to control over time, even if it's manageable in the short term. Oh no, Josh thought. Why does every choice have so many problems? If she could choose herself, she might pick the one with good energy and spirit. Among these birds, I think the best fit for you is the brown-headed vulture. Finally, she said what Josh wanted to hear. She quickly perked up her ears to listen carefully. Mia spoke a lot in one breath, feeling a bit tired. She paused, swallowed, and then said, whether in size, habits, or diet, the brown-headed vulture can meet your needs. It is a medium-sized elf, usually living in forests. It is not picky about food, whether fruit, meat, or insects. It is a patient hunter. If your farm is near the forest, it will be your most resilient protector, guarding your orchards until the very last second of employment. Mia pointed at the treetop, where a lonely large bird was standing. That was the brown-headed vulture. While other birds chirped and chirped, it stayed silent, standing quietly on the branch like a silent warrior. Unlike other elves, the brown-headed vulture has no master and did not join the agency voluntarily. It is a warrior elf who volunteered for the expedition army. During the war, it lost a leg and was sent to the elf professional agency for help. But injured, it is no longer suitable for the battlefield, and we dare not let it live alone in the forest. After speaking, Mia paused for a moment to organize her words. As you know, injured elves need to eat more magic crops. Although the agency aims to help elves and humans coexist peacefully, our funds are limited and cannot fully meet its nutritional needs. Plus, it is still striving to become a high-level magical beast. Staying here has seriously affected the brown-headed vulture's health, both mentally and physically. So I hope you'll hire it. The agency will not take a commission from it. I hope the employer can convert its entire commission into food to help it grow. After hearing Mia's words, Josh did not speak. He just carefully observed the brown-headed vulture. Without a leg, it was standing on one leg on the branch. Noticing Josh's gaze, the warrior turned and looked at her lightly. Compared to the spirited appearance of the iron-beak woodpecker warrior, the brown-headed vulture seemed calm and steady, giving a sense of weight. Its slightly tired eyes made Josh feel a bit dazed. Its disheveled, dull feathers made Josh feel the pain of this large bird. It clearly didn't want or like living this way. Seeing that Josh didn't speak, Mia thought she disliked the vulture's appearance or that she was upset it was missing a leg. So she said nothing more, only regretfully adding, "I didn't mean to push it forward. Since Miss Josh isn't interested, let's look at the other elves behind." Suddenly, Josh spoke up, "Would you be willing to accept my offer? I have a farm in the Twilight Forest with lots of fruit trees where you can rest. You only need to help me deal with pests in the orchard. If you want, you can go into the forest, climb the snowy mountains, anywhere you like. The farm isn't very busy, only me and my domesticated elves. There, you can return to the sky and enjoy nature. I have many magic fruit trees, and you can eat as much as you want. My domesticated elf is a large-tailed yak, a high-level magical beast that can train with you. Brown-headed vulture, would you accept my offer?" Josh looked steadily at the vulture, not wanting to miss any reaction. She thought that even if she couldn't hire it today, she wouldn't look at other birds anymore. Although Mia was right, its face was dirty and it was missing a leg, Josh believed she had her eye on it. The other small birds looked especially ordinary compared to the vulture. The vulture made a few meaningless caws, still not reacting. Was this real? The vulture didn't know. Seeing this, Josh eagerly asked again, "Brown-headed vulture, are you willing to accept my job offer?" After saying that, the brown-headed vulture remained cold and didn't make any more sounds. Josh felt a bit disappointed. Was it not willing? Suddenly, the brown-headed vulture flapped its wings and soared into the sky, circling the nest once before flying straight to Josh. Facing Josh directly, it chirped happily, "Gwa gwa," meaning "I'm willing." Until Josh left the elf career office, he was still immersed in the joy of the brown-headed vulture agreeing to join him. The vulture watched its cheerful employer and thought she seemed like a calm lady. But even the most composed appearance can sometimes look a little silly. It chirped twice again, feeling a bit happy too. When they reached the big-tailed yak, Josh introduced it. "Big-tailed yak, this is the brown-headed vulture. Now we have a forest ranger." The big-tailed yak looked at Josh kindly, wagging its big tail, and greeted the vulture with a moo. "Hello, little bird." The brown-headed vulture looked at this unfamiliar, huge beast. Its feathers stood on end, feeling a bit nervous. Josh had mentioned there was a cow-like spirit at home, but its natural reactions were hard to control. Seeing its snowy white fur and strong limbs, the vulture felt a little sad. After all, it was missing a leg. It flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Josh still smiled foolishly, watching the vulture's shadow and calling out, "Brownie, don't fly too far. Wait for us." After that, he turned onto the yak and headed home. The brown-headed vulture almost broke its wings in the sky. How could it be called a brave spirit warrior with a name like that? Gwa gwa. No way. Unfortunately, it flew too high, and Josh didn't hear anything. He foolishly talked to the big-tail yak, saying that the brown-headed vulture liked that name. New. The name, brown-headed vulture, was too complicated, so Josh decided to give it a cute nickname himself. Right, Nyo. Josh patted the big-tail yak's butt. As a result, the yak coldly swung its tail and slapped his face, then walked away without mercy, leaving him behind. The big-tail yak always thought it was a beautiful and strong magical beast. It refused to be called Nyo because that strange and cute name didn't show its strength at all. It rejected the nickname outright. But the rejection didn't work. Josh still called it sometimes, just to tease it. Of course, Nyo could only be angry and frustrated. The person, the bird, and the yak happily returned to the farm, laughing and joking along the way. Brownie also gradually got used to the big-tail yak. He was no longer afraid of it. Although they weren't very close, they could now be near each other. Of course, this was under some pressure. Josh tricked the honest elf warrior to come down so he could talk to it. But the brown-headed vulture was caught off guard and was hugged tightly by Josh. It instinctively struggled. However, Josh held on tightly and didn't let go. The vulture couldn't forcefully break free because it was worried its sharp feathers might hurt Josh. It stayed silent, seeming angry. Josh pretended not to notice and kept talking about her journey south with the big-tailed yak, which made the vulture gradually relax. The person and the bird sat together on the yak's back, chatting happily. The brown-headed vulture is an independent bird and doesn't belong to the agency. After Josh hired it, if it was willing, he could keep hiring it. The agency couldn't interfere, so it was like gaining a semi-permanent member on the farm. Even its salary was replaced with magic fruits for later consumption. For Josh, this meant no salary at all, since she had plenty of fruits. Of course, if she didn't meet certain requirements, the little bird could go back and complain. The arm department of the agency was a line most people wouldn't dare challenge in their lifetime.
What?
Someone wants to try? Well, try, and then they'll be gone. Finally, they were almost there. Seeing the small path leading to the farm, the big yak's steps became lighter. Josh pointed to the path and said to the brown-headed vulture, "Brownie, once we cross this path, we'll reach our farm." The brown-headed vulture didn't respond. Josh thought maybe that was just its personality, calm and steady. Then, it suddenly took off without warning, soaring into the sky and flying toward the farm. Turns out, it wasn't that it wasn't excited. It just didn't show it. Josh frowned and thought for a moment, then smiled and said to the big yak, "Nyo-nyo, it turns out our farm's little bird is secretly shy. Moo. Isn't it a wind-type bird?" Nyo-nyo didn't understand. All right, the big yak didn't understand that either. Josh lay sideways on the yak's back, silently sighing. Life as a traveler is truly lonely as snow. But when they finally arrived at the farm, they saw Brownie already standing on the chimney of the small farmhouse, surveying its territory. Seeing Josh and Nyo-nyo return, it greeted them first. "Croak, croak, you're back?" After saying that, it spread its wings and leisurely circled in the sky, patrolling the land. If someone didn't know better, they'd think it was the native bird here. It seemed that before they arrived, it had already checked the farm once and was quite satisfied. Getting off the yak, Josh stretched lazily. What a busy morning! She was exhausted. Before she could straighten her back, she saw the small, chubby figure of the rock mouse running toward her from afar. The mouse's voice arrived before it appeared. "Chirp, chirp, 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 a very scary big bird has flown into the orchard. It's so frightening, little mouse. I almost lost my life." She gestured and danced while speaking, not forgetting to point behind her. A brown-headed vulture slowly swooped down from the sky and landed steadily among the trees, its sharp eyes fixed on the chubby little mouse. Josh quickly explained to the brown-headed vulture, "This is the rock mouse, also a little spirit of our farm. From now on, you two will be neighbors." Hearing that it was a farm spirit, the vulture finally shifted its gaze away from the mouse. But neighbors? It doesn't admit that this chubby squirrel is its neighbor. Who would consider food as a neighbor?
Ha!
After calming the frightened little heart of the rock mouse, Josh took out a milk bottle from the space backpack and planted it near the cow shed, so it would be easy to get later. Then she poured several big buckets of water on them, finally stopping the sharp cries of, "I'm so thirsty, so thirsty." She also scooped some cow dung and let the big, greedy fruit tree eat happily. When her stomach growled loudly, she realized she hadn't eaten lunch yet. She quickly kneaded some wheat flour dough, added wild vegetables, and cooked a simple dumpling soup. The taste was just so-so, but her main goal was to fill her stomach. It wasn't meant to be delicious. After eating and drinking enough, Josh thought about finding something to do. She considered maybe go fishing? The last time she had a full harvest, she still remembered it clearly. And this time, with Brownie here, she wouldn't worry about running out of food. It was a good chance to give Brownie a little celebration. As long as she didn't think about how many small fish she might catch this time, she hoped it wouldn't be fewer than last time. Back at the usual spot, Josh was full of confidence, casting the bait and throwing the rod smoothly, like a seasoned veteran. The first 10 minutes, the water surface was calm and still. Another 10 minutes, the lake was completely peaceful. Then another 10. Suddenly, Josh angrily threw the fishing rod aside and pointed at the lake, shouting, "Are you messing with me now? Do you think I'm made of clay? Are you going to give me some fish or not?" After a long while, Josh looked around. No animals were nearby. The big yak was sleeping, the ground squirrel was gone. Quietly, he clasped his hands together and begged, "Please, just a few fish. Give me some face. Today is a special day at home, and I need something to entertain the little birds." He waited, but no fish took the bait. Suddenly, a large bird appeared out of nowhere, dropping a half-eaten carcass of a greedy ox from the sky. "Croak!" The bird chirped and flew away quickly. Josh buried his head between his knees, feeling very embarrassed and wanting to disappear. He was almost dead from shame. After a moment, he gathered himself again. It was okay now. The half-eaten meat was caught by some water plants, but half of it was still in the water, attracting small fish to nibble. So that was the problem. This time, Josh used leftover food from her usual meals, fermented and mixed with wheat flour, but didn't add the greedy ox meat. No wonder the fishing was so bad. Since that was the case, Josh decided to throw away the useless bait and use the greedy ox meat as bait instead. 1-2. Revitalized, Josh managed to catch a bucket of small fish. Maybe because the weather was warmer now, the fish had grown bigger. She even caught 2 dowie fish, a kind of low-level small monster that looked like a normal fish but had water-based powers, able to shoot water arrows at other small fish. The energy was weak, and in water it was almost ineffective. However, since it was a water attribute, cooking it thoroughly should make it very juicy. Carrying a small bucket, Josh also dug up a few wild vegetables that looked like small scallions. She liked to eat fish, but didn't really like eating fish because her tongue was clumsy and often couldn't clean the fish bones properly. So, no matter how tasty, she didn't enjoy it. But seeing these plump little fish, especially the 2 small, doe-like creatures, Josh had an idea. If she couldn't eat large pieces of fish or fish balls, maybe she could make fish balls instead. She decided to make fish balls tonight. On her way back, she saw a bird named Zongzong standing proudly on the chimney. Josh quickly went upstairs, opened the small attic window, laid some dry grass inside, and called out, "Zongzong, come to your nest. It's ready. From now on, you can rest here." The brown-headed vulture flew into the attic calmly. It seemed like it didn't like it, but in fact, its tail feathers had already brushed against the nest many times. No bird could resist a warm nest. In just one afternoon, Zongzong had changed from a gloomy, aloof little bird into a proud, happy one. Josh chuckled secretly. This shy little bird was really fun, just too easy to tease. After going downstairs to wash her hands, Josh picked out the small fish and kept the larger ones for Zongzong. She washed the 2 doe-like fish carefully, peeling along the skin and bones, leaving only the white meat. These fish only had 1 big bone, so there was no need to pick out tiny bones, making them easier to handle. As expected from a water attribute, Josh washed the fish many times, but still felt the meat kept releasing water, which gave her a headache. She sliced the fish directly into pieces, chopped it into fish paste, and placed it in a large wooden bowl. She added a little salt and stirred clockwise until it became sticky and elastic. If you want to save time, you can also use a spoon to scrape the fish paste. This makes it stickier, but it depends on the type of fish. For fish like doe, scraping makes it too mushy and is not good. It's better to chop it directly. Take a few bird eggs you collected from the reed bushes. Only use the egg whites, remove the yolks. Josh rolls up his sleeves and vigorously beats the egg whites until they form a white, fluffy foam. Finally, he successfully whips the egg whites into a white foam, then mixes it into the fish paste. He adds freshly soaked wild chive water and a little bit of bean powder, stirring gently. He pinches a handful of fish paste, presses his index finger inward, and squeezes with his thumb. A small, round fish ball appears. He puts the fish balls into cold water. They gently float to the surface. He adds some firewood and turns on a small flame to cook them slowly. In just 3 or 4 minutes, the fresh aroma of the fish balls fills the air. They roll around in the pot a couple of times. Josh holds a basin of water and goes outside to ask the big yak for help. Nuno quickly adds some ice. The big yak's horn flashes silver and the water in the basin instantly freezes. As the water ripples, the thin ice on the surface breaks apart. Josh puts the cooked fish balls into the ice water to make them more elastic. Looking up, he sees the ground mice are already attracted by the smell. They stare eagerly at Josh and the fish balls. "Pour you, I'll give you one." He pinches a warm fish ball and offers it to the ground mouse. The small fish ball looks especially big in its tiny hand. The ground mouse growls and bites down hard, getting a little dizzy from the aroma. Josh is busy and doesn't notice. When he glances sideways, he sees the mouse grit its teeth, hold back its saliva, and put the fish ball with 2 small holes on the table. Then it quickly scurries into its little nest. Soon it comes back holding something that looks like a walnut, dark green, and a bit dirty. He ran up to Josh and handed her something. Honestly, Josh didn't want it because her hands were clean and she didn't want to get them dirty. But the little green-eyed rock mouse was staring at her with bright, shiny eyes. She felt a bit embarrassed to refuse, so she took it. She thought she could just wash her hands later. "Chirp, chirp," the rock mouse seemed to say. "Josh, try feeling it with your energy." Josh didn't understand at first, but she tried sensing it with her energy. It was a piece of space, a living space with a few small grasses growing inside, tiny yellow flowers blooming, and nearby, a pile of nut-like things and dried bugs that looked like mouse food. Legend says that every rock mouse dreams of creating a real world using their space powers. So, whenever a rock mouse learns to use space energy, it creates a small world with some object as a medium. Some powerful and wealthy rock mice leave behind spaces that explorers call treasure lands because they love collecting things. From birth to death, a rock mouse can accumulate countless treasures. But Josh never thought her little neighbor could create such a space. After all, the difference between mice is bigger than between mice and humans. The little creature in her house didn't seem like one capable of this. Maybe Josh was lost in thought for too long, so the rock mouse couldn't wait anymore. It made 2 squeaking sounds, as if questioning why Josh's reaction was so calm. Josh held a small walnut, feeling a bit unsure how to respond. She hesitated and asked, "Rock mouse, what is this?" The rock mouse, feeling a bit shy, hugged a fish ball and whispered softly. If Josh hadn't pricked up her ears and stared intently, she might not have heard what it was saying. "Yes, it said it was a gift for you, Josie. I hope you will keep it safe for me." The little squirrel is not very smart. It only knows that its family, the hollow rock mice, have to hide whenever they meet humans. This is because of the space energy, their natural tendency to hoard, and the legend of creating worlds. Since it was young, it has been afraid to approach humans. The few other mice it has met are usually aggressive. No mouse has ever told it that there are humans like Josie who simply keep them as pets.
It is actually very shy.
It ran out of the forest because it was afraid of fierce monsters. It doesn't go near the city because it fears bad humans. But it doesn't know that hiding on this remote farm, it would meet such a kind girl like Josie. Every night, the hollow rock mouse doesn't need to risk going deep into the woods to find food or high-energy materials. Josie leaves it a small cup of high-quality yak milk. When it first drinks this milk, it gets tipsy. The rich energy makes its space energy grow stronger. It practices space skills every day, hoping to give Josie and the yak a gift. But it is just a small squirrel. What can it give? It looks at the stored food, but Josie doesn't need these. The hollow rock mouse feels a bit sad. Then it works even harder to weave space. Suddenly, it has a bright idea when it looks at its biggest secret. The little squirrel has an idea that will surprise everyone. It wants to give Josie its special walnut. Its space medium is an iron walnut. This kind of walnut has a faint space energy and is loved by hollow rock mice in the forest. The hard shell can protect against most enemies, but it can't resist their own gnawing. It can defend against others, but not itself. That's perfect. They like it very much. But the biggest secret is that its iron-like nut is not really an iron nut, or rather, it should be called the essence of the nut. One rainy day, after the cave entrance was flooded, the creature escaped through the rain and found itself under a tall, ancient tree. There, the ground squirrel discovered the glowing dark gem-like essence of the fruit, still shining in the black night. It forgot about narrowly escaping death, forgot about the pouring rain, and was filled with gratitude for the gift of luck. So, the ground squirrel and its iron nut began a new life until they met Josh. Until Josh became their new owner. But there was an even bigger surprise. The essence of the nut had a greater secret. It could hold life. Yes, it could store small life forms and even allow its owner to hide inside the nut to escape danger. In many life and death crises, the ground squirrel would hide inside the iron nut to avoid deadly situations. Josh held the iron nut, feeling a bit warm. She hadn't done anything special for the ground squirrel, and even thought their relationship wasn't that close yet. Why did the squirrel do this? There was no reason. Maybe the ground squirrel loved these warm, happy days, or maybe the threat from the crow was making it nervous, or perhaps it wanted to hold a special place in Josh's heart. Anyway, the squirrel offered its most precious gift because it wanted to stay close to Josh forever. Josh knew how valuable this space device that could hold life was, but she was afraid to face such sincere feelings. She thought for a moment, needing time to decide. In the end, Josh returned the small nut to the ground squirrel and said sincerely, "Thank you for giving me this iron nut. I really like this gift. It's very precious to me." The rock mouse felt both happy and a little sad for being so late. After living there for many years, it looked longingly at the iron walnut and pretended not to care, waving its hand casually. "No big deal, Josh. As long as you like it. But I hope to have a bigger space so that the bighorned yak, and all our farm crops can fit inside. So I want to give you the iron walnut. Please use your space magic to create a small world, a tiny universe where we can all go in. Is that okay?" "Yes," the rock mouse said as it looked at the iron walnut Josh handed over. Without thinking, it instinctively took it. "Josh, I really want to give this to you." The little squirrel felt a bit shy. "I know, but this isn't really yours now." "Don't misunderstand," Josh said with a smile to ease the mouse's awkwardness. Unlike the duck sheds of the pastoral ducks, which are semi-open and connected to the outside world to keep air for breathing, their space devices are loosely built. They need regular reinforcement because they're like a house with holes, leaking air and shaky. They're also very expensive, so ordinary people can only rent them. Compared to that, Josh sighed. The rock mouse really gave a big gift. He decided not to think about it anymore and kept making fish balls. Outside, he heard a goo-goo sound like a white heron. Recently, there have been many around the bright feather lake, but Josh rarely saw them outside. The goo-goo sounds grew louder. Josh opened the window and saw a crowd of different birds outside, which surprised him. He looked at the bighorned yak. If it had bad intentions, it wouldn't let the birds get so close to Josh. It didn't react, so it probably wasn't a big problem. Suddenly, a white heron couldn't help but speak. "Such a lovely fish smell. Can I try a little?" It's like a spark igniting a fuse. Suddenly the birds started chirping loudly. Different kinds of birds hurriedly competed, afraid that if they waited too long, there would be no fish balls left to eat. Jo sure understood, but she couldn't satisfy all the birds' wishes. "I have only a limited amount of small fish to fish, so I can't let all of you eat. If you want some, you'll have to trade something." Jo sure said this casually, not expecting the flock of birds to suddenly fly away in a flurry. They flew so fast. Was it really necessary? But it's probably for the best that they left. Staying here all the time isn't good. They shouldn't watch her eat. She finished preparing the fish balls and then started processing the remaining small fish. These tiny fish had many bones. After slicing the fish, Josher used a big spoon to scrape off the meat, carefully removing the small bones from the meat so none would be left behind. Otherwise, the texture wouldn't be good. Though small, the fish meat was quite plentiful. After mixing, she had another big bowl of fish paste. Even with her strong muscles now, Josher still felt a bit tired. This really isn't something humans should do, it's exhausting. The empty rock mouse held a fish ball, nibbling and playing with it. Josher hadn't finished making dinner yet, but the mouse was already full and had fallen asleep. She gently covered it with a small cloth so it wouldn't get cold. Then she kneaded some wheat flour to make noodles. Tonight's dinner would be fish ball soup noodles. The fish balls, full of water energy, were bouncy, juicy, and plump. Even a large yak could eat a few. The brown-headed vultures wouldn't be left out. Peck one, toss it into the air, and catch it as it falls. One bite at a time, it was so satisfying. Josher told the mouse it could eat the fruits in the forest freely, so even if the fish balls weren't enough, she wasn't worried. After eating, Josher was about to rest in a chair when she suddenly saw a dark, dense mass flying from afar. What could it be? Frightened, Josh quickly jumped up to see what was coming closer. It was getting clearer.
What?
Josh saw birds of all sizes, holding fish in their beaks or claws. When they reached outside the hut, they scattered the fish all over the ground, and it started raining fish on the farm. "What are you doing? Why are you giving me so many fish?" Josh asked, looking at the messy scene in the yard. Chirp chirp, trading for that round thing to eat. Still led by the white heron, the other birds chirped in agreement. These birds caught fish much bigger than what Josh could fish. No wonder they are professionals. "But I don't have enough fish balls to trade with you. I only have this much," Josh said, holding out the remaining bowl of small fish balls. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp. The birds flew to the side and started discussing. The brown-headed vulture looked disdainfully at its less capable peers and flew away, not wanting to eavesdrop. Chirp chirp, we won't let you do all the work for nothing. We'll trade based on the size of the fish. The bigger ones we give you for free, they said. How do we trade? Josh asked. Chirp chirp, please divide these round fish into portions about the size of my claws. 3 parts for big fish, 1 part for small fish, and 2 parts for medium-sized fish, explained the white heron, showing his claws. Josh looked at the fish, then folded some paper leaves into a box shape. Will this do? It's about the size of your claws. Chirp chirp, yes, yes, clever farm owner, the white heron nodded happily. Josh felt a bit embarrassed, having been taught by the birds. Who wants to go first? The first to come to mind was the white egret. It caught a large fish about the length of an arm and successfully exchanged it for 3 boxes of fish balls. Watching this uneven trade, Josh felt a bit sad. White egret, you can take half the fish. That's too much. Cuckoo. Fair exchange. The white egret never regrets its choices. Okay, Josh replied. Seeing how persistent it was, Josh could only stick to his original plan and exchange the fish one by one. But there were more fish than fish balls, and soon 1 bowl of fish balls was gone. Many small birds still waited, holding fish in their beaks. Josh looked at the small birds with difficulty and held up an empty basket. Sorry, there are no more. The waiting birds looked as disappointed as wilted vegetables, hanging their heads and chirping sadly. After thinking for a moment, Josh realized this was really upsetting for the birds. He then said, "Can you come help me tomorrow? I will make more fish balls, and I promise you will all get to eat." Finally, he comforted the sad little birds. Josh also asked the big-tailed yak to freeze the fish on the ground, stacking them like firewood on one side. With the yak there, no one would steal the fish. Making fish balls again tomorrow wasn't a sudden idea. There were too many fish in the yard, and without processing, they would go bad. Selling them in the small boxes was too cheap, and Josh was losing money. He woke up early, before the birds arrived. He had the yak defrost some fish, and worked hard to cut it. A brown-headed vulture watched quietly from a tree, making 2 croaking sounds. Josh didn't understand what it was saying. Then he saw the large pieces of fish he had cut up being sliced into thin fish fillets by the wind. "Brownie, thank you so much. You've helped me a lot." Josh smiled warmly and spoke to the brown-headed vulture. The brown-headed vulture looked at Josh with a shy smile, nodded politely, and then casually said, "Gua gua, I can do more for you. You don't need to find other birds." Chuckling, Josh bent over, looking at the honest-looking big black bird. His possessiveness was so strong. He remembered a remark from last night even now. Okay, I'll call you when I need you. There are too many fish, and just the 2 of us can't handle them all." They're just helping me in exchange. Brownie, we are family. Here we go, here we go. Josh started to treat the little bird as a simple helper. The brown-headed vulture believed him, nodded shyly, and said, "All right." Then it just stood to the side, watching Josh for any help needed, ready to use a wind blade. Josh thought to himself, if I had known the little bird would adapt so quickly to farm life, I should have used it yesterday. It would have saved me a lot of effort. After Josh finished dividing the fish, the brown-headed vulture used its wind blade to cut them, and the little birds gradually came over. Seeing Josh already chopping the fish, the birds all apologized for being late or something similar. Watching the chirping birds, Josh suddenly had an idea. He wondered if they could try using their wind blades to chop fish paste. The wind blade of the brown-headed vulture was very strong. When it tried just now, it even shaved off a piece of the tree stump used as a chopping board. To keep the board intact, Josh didn't dare let it try again. This chopping board had to be used carefully. Most bird-type magical beasts are wind attribute. These smaller birds, which are much smaller than the brown-headed vulture, probably don't have very strong wind blades.
Josh decided to let them try.
Sure enough, the small bird's wind blades were also small. Although their power was moderate, they worked well for chopping meat. Josh watched as they helped chop the fish, so he felt confident to handle the rest of the fish himself. The large yak cow saw an opportunity and defrosted another batch of fish, perfect for slicing. With the help of the brown-headed vultures, the big pieces of fish were quickly cut into smaller parts. The fish meat was chopped, and then they swapped sides to connect the pieces smoothly. Josh was about to go to the kitchen to get some bird eggs to make meringue, but suddenly he realized a problem. It seemed like these eggs were stolen from bird nests. Killing young birds in front of their parents didn't seem very kind. Josh hesitated at the door, unsure what to do. A curious, large-footed goose asked, "Gaga, farm owner, why don't you go inside? Are you getting eggs?" "Get more, I love eggs."
Huh?
Josh was shocked and looked back. How did the goose know he was going to get bird eggs? And why would it want to eat eggs? Maybe Josh's surprise was too obvious, and the goose moved aside a little.
Gaga, why are you so surprised?
Am I wrong? At that moment, a white heron arrived late, but it heard their conversation. "Gugu, even our birds eat bird eggs. You don't need to be surprised, little farmer. Gugu, it's true. We can have more eggs. We love eating them." Well, okay. Josh didn't know what to say. Birds eating bird eggs didn't seem so bad. Some birds even steal eggs from others to eat. After thinking it over, he felt okay about taking the eggs from the kitchen. The egg whites, yolks, and fish bones all went into the stomach of the brown-headed vultures. The black bird even showed off a little in front of the other birds, which made them angry. Soon, there were feathers everywhere. In the end, the experienced brown-headed vulture won the fight. It was just a playful fight, and since Josh didn't use any special powers, he didn't stop them. There are also several monsters larger than the brown-headed vulture. They don't really bully the weak. The brown-headed vulture should be more lively. If it always looks so gloomy like in a professional office, Josh would really feel uncomfortable. But a troublesome problem has arisen: whipping the egg whites. Josh rolled up her sleeves and sighed deeply. She had enough egg whites to fill half a basin. How much strength does it take to whip that much? She found a few clean, long wooden sticks, held the basin, and started stirring wildly clockwise. She was exhausted and panting, but all she managed was a bunch of bubbles, so tiring. The brown-headed vulture watched Josh whip the egg whites, tilted its head, and took advantage of her catching her breath. It whipped up a small breeze, controlling the stick to spin like a tornado. However, the vulture's control over the wind was still weak. The wind was too strong, and soon the egg whites in the basin were whipped out of control. They splattered everywhere. Only Josh's quick action in holding the basin tightly kept the egg whites from flying away. It let out two sad croaks and apologized to Josh, as if it had messed things up. Josh looked at the vulture happily and said, "Thank you, Brownie. You reminded me." The vulture's wind control was too strong and easy to lose control. That's okay, there are many small birds around here. They can't all be weak in wind power. So, the first wind sparrow tried. Its wind was a little weak, but that's okay. If the wind isn't enough, more birds can join in. It's not about being small, but about being big enough. Then, the large web-footed sandgrouse also joined in. Thanks, everyone. Those who help can get a box of fish balls. When this was said, all the little birds became excited and eager to try. Even large birds like white herons wanted to join, but Josh refused them. However, they all caught big fish, and the fish balls they shared were larger than those of the small birds. After some advice from Josh, they didn't say anything more. The small birds formed teams. One team got tired, then another took over. Before the fourth team could go, Josh felt the egg white foam was almost ready. There was no big enough basin to hold all the fish paste and foam, so they asked the grass-eating spectators outside, big yaks, to help. The yaks made a huge ice basin, added seasonings, and stirred everything, so Josh didn't have to worry about mixing. The brown-headed vultures found it much easier to control the wind to stir the fish paste than to beat egg whites.
It was a quick job for them.
The water was boiling, and now it was time to make the fish balls. Josh casually moved a stone to sit on and started shaping the fish balls. He also told the small birds to watch the fire. They only needed a small flame. If the fire got too big or too small, they should help by fanning it, which would give them more fish balls. They cooked 5 pots of fish balls in total. It was enough to share with the birds, and there were still plenty left. Less than half of the fish had been used. A small idea started to form in Josh's mind. He kept some fish balls for himself and the brown-headed vultures and shared the rest with the small birds. The birds happily ate and took some, flying around excitedly. But Josh wasn't doing this out of kindness. These fish balls were just bait. He cleared his throat and said, "I want to hire small birds to catch fish and make fish balls for me long-term. Is there any bird willing to do this?" Chirp, chirp, and caw-caw sounds filled the air.
I am willing, I am willing.
I am also willing.
Meh, meh, meh.
Many small birds are not very good at catching fish. If they could use their strength to exchange for fish balls, wouldn't that be better than just catching fish? Very good. The first step is done. If any small bird brings me a magical fish, I will pay double for its fish balls. Caw-caw. Okay. This time, it's the big birds cheering. They caught bigger, better fish, but they get the same as the smaller birds working hard.
No wonder they have thoughts about that.
But, Josie emphasized, you can't catch intelligent magical fish. I won't accept those. Not all magical creatures are smart, and not only intelligent animals have abilities. Many animals can simply use their elemental powers but lack intelligence, like the dove fish Josie caught earlier, or the sharp-toothed pig from the market's canned food factory. These magical creatures only have strength, but their brains are like ordinary animals, so they are not protected by law. However, intelligent magical creatures are different. They are protected by law and can communicate with humans, like the small birds outside. Josie can't kill such small lives for profit, so she made this clear in advance. It's common in the wild for high-level predators to hunt lower-level ones, but Josie doesn't want to, and she won't, intentionally kill intelligent magical creatures. As for the birds, she doesn't interfere, but she won't accept those kinds of fish. Caw-caw. The big birds agreed too. All right, everyone go back and rest today. Tomorrow morning, I will select the top 10 birds to make fish balls for me. Oh, and I won't be accepting fish tomorrow. Josie pointed to the remaining ice fish. I need to use these first. If I need fish later, how should I notify you? White Egret stood up and said, "Little farmer, I go to forage at the Glimmer Lake every morning. If you need small fish, you can ask that big black bird to let me know, and I will tell everyone." The birds chirped in agreement. Josh nodded and said, "Thank you very much." After the discussion, the birds flew away. Josh waved his hand to let the brown-headed vulture come down, called out to the cave rock mouse at the entrance, and asked it to come out. One person, one bird, one mouse, and one cow sat quietly in the barn talking. "I want to make fish balls to sell at the free market. What do you think?" The brown-headed vulture finally understood that Josh planned to hire those noisy little birds long-term to sell at the market. It was surprised it had been upset earlier. The big black bird's face showed a shy expression, but Josh didn't see it because it was all black. Chirp, chirp, the cave rock mouse supported unconditionally. It knew that earning money could buy more things, and it liked having more things, so it liked earning money. Croak, croak, I will help you. The brown-headed vulture agreed too. Moo, Josh, you'll be very tired. The big-tail yak didn't say yes or no, but only cared about Josh's health. Josh hugged the big-tail yak and said, I know. Don't worry, big-tail yak. I heard that the large secret space areas open once every 10 days. Usually, they tightly control the space cracks to prevent foreign creatures. During those days, the most people go in and out. I can only do it on those days, okay? The big-tail yak mooed, showing it only cared about Josh's health. If it's once every 10 days, that's fine. The next day, Josh hired 10 small birds led by the great webbed sand goose to be the first workers in his small workshop. Let's get started. The brown-headed vultures helped Josh cut large pieces of fish. The birds took turns chopping fish paste and whipping egg whites. After working together smoothly, they finished faster than yesterday. The most time-consuming part was shaping the fish balls. Josh first boiled a pot of water to cook his lunch and the birds' portion. After resting, he slowly shaped the fish balls. The weather was getting warmer, with fresh green grass and colorful flower buds everywhere. Josh was leisurely shaping the fish balls, feeling very relaxed. Tomorrow is the 10th, so he plans to take the fish balls to the market to try selling them. But what container should he use? Folding paper leaves won't do. As he shaped the fish balls, Josh thought about various problems for tomorrow. He cooled the cooked fish balls in ice water to make them firmer. Then, he let the vultures blow dry the surface water. After that, the big yak would quickly freeze the fish balls. Although freezing and then thawing makes the fish balls shrink, Josh had to do this to keep them fresh. Besides, people who haven't tried fish balls wouldn't know if they shrank or not. As for the containers to hold the fish balls, Josh thought for a long time, but couldn't find a good solution. Tomorrow he would visit the market. If nothing else, he would buy some bowls and wash them. After thinking about many things, Josh realized all his containers were already filled with frozen fish balls, and the house was filled with their fresh aroma. He took a deep breath. The fish balls smelled so good. But even the tastiest food can't be eaten every day. Now he couldn't eat any more fish balls. Tonight, he decided to eat something else. Since there was still some time, Josh planned to go to the fields and orchards, which he hadn't visited in days. The taro plants were growing strongly, with tender shoots hanging from the leaves. The purple-red taro flowers had bloomed. If he didn't pick them, big taro bulbs would soon grow. Josh listened carefully and didn't hear any complaints. The big yak's droppings were still very useful. Over the past few days, small birds passing by to eat fish balls also helped use Yution by removing insects, so there were no other problems. The flat beans had spread all over the farmland, starting to bloom with small blue-purple flowers. Occasionally, a few white fluffy bears would greet Josh. They still needed some time before they could produce beans. For now, they just needed time. The first stop on the way to the fruit forest was the bitter candy tree grove. Since the last visit, the trees were full of dense bitter candies, weighing down the branches and making them droop. The trees looked tired, so it was probably time to harvest the candies. The giant fruit lemon grove also had new pink flower buds on the branches. Although there were few fruits, each one was as big as a watermelon. They were larger than before, and even bigger than normal-sized fruits. Maybe the ash from burning weeds and branches helped fertilize them. Each tree was growing very well. At the edge of the forest, Josh saw the shells of greedy beetles and some remains of young insects, probably leftovers eaten by brown-headed vultures. The woodpecker with a strong beak was right. There really are many bugs near the forest. Brown-headed vultures are very capable. They quietly took care of so many insects. A few remaining orange and sweet persimmon trees caught Josh's eye, but he quickly moved on. There was no big problem. These trees weren't in season, so they showed no noticeable changes. On the way back, Josh heard the faint call of tiny-footed bees. Curious, he went over to look at their hive. What he saw surprised him. The hive was full of honey, overflowing and starting to drip down. Josh, you should take some honey quickly. Our hive is almost full, buzzed the queen bee urgently. The nearby white fluffy bear also complained. To slow down the filling here, I haven't gone out to gather pollen for a long time. Josh, you should take some. It was the perfect time for spring flowers to bloom. Josh didn't expect that their two groups working together would be so effective, producing so much honey that the giant hive was completely full. Their hive had grown large enough. If they kept expanding, there wouldn't be enough bees to take care of it, and the extra honey would go to waste. Carefully, Josh cut pieces of honeycomb with a knife and placed them in the temporary freezer made by the big-tailed yak. The big containers on the farm were too few. He definitely needed to buy more at the market tomorrow. After cutting about 1/5 of the honeycomb, the freezer was full. Josh stored the box in his space and thanked the little bees, saying, "White fluffy bear bees and slender-legged bees, thank you for the honey. I will plant more flowers and fruit trees on the farm for you to gather nectar." The buzzing sound from the bees seemed to say, "It's only right, Josh. You gave us the right to harvest on the farm. This is our reward." The buzzing also seemed to say, "Yes, and in the past 2 days, ever since that big black bird came, no bad hornet has dared to bother us." The little bees chattered happily about how good Josh was, but it seemed they praised the brown-headed vulture even more. Unexpectedly, besides killing pests, the brown-headed vulture also kept the orchard safe. After saying goodbye to the little bees, Josh found a stone near the orchard and sat down, thinking about the big box of honey. He felt a bit troubled. How could he make the most of its value? The fruit should also be picked, but he was too busy. Wait, fruit! An idea came to Josh's mind. Back in the orchard, Josh called over the brown-headed vulture, which was taking a nap, and asked it to help blow a gust of wind. The wind knocked down many ripe bitter candies. Josh picked them up from under the tree. They fell in a dense pile. Picking them up was easy, as there was nothing to store them in. Since the fridge might freeze and spoil the fruit, Josh decided to put as many as possible into his space backpack. He also squeezed several ripe giant lemon fruits into the remaining space, which made the backpack too heavy again, reducing its lifespan. Finally, Josh used his hands to hold the freshly dug sweet potatoes and beans inside his clothes pocket, then sat on the big yak, holding a large bunch of wild scallions he had gathered from the orchard, and slowly headed back to the farm cottage. It wasn't that the yak couldn't run fast, it was just that Josh was holding a bunch of things in his arms and pocket. If he ran quickly, everything would fall apart, so he could only walk slowly home. Luckily, the fire was still burning. Josh dug a small hole in the ashes and threw the sweet potatoes and beans into it. Tonight, they would have a simple, natural meal. While waiting for the crops to ripen, Josh held the wild scallions under the faucet, carefully washing them. He chopped them into small pieces to sell with fish balls tomorrow, adding some color and visual appeal. Then, he threw 2/3 of the fruits from his space backpack into the shipping box to lighten the load. The remaining fruits would be saved for use at the market tomorrow. Finally, he took out the large freezer in his space that stored honey, had the big yak reinforce it, because the long storage caused the ice element's power to dissipate. If the freezer broke, Josh would have nowhere to store his honey, and he'd be very upset. Carrying worries in his mind, Josh felt heavy all night and couldn't sleep well. Before dawn, he jumped out of bed and called the empty rock mouse at the cave entrance a few times, successfully waking it up. He borrowed a steel walnut from it. The items were a bit many, and the space backpack simply couldn't hold everything. The small squirrel's iron nut was more reliable. Josh put all the household pots, bowls, and utensils, anything he might need later, into the iron nut. He even packed the large stones from his home in case he couldn't find suitable ones for the stove. Once everything was ready, Josh climbed onto the back of the big tail yak and set off. He ran forward quickly. Today, he had a lot of things to carry, but he needed to reach the market before dawn. Otherwise, he wouldn't get a good spot, let alone set up the stove. The big tail yak sprinted fast, carrying Josh along the road. They really arrived at the free market before sunrise. This time, it was no small effort. Josh chose a good spot near the main road, right at a few intersections. While there were still few people, he quickly took out his items from the iron nut and set up the stove frame. Not far away, 2 grocery vendors saw this and exclaimed in shock, "How can such a big space device hold so many things? Even stones are stuffed inside. What a waste." Another vendor nudged him and said, "Did you see that big magical beast? High-level magical beasts don't run away. It must be the young lady from that household. Us ordinary folks can't compare. Yes, yes, let's stay away and go over there." The two hurriedly packed up and ran off. Meanwhile, the small farmer Josh, who was still worried about finding cups and bowls, didn't realize he was being watched behind his back. If he knew, he would definitely be annoyed. No wonder the young lady from that household wanted to do her own farming. He told the big-tail yak to watch the stall. Then, Josh headed to the handicraft shop. The free market was divided into sections. Near that area, most stalls sold handmade equipment, tools, and some small miscellaneous goods. Josh looked around and saw many different stalls, but none selling bowls. Who would set up a stall to sell bowls here? He thought he should check inside a shop instead. "Hey, what's that?" Josh saw a little girl shaping something with her hands. She picked up a piece of bark-like material and kneaded it randomly a few times until it formed a rough shape. "What is this?" she asked, leaning in closer. "It's plasticized bark. Do you need some?" The girl showed Josh the items on her stall. Josh picked up a small bucket from her stall. It felt smooth and light, just like the plastic bowls he used before. "How much for one?" he asked carefully. "It's good if it's cheap, but too expensive isn't okay. The small ones are 8 yuan, the big ones 10 yuan, and the larger ones are priced separately." Maybe seeing that Josh was interested in buying, the girl enthusiastically showed him different sizes. "Can it hold hot things? Will water leak out?" "Yes, it can. Sometimes, when storage space is tight, groups use these as pots and bowls. Very practical. Of course, it won't break unless you pull hard and tear it apart. It can last a long time." The price was affordable, it was lightweight, and it could be stacked to save space. It seemed much better than buying stone or wooden bowls. "That's the one. Can you make them now?" "I need 50 bowls and 50 cups." "How long will it take?" Since he had decided, he wanted to finish quickly and not waste time. "Very fast. I am a plasticizer, and I can make them quickly." "Where is your stall?" "I can come over and make them there," the girl Maria said excitedly, happy to get a big order right away. "That's even better, so he wouldn't waste time here." "And your stall?" Josh hesitated. It was just him. If he left, no one would be there to watch his stall. "It's okay." Maria jumped up and waved vigorously at a distance. "Dad, please have my little brother watch over here. I just got a big order, so hurry up." Soon a smaller boy ran over from a nearby stall. "Little brother, I got a big order. Watch over it carefully, and I'll buy you something tasty," Maria said confidently to him. The little boy nodded honestly. "Okay, I'll wait here for you, sister." She then felt relieved and took the plastic-coated bark, following Josie. Seeing a huge magical beast at Josie's stall, the girl immediately showed strong envy. "Customer, what kind of magical beast is that? It's so big. If only we had one at home." Josie smiled. "It's a large-tailed yak, a big beast from the snowy lands. Is it a high-level magical beast?" Maria asked curiously. Josie nodded. "Yes." "Wow," Maria whispered in surprise. "So it's a high-level magical beast. So mighty." No wonder the girl asked. Usually, big size or high-level means powerful, but middle-level magical beasts aren't always stronger than low-level ones. For example, a medium-sized lamb with little fighting experience might even be eaten by a low-level lion or tiger. Nothing is absolute. Of course, when it comes to high-level magical beasts, the chances are much lower. Only wise creatures can reach that level, with strong fighting minds. They're no longer easy for lower-tier magical beasts to defeat. While chatting and working on their tasks, they exchanged names, added contact info, and agreed to buy from Maria again if needed. The pot was bubbling, and Josie carefully added fish balls. As soon as they hit the hot soup, the fresh aroma spread out, warming away the morning chill. At this time, many people were passing by on the street, attracted by the aroma, but no one had tried it yet. Doing business is normal, and Xiaoxu was not worried. She served 2 bowls to Maria, who had just finished making them. "Maria, try this and see how it tastes." Maria had just used the leftover bits from the bowl to make small spoons for Xiaoxu. She couldn't be stingy and not share the fish balls with her. "1 bowl is enough, no need for so much." Thank you, sister, Maria said confidently as she took the first bowl. She didn't plan to take a second one. It would be too embarrassing. This one is for your brother. Didn't you promise to bring him something delicious? Xiaoxi asked. Maria hadn't forgotten, but she felt a little shy. She could see that Xiaoxi genuinely wanted to give her something, so she accepted graciously. Thank you, sister. No problem. Hurry and try it, Xiaoxi said eagerly, eager to see if the local people liked it. This was important for the fishball business to succeed long-term. Maria gently blew on the steaming fishball soup, took a small sip, and her eyes lit up. She scooped a fishball into her mouth. It was tender and soft, and after eating one, she wanted another. Delicious. Sister, this is so tasty, Maria said happily, holding her small bowl and smiling at Xiaoxi with her cheeks flushed from the steam. Xiaoxi looked at her, feeling unfamiliar. But Maria seemed familiar enough in the market, so she wasn't lying. While Maria excitedly talked to Xiaoxi, some others nearby were tempted to try as well.
I want to see how good it really is.
Dar licked his lips and approached Xiaoxi's stall. Josh scooped a bowl for him with a big spoon, sprinkled some chopped green onions on top, and didn't bother about the cost. He let him taste the flavor first. Dale didn't have the patience to sip the soup slowly. He ate one fishball after another quickly. There were acquaintances nearby waiting to hear his opinion. Seeing him not speak and just keep eating, they understood what was going on. Come on, I'll have a bowl too. Me too. Before long, they sold about a dozen bowls. The price was low, 10 Federation points per bowl. Don't be fooled by the low price. Ordinary food usually doesn't sell for much. But items infused with energy attributes are priced insanely high. Only energy-rich foods can help ability users maintain and improve their powers. Many people keep entering expedition teams to explore secret realms, mainly to find more items like fruit essence. They eat these to get stronger, defend against realm invasions, and launch counterattacks. Thinking too much, Josh snapped back to reality. When he saw more people gathering, he quickly settled the bill with Maria and told her to leave first. He was busy and didn't have time to chat. Water here was quite convenient. Every shop had a water supply installed by the Federation at the corner. Josh took the dirty bowls he collected, pulled out some bubble fruit from his bag, squeezed it a few times to produce bubbles, and quickly finished washing. Running a business is like this, busy in waves. Right now, there were no customers. Josh just finished writing the sign for selling energy honey and placed it aside. As soon as he put it up, people started coming. Ordinary food and energy-infused food are worlds apart. The customer flow for these two is on completely different levels. Energy honey? What kind of bee produces it, and what attribute does it have? The visitor was a lone explorer warrior, asking the key questions. It's cold-resistant and also has some health-boosting effects. Rarely seen, the little-footed bee is something Josh doesn't want many people to know about. If she can avoid mentioning it, she will. Can I try a little? The warrior asked. Of course, Josh agreed. She reached for the honey, but suddenly remembered it was stored in the fridge. If she took out a big box, it might spoil or get damaged, which wouldn't be good. Please wait a moment, Josh said. She walked behind the big tail yak, pretending to get something, but actually she used a plastic cup to pour a small amount of honey for the buyer to test. If someone really wanted to buy, they should bring their own container. This is a seller's market, so even without providing a container, the honey would still sell well. Watching Josh go behind the yak, the explorer stepped back 2 steps. Although he returned to the city, he knew this yak was a high-level magical beast and remained cautious. When he saw Josh carrying a small cup, he relaxed a little. However, he asked, "Are you using this to store the attribute honey? It can easily lose its energy. Today is my first time selling here, so I haven't prepared containers yet." "Please forgive me," Josh replied. She had never thought about this issue before. It seems she can't stockpile too much honey. She needs to sell it quickly. Using a clean spoon, Josh scooped a little for him to taste. Ability users can better sense the quality of attribute foods. Sure enough, as soon as he tasted the honey, he nodded. He took a glass bottle from his space pouch and asked, "Can I fill this with honey and sell it for 3,000 Federation points?" Josh estimated it was about 2.5 cups in size. 3,000 points was a fair price. All right, you can have it, she said, taking the bottle from the warrior. She then went behind the yak again, filled it, and handed it to him. Originally, Josh planned to sell only a small amount of pure honey. However, since the energy was still overflowing, she decided to sell as much as possible. Today, there were indeed many people. She thought the crowd would come in waves, giving her some time to rest, but many explorers came out of the secret realm one after another, eager to eat something fresh before heading to the battlefield. Fearing they might miss out on fresh food inside, they also bought a lot of fish balls. Since the second wave of visitors, Josh didn't stop. She kept boiling and selling all morning. She was so busy that she couldn't even greet everyone who asked about honey. She had to put away her sign and tell them to come back at noon. Most explorers brought their own bowls, so she didn't have to wash many dishes, which saved her a lot of effort. At noon, the sun was very hot and fewer people came. Josh packed up her pots and bowls and finally found a shady spot to sit and rest. But the big yak couldn't stand the heat. Under such a hot sun, it was no longer hiding behind her to pretend to be honey. She bought a plain bread for lunch. While eating, she looked around at the craft shops. To sell expensive items, they needed to look good. She wanted a nice jar to hold the honey, preferably one that could reduce energy leakage. She found a shop that sold various small space devices, like space backpacks, belts, wristbands, and even space hairbands. In the corner, she saw a crystal gourd-shaped space device. She asked the clerk and was lucky enough to find a good deal. This crystal gourd has been in the store for a long time. It has a decent capacity and looks nice. It can also help reduce slight energy leakage. It is specially made to hold liquids. Originally, it was meant for those pioneering warriors to store wine, but because of its pinkish color and somewhat large size, it wasn't suitable for long expeditions, so no one wanted it. Later, I thought about lowering the price and selling it to other merchants as a space container, but they said it was too small and not easy to carry, so no one bought it. When Josh asked, the shop assistant immediately gave her a discount and took her to pay, as if she would change her mind if she hesitated for a second. The gourd bottle is made of semi-transparent crystal. Josh filled it with honey, and it held quite a lot, about 2/3 full. After instructing Big Tail Yak to freeze and secure the remaining honey again, she put it into the iron walnut and decided to try selling it first. In the afternoon, Josh cleaned up the stove from the morning, set up a table, and placed an ice bucket nearby. She sliced a giant fruit lemon, added a spoonful of honey and a slice of lemon, then poured a glass of iced water.
Tajda.
The honey lemon water was ready. Since it was hot outside, she decided to sell lemon water in the afternoon. She told Big Tail Yak to walk a bit farther to cool off and arranged the honey display, then prepared to continue her business. Although it was spring, the midday sun was very strong. Josh pulled her hat down a bit to avoid the heat, feeling exhausted. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in front of her. "Little boss, hello. Your business is really good. You've been busy all morning. You must be tired," said the customer who had wanted to buy honey earlier that morning. "Not tired. Making money is never tiring," Josh smiled. How could she complain about being tired at her stall? That would be bad luck. She actually hoped to be busier and more exhausted. "Please fill this jar for me." Mr. Blair handed over a delicate wooden jar. "Of course, I will give you 2,000 Federation points." The guest had been waiting all morning. Josh felt a bit guilty, so he paused to pour a glass of honey lemon water and offered it to him. No need, little boss," the guest said before Josh could finish. Josh quickly handed him the glass. "It's nothing special, just a small drink. The guest has waited so long. I can't offer much, but I can let you try this drink. Give it a taste and see how it is," Josh said with a smile. The guest also smiled. "All right, let me try it," he said, then tilted his head and took a sip. Mr. Blair was captivated by this small, fresh drink. The sourness mixed with the sweet honey, and it even contained a hint of special energy. The hot afternoon heat was instantly cooled by this little beverage. Very good. I didn't expect the combination of giant fruit lemon and honey to blend so well. It completely took away my heat. Excellent, I like it very much.
Thank you, he said.
Hearing the answer he wanted, Josh smiled. That's good. I was worried people wouldn't like this drink. Now that I have a guest enjoying it, I feel more at ease. Mr. Blair finished the last sip of his lemon water, savored it, and said, "This afternoon, the hot secret realm will send out expedition warriors. I think, little boss, you should prepare in advance. This drink is very good for cooling off, and I believe they will like it." Really? Hearing this insider news, Josh's eyes lit up. He sincerely thanked Mr. Blair. "It's nothing, just a small matter. Thanks again for this wonderful drink," Mr. Blair said before turning to leave. Josh thought about the news he received and sliced the giant fruit lemon he brought, arranging the slices neatly. Josh also tried the bitter candy brought by the honey, adding honey and ice water to taste. After drinking a sip, she felt a slight boost of energy. It was pretty good, though still not as good as honey lemon water. But it was acceptable. Looking at it, it still seemed a bit plain, and not very impressive. It just looked like a table full of cups with no clear purpose. Then, Josh called over the large tail yak resting nearby. "Big tail yak, make me a big bowl. Big and deep," she said, gesturing with her hands like a wooden bucket used for serving rice on a dining table. "Make it cold for a longer time. I want to use it to make a cold drink so everyone will know what I'm selling as soon as they see it." The big tail yak nudged Josh and successfully made a large ice bowl. Josh arranged delicate shapes with ice cubes inside the bowl. Behind the ice, she placed 3 lemon slices in a fan shape. She scooped a generous spoonful of honey, pouring it in. The small ice mountain was coated in a golden hue, like a shining mountain of gold. Behind it, the lemon slices looked like a refreshing coolness under the hot sun. Josh placed the ice bowl at the front of the table so passers-by could see it immediately, sure to catch their attention. Next to it, she set up a small sign she had just written. Who wouldn't be tempted? She was very confident. Since she didn't have mint leaves, Josh took a bunch of willow leaves from the roadside, washed them clean, and added a leaf to the ice bowl for decoration. The tender green leaves added a cool touch. She also made herself a willow leaf crown, fixed it securely on her head, and it stayed steady and cool. She made 2 small rings from willow leaves for the big tail yak to wear on its horns. Why not put them on its head? Because the yak's head is too big, haha. As the crowd grew, she quickly arranged herself to attract customers, washed her hands, and prepared to start working. It didn't take long before Josh saw a group of dark-complexioned men and women walking over with a strong presence, clearly fresh from the battlefield. She felt a bit nervous. These people were tall and broad, walking toward her from afar. If they hadn't pointed at the ice bowl, she might have thought she had done something wrong. "Would you like a glass of honey lemon water?" The precious energy honey combined with magic fruit, giant fruit, and magic fruit juice will cool you down instantly, she said confidently, still familiar with her product despite feeling nervous. When making money, you can't be nervous. "How much does it cost?" "What kind of lemon water is this?" asked the girl inside, who was the first to notice the ice bowl and pointed out to others. "Hello, 31 cups, 2 for 50. The more you buy, the more you save." Josh quickly took out a cup of honey, scooped a spoonful into it in front of them, poured it into ice water, added 2 lemon slices, and handed it to her. "Try it. If you don't like it, you don't have to pay." Brenda smiled playfully. It was just ordinary giant fruit juice. What could be so special? She took a small sip. Seeing her, Josh said, "Customer, drinking it in big gulps is the best." She glanced at Josh and said confidently, "I know, no need to remind me." Then she casually took a sip. Wow. The coolness reached her heart, soothing her inner heat and frustration. It really felt great. After finishing, Brenda slammed the cup onto the table heavily. Her companions thought she was about to lose her temper and try to stop her, but she said, "One more cup." "What? One more? Why make such a fuss?" The group looked at each other in disbelief. Brianna turned to look at the faces of the other teams, which looked like dead fish, and she punched each of them hard. Before they could fight back, she crossed her arms and said, "I warned you, if you drink, you won't regret it for life. Whether you drink or not, if it tastes bad, you can come back and complain." The others looked at each other. This girl, Brianna, was up to something tricky. They would have to find a chance to get back at her later. Well, let's give it a try. Besides Brianna's cup, there were 5 more cups. Josh generously added half a spoonful of honey to each one. They weren't fools. People who spend years in secret realms can tell good energy food from bad. This honey was rare, made by tiny-footed bees, for sure. People willing to sell such high-quality honey were happy to try it. They just didn't know if the taste would be as good as Brianna claimed. Josh squeezed lemon slices to get the juice, quickly added ice water and honey. Done. Ah, so refreshing. One strong man finished drinking and sighed happily. The others weren't much behind. Everyone was conquered by the honey lemon water. What could be more refreshing on a hot day than a glass of icy lemon water? If you ask the team members now, they would say nothing. Lemon water is irreplaceable. As expected from a team that works together in expeditions, even drinking lemon water became a team activity. Josh saw the lady send a message on her communicator, and soon, the stall was crowded with people. Then, cups of lemon water kept coming, soothing the restless hearts of these warriors. Several people, clearly unable to drink anymore, were reluctant to return their cups to Josie, causing those behind them to have no cups left and only their own to use. Some even took out their camping kettles, asking Josie to fill them up. They planned to save the drinks for later, filling their containers a few times and collecting money each time. Josie kept stopping them, saying that once the ice melted, the flavor would be greatly reduced. The best tasting period was only half an hour, so they should just drink now. The cost of a spoonful of honey and 2 slices of lemon was surprisingly low, much cheaper than fish balls, and it didn't tire her out. Josie spent the whole afternoon smiling happily. Some people also showed interest in buying honey separately and bought quite a bit. But it wasn't exactly interest. Greedy Josie deliberately hid her honey-selling sign. Selling it spoon by spoon earned her much more money than selling bottles at once. She didn't plan to sell honey anymore, but a gust of wind blew her small sign away, leaving her no choice but to sell it. On the bright side, she didn't have to worry about energy loss anymore, as she had already solved that problem in advance. Later, when the lemon slices ran out, Josie suggested trying bitter candies. Surprisingly, everyone who drank lemon water complained that the candies were a mistake, saying they were bitter and not as good as plain water, not worth comparing to lemon water. Well, if she hadn't tasted them herself, she might have been fooled by their complaints. The candies weren't as good as lemon water, but they weren't terrible either. After that, the people who came later gave high praise to the honey and bitter candy water. It showed that some people truly appreciate good taste. As for those who loudly claimed they had no taste, Josie could only say, "Don't be so negative. I still need to sell my products." Before the sun sets, Josh finally clears everything out. Today's sales were good, but everything was sold one piece at a time. No matter how fast she couldn't sell much more since she carried so many items. Surprisingly, everything sold out. Haha, Josh felt very happy inside. She packed up her stall, and now it was time for big shopping. Her home needed better containers, so she bought some. She also bought cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. She picked out some delicate little items and new kinds of seeds she hadn't seen before. Basically, she bought a lot of things. After shopping, Josh felt all her tiredness disappear. She was only happy now. Near her, there was a small construction site. Josh went over to look and had an idea. Her farm cottage had only been cleaned on the first floor since she arrived. The basement and the big storage next to it were full of dust. When she went inside, her face was covered in dirt. She hadn't thought she could do it all by herself, so she just left it for now. She decided to ask about fixing it. "Hello, how many Federation points would it cost to repair a standard farm cottage? May I ask how big the house is? Does it include the basement and any dangerous areas?" She hadn't measured the exact size, but excluding the big storage, about 60 to 70% of the cottage needed repairs. "Sorry, I haven't measured the exact size. It includes the basement, but there are no dangerous areas. It's just nearby on the farm," Josh said, feeling a little embarrassed. She shouldn't have asked so suddenly. She should have checked the details first and been less impulsive. Gobin smiled knowingly. He was used to customers like Josh, who often didn't know much about their own houses. They had seen it all before and were prepared. Pay 1,000 Federation points to get on-site inspection services. If the project proceeds smoothly later, this fee will be included in the total project cost, with any overpayment refunded. Josh nodded. The service seemed quite thoughtful, but the refund if overpaid was just their usual talk. I'd like to learn more about your construction team. Is that okay? Josh asked, wanting to see how good their team really was. Of course. Gobin took out a few business cards and explained, our team currently has 11 members. A strong ape, 3 mud monsters, 2 mop dogs, a cloth cat, plus 2 of our staff, and a sawtooth mantis. Since our team was formed, we've handled countless projects of all sizes. All experienced workers with over 5 years of experience. Choosing us won't make you regret it. Wow, that sounds impressive and convincing. I'll pay a deposit first. When can you come over to inspect? Gobin eagerly agreed. We can go anytime. Please add me on a contact number and send the address so I can check. Okay. They exchanged contact information and Josh sent him the address of the micro-light farm. It's a bit far, customer, but that's okay. We can leave right now. No need to rush. Josh politely declined. He hadn't finished exploring yet, and it was getting late. By the time they arrive at the farm, it might be dark, which wouldn't be suitable. Oh, sorry, I was too eager. My apologies. Gobin quickly realized he might have made a mistake and kept apologizing. That's fine. How about tomorrow afternoon? Is that okay? Josh shook his head casually, showing he wasn't upset. It was clear the young man was just talkative and had no bad intentions. Good customer. Thank you for your patience. We will finish our survey before your afternoon tea, and we won't delay your tea time. My name is Gobin, and my brother Desai will accompany me. Okay, my name is Josh. I hope we have a good cooperation. We will definitely satisfy you. After a brief chat with Gobin, Josh continued with his shopping. As a mature farm owner, how can there not be enough stored food at home? Food lovers, I am here to spice things up. White bread, ham, sausage, crispy snacks, mint water, fresh meat. By the time Josh and the big yak returned home, it was already dark, and only flickering fireflies kept them company. As soon as they stepped onto the farm, they heard the cawing of brown-headed vultures and the chattering of small squirrels. Sorry, brown-headed vultures and ground mice. I bought a lot today, so I took some extra time. Don't worry, we are safe and sound. Come and see what good things I bought today. Haha, we made good money today. You don't know how well this honey water and fish balls sell. Josh excitedly told them everything he saw and experienced today. Whether they understood or not didn't matter. Just listening with their ears was enough. The brown-headed vultures seemed unsure how to reply, and the ground mouse, being a simple country mouse, understood even less. The only one who could understand was the big yak, who was already dozing off. But it didn't matter. The important thing was having their company. Another fulfilling day had passed. Good night. Josh slept very deeply that night. He was extremely tired, so tired. Although he was energetic during the day, his body simply couldn't hold up anymore. When she woke up and realized it was almost noon, she decided to have lunch right away, a little earlier than others. She organized everything she bought yesterday so she could find things easily when needed. She also returned the iron walnut to the little squirrel and prepared to start cooking lunch. She took out the pork ribs she bought yesterday. Josh planned to make a different version of lotus root and rib soup from another world. Don't ask how she got the ribs. She was so excited when she saw someone selling pork. It turned out most of the pork was sold whole, and her request for just the bones was quite unreasonable. In the end, she paid half the price of a pig to buy all the bones from that pig, and she also got 4 pig's trotters for free. This pig was carefully chosen by her. They said it was a mutant of some magical beast. Both big and small meat was tender, but Josh doubted their words. She only dared to try a small pig, not wanting to face a wild pig right away. She took about 2 pounds of ribs and soaked them in water to defrost and remove blood. The rest was divided into portions and frozen for later. Recently, she found some plants that looked like ginger. Today, she planned to dig them up and see if they were different. Behind the small hut, in the weeds, Josh pulled hard on a stem, only pulling out the stalk. She used a small hoe to dig around the area carefully, afraid of damaging the ginger inside. She finally uncovered the soil and took out the ginger intact. She sniffed it smelled right. She carefully broke off a small piece, licked it. Wow, very spicy. The flavor was correct. Now, she just needed to cook a pot of ribs to test it. There was a glowing lotus root pond nearby. Josh had seen strange big birds digging for lotus roots to eat. This time, she also went to dig some. She put on her waterproof leg covers, which she bought yesterday. She couldn't wait to use them. Josh asked the big yak and the brown-headed vulture to watch her. If anything went wrong, they should freeze the mud to save her life. The big yak felt helpless. It was easy to solve with a simple turn of the land, but Josh refused. If she found out, she would definitely shout for help. This action would ruin the small lotus pond in front of her. She didn't want to give up just because of a little trouble. She just wanted to pick some lotus roots, a small task. No way. To get the lotus roots from the deep mud, Josh used her foot to feel for the direction of the roots. As soon as she sensed them, she reached in to grab. But the mud was thick, and she almost had her face buried in it before she could get the roots. The roots were very thin, only a little thicker than a bamboo stick. Just a few of them wouldn't be enough to eat. What should she do? Just keep trying. When Josh finally pulled the lotus roots out of the water, she was covered in mud. The big yak even refused to let her touch its snowy white fur, worried she would dirty it. The brown-headed vulture's cawing echoed in the sky. What a noisy bird. Josh angrily thought, when we have soup later, I won't let them have a drop. Let them drool over it. Feeling motivated, Josh quickly took a shower to wash off the mud. Standing in front of the tap, she carefully scrubbed the lotus roots. Only after they were thoroughly cleaned did she dare to break them, afraid of getting mud inside. With a quick snap, she peeled the skin off. The blood from the ribs seeped out. Josh squeezed them hard, removing dirt, broken bones, and debris. Then she rinsed everything with clean water until it was spotless. She found a pot, put the ribs in with cold water, and added the clean ginger, smashing it before tossing it into the pot. She boiled off the foam, skimming it with a spoon. After cleaning the ingredients thoroughly, there is no need to change the water. Simply put the large pieces of lotus root into the pot and cook together. The meat is fresh, so no need to replace the water. The lotus root is only afraid of not being soft enough, so turn down the heat and simmer. While waiting, Josh made himself a cup of hot honey water. He sipped it slowly, lost in thought, feeling very relaxed. In less than an hour, when Josh poked the lotus root with chopsticks, it was already soft and easy to mash. He tasted a piece of the meat, and those people were right. It's very tender and full of aroma, soft enough to fall apart. He added a little salt, stirred it well, and then turned off the heat. Before Josh could serve the pork rib soup on the table, the little mouse was already waiting eagerly. It was very enthusiastic. Josh rewarded it with a rib piece, letting it nibble on it first. The little squirrel grabbed the rib, squealed happily, and was so excited. It chewed happily. Josh looked out the window at the bird, pretending not to care, but clearly drooling with hunger. He deliberately lifted the soup bowl closer to make the smell even stronger. It was tempting enough to make it drool. But even though it was tempting, Josh didn't want it to go hungry. When the bird wasn't paying attention, he quietly sent a small bowl of ribs up to the attic. However, Josh was just pretending not to care. The poor bird thought he was just watching and feeling sad, so it flew back to the small attic to heal itself alone. Almost, it knocked over its bowl of meat, but the smell was so good that it decided to pick it up and eat it. The little bird happily ate the ribs in the attic. The big yak was even easier to handle. Josh deliberately gave it a piece of mashed lotus root, making it think he was no longer angry. But after one bite, he didn't give it another. Haha, let it drool in frustration. The little cow's tail wagged like a helicopter blade. Eventually, it accepted Josh's teasing and got its reward. Finally, I get to eat. Josh scooped up a big bowl and eagerly started with a large piece of ribs. The ribs were tender and fell off the bone, full of meat flavor, delicious. He took a sip of soup, where the fat from the ribs had fully blended into the broth. The subtle sweetness of lotus root complemented it perfectly. He took another sip. With each bite of meat and sip of soup, Josh felt so happy because he hadn't tasted anything like this in a long time. He just wanted to eat until he was full. Oh, heavens, do you know how hard these days have been for me? After finishing the last sip of soup, Josh's belly was slightly bulging from overeating, but he still felt like he wanted more. He quickly patted his mouth and said, "Stop eating, you greedy thing." He quickly got up and cleaned the dishes, not giving himself a chance to have another bowl. There would be visitors coming to see the house in the afternoon, so Josh didn't plan to go back for a nap. Instead, he lay on a chair outside, slowly digesting his meal. After eating and drinking enough, he just wanted to rest and feel comfortable. Afternoon always passes quickly. As Josh lay on the chair, half asleep and half awake, he suddenly heard the cawing of a vulture. Someone had arrived, but the bird was just circling in the sky, not reacting. It was probably Brother Gobin arriving. The big yak must have communicated with it. He knew. Soon, he heard the sound of footsteps. A horse-drawn cart came into view, with a horse pulling it quickly. The cart was very deep, so Josh couldn't see who was inside yet. When the cart stopped, Gobin got out from the back and greeted Josh. "Hello, Miss Josh. We have arrived. Gone probably isn't the right time for your afternoon tea," Gobin joked. Josh smiled and said, "Of course, you are very punctual." At that moment, another young man jumped out of the cart. "This is my brother, Dast. And this is Josh, the owner of the farm," Gobin introduced. "Hello, I am Dax," said the man with dark skin, smiling so that only his white teeth reflected in the sunlight. "Hello," said Joshi with a nod. "Is this the house that needs repairs?" Gobin took out his gloves, slowly put them on, and observed carefully. "Yes, this is a standard small house on the farm. I just arrived this year and haven't finished cleaning it all. It has been abandoned for a while, so some walls are peeling and cracking, the roof leaks, and some upstairs floors have rotted from rainwater. Come in and take a look," Joshi said, opening the door and inviting them inside to examine the house. Okay, the two men, focused on their work, nodded and took their tools, following Joshi into the house. Gobin listened to Joshi's explanation while checking the damage around the house. The first floor is okay. The walls and floors are still in good condition, and the foundation and corners are solid. No big problems. Some windows are broken. If needed, we can replace them together. Joshi replied, "Yes, the windows need replacing. When it rains and the wind blows hard, sometimes it leaks in. Not much, but it can easily dirty my floor." Gobin nodded and took notes in a thick notebook, recording what Joshi said about replacing the windows. At the basement door, Joshi looked a bit worried and said, "It's a bit disgusting inside." "Sorry, I really can't clean it up." The two brothers looked at each other. "Miss Joshi, open it. We've been working on construction for so many years. We've seen all kinds of dirty and smelly places." "No problem," Gobin said. "All right." Josh crouched down and forcefully flipped open the basement switch. A small door swung open at an angle, and a foul, sour smell hit her face. This basement was something Josh had discovered by accident when she was cleaning the orchard a few days ago. After finally finding the switch, she went inside once and felt sick all day. She hurriedly asked the big yak to freeze the contents to reduce the smell, and she never went back inside. Dason led the way, putting on their protective masks and going down first. Gobin, behind them, told Josh, "Miss Josh, you don't need to come down with us. We have masks that can block most of the bad smell. Just wait for us upstairs." Josh nodded. She really didn't have the courage to go down again. Soon, the two of them came out of the basement, looking a bit exhausted. "Miss Josh, you were right. It really is very disgusting," Gobin said, coughing as the foul smell broke through their masks and hit his throat. "How is it? Can you handle the basement? I remember you said you also do cleaning services," Josh asked nervously, watching them closely. "Regular cleaning? Of course we can do it. But your basement is really difficult," Gobin replied. "Yes, the rotten stuff has even seeped deep into the floors and walls. Normal cleaning won't fix it. Plus, the basement connects to your house, and in summer, the smell gets worse. It might even affect your daily life," he added. "Oh no, what should I do?" Josh felt helpless. She didn't expect the previous farm owner to leave such a big mess behind when they ran away. But there's a solution. Gobin hesitated. Josh was anxious. What is it? Add more money, the two of them said in unison. Josh was a bit speechless. Her expression showed her frustration. These two were just arguing over this. But she had already prepared herself. In such a harsh environment, they definitely couldn't expect normal cleaning prices. The Gobin brothers looked a little embarrassed. Although it was a bit dishonest, not telling the truth would definitely cause them to lose money. So they used a little trick. Das' dark face also turned slightly red. Boss Josh, we didn't mean to cheat you. Everything we said is true. You know the environment, so I understand. Next time, just tell me directly, Josh said impatiently. She was feeling anxious, thinking this old problem might never be solved. Of course, they chuckled, looking very honest. But after this, Josh realized that anyone doing small business was not entirely honest. Their innocent-looking faces were just a disguise. How many Federation points do you need for this basement? Josh asked. Hearing her key question, Gobin thought for a moment and asked, I wonder if we can cut down some trees around the farm to use as materials. Of course, Josh nodded. She had the right to cut down trees within the farm and within 100 meters outside the boundary. Then, for repairing the basement, we can just cut down trees from the farm. That will save some money. The main expense is hiring the mud monster's elder, the mud monster, to eat the trash. Its factory price is 5,000 each, which is also why we raised the price, Gobin said with a bitter smile. They didn't want to ruin their good reputation either. So, Josh understood that there was nothing cheap related to these mid to high-level magical beasts. Also, after the absorption, the basement's size will increase. We need to reinforce the walls and ceiling, which will make the project a bit larger. The total cost will be around 15,000 yuan, Josh nodded. Excluding the cost of the mud monsters, they only earned about 2/3 of that, which wasn't much. However, he said, you must guarantee there will be no additional charges later. Of course. We're not that kind of people, they replied quickly, blushing with embarrassment, almost bowing to ask for forgiveness. All right, let's go see the second floor, Josh said. He didn't say whether he believed them or not. He just wanted to see the results of the follow-up work. Okay, they both sighed in relief, finally getting past this matter. The three of them stepped onto the stairs one after another. The old wooden ladder, worn out over the years, creaked loudly under their weight. Gobin, trying to flatter, said, Miss Josh, if the farm has enough wood, we can replace the stairs for free, and they'll be good to use. Josh looked over, and the two brothers showed the same honest smile. She nodded. We'll see how things go later. Thanks a lot. Gobin wiped his sweat, thinking that as contractors, they couldn't afford to offend the client early on, or it would be hard to get paid. As Josh predicted, the second floor had signs of water damage. There were dark green stains on the walls from long-term dampness, and moss had grown. The wooden floor in the corner was rotten from the rain, soft and squishy, almost seeming to seep water. The rooms that faced away from the sun had some cracks on the walls, and there were many miscellaneous items left by the previous farm owner, now covered in dust and in disrepair. A few rooms were inspected, and Gobin said, the problems on the second floor are easier to fix than those in the basement. We will remove all the moldy, rotten wooden floors and replace them with new ones. Cracks in the walls might be caused by long-term rainwater soaking, which leads to big changes in moisture levels, or it could be due to poor wall materials used when building the small house, or improper construction techniques. Our high-quality wall plaster made from mud can help fix this issue. The roof problems are caused by cracked slate tiles and falling shingles, which lead to insufficient covering. Rainwater seeps in, and over time, the house becomes airtight, trapping moisture. This causes the wooden floors and corners to get wet. Replacing the cracked slate and tiles on the roof will solve this problem, Josh nodded. As expected, professional work should be handled by experts. Hearing this, it didn't seem like a big problem anymore. Next, we will start measuring the area that needs repair, Gobin said, taking out his tools and looking at Josh. Josh nodded, signaling they could begin measuring. Soon, the brothers put away their tools. Miss Josh, The area that needs repairs on both floors is about 300 square meters. We charge based on the area. Repair and cleaning cost 127 Federation points per square meter. Since the farm provides all the wood, the total will be 38,000 Federation points. Josh thought for a moment. The price wasn't too high. After all, fixing a house costs money. She nodded in agreement. Now, on to the next task. The large warehouse was made of wood. It was empty, with only some dust and weeds inside. Most of the shelves and boxes were made of rotten wood, which is why Josh didn't have enough containers before. This is simple. Replace the rotten, insect-infested wood on the walls, fix the broken roof, level the ground, add water-resistant and insect-proof boards, then install some shelves and boxes. Miss Josh, what do you think? Josh nodded in agreement. Gobin asked again, do you happen to have ice element magical beasts on your farm? We could also paint the walls with a frost-resistant coating to help circulate the ice energy inside the warehouse, which would extend the storage time. Yes, we do, Josh replied. Yesterday, when she talked with Gobin, she didn't bring the big-tailed yak along, so he wasn't aware. That's great. Ice element magical beasts are very useful for farms, Dax complimented. If most of the materials come from the farm, we can quote you 6,000 Federation points for the warehouse. Do you want an estimate after measuring? The price is 50 per square mile, Gobin asked.
No need.
I trust you, Josh said. The large warehouse isn't small. She could tell without measuring that it's definitely over 300 square miles. Their price is fair. Can we also take a look at the cattle shed? I want to help repair it. Josh suddenly thought of the pitifully sleeping big-tailed yak in the dilapidated shed. Of course, Gobin happily agreed. He was eager for more repair work. Seeing his agreement, Josh led her brothers toward the cattle shed. When they saw the big-tailed yak, Josh sensed that both of them paused briefly. Miss Josh, what kind of magical beast is this? Dax asked excitedly. He liked tall, majestic domesticated spirits like this. It's a big-tailed yak. Oh, I know. It's a large magical beast from the snowy regions, but it looks different from ones I've seen before. It's taller. Is it a high-level magical beast? Dax stared at the big-tailed yak with admiration. Such a beautiful creature. It's obvious, isn't it? Josh gently touched the forehead of the large-tailed yak. Wow, it's really beautiful, Dax kept praising. Gobin interrupted his chatter and politely said to Josh, Dax is like this. When he sees large magical beasts, he can't help but get excited. He likes these kinds of creatures. Sorry for the trouble. No problem. It's good that someone likes the large-tailed yak, Josh said with a smile. Gobin patted Dax and scolded him lightly. Focus on the task. Don't get distracted. Ugh, brother, you're so boring. Dax sighed and looked away. This probably isn't just a simple barn. It seems to be a large animal pen. The main structure is intact. We just need to fix the holes and the roof. It's easy. You'll probably want to raise other animals later, right? I suggest dividing the space into sections for different kinds of animals. That sounds good. We'll follow your advice, Josh said. As long as she wasn't upset, she was easy to talk to. Miss Josh, we can repair the barn for free. Can we take the leftover wood from the project as payment? Gobin asked seriously. We need a lot of wood for our work. Buying it from merchants costs a lot, and the Federation doesn't allow us to cut down trees freely. Josh thought for a moment. That's fine, but you're not allowed to cut down more trees just to make a profit. I only permit you to take the remaining wood after the repairs. The brothers nodded. Of course, don't worry. So, when can we start? Josh asked. We need some time to prepare. We'll come tomorrow to cut the necessary trees. If everything is ready by next week, we can start. What do you think? Of course, I can. Watching the cart of the mischievous horse trot away, Josh took a deep breath, finally feeling relieved. She realized she really didn't enjoy dealing with people. It was so tiring. I want to cuddle the big yak. After gently teasing the big yak, Josh felt energized again. The sun was setting, and Josh went for a leisurely walk to check how the crops in the field were growing. The taro and bamboo in the field were thriving more and more. Josh also heard many calls of hunger. The animals were getting too fat, but still not enough. This was a critical growth period, and their nutritional needs were much higher than usual. Suddenly, the big yak grazing peacefully by the lake sneezed. It looked around confused, wondering why it suddenly sneezed, unaware that the mischievous farmer was planning something sneaky again. In the taro and bamboo field, Josh stroked her chin, thinking that she must have collected a big pile of manure by now. Little taro plants, don't worry. This time, I'll give you enough. The next morning, Josh put on her hat and dirty clothes and set out to gather manure. As she walked, she hummed, getting up early to gather manure, then coming back. The big yak following her closely started to feel that something was wrong. When it heard Josh singing, it realized what was happening and angrily swung its big tail to trip her. It stomped off in a huff, refusing to stay with someone who played with manure. "Humph," Josh muttered, unimpressed by the stinky cow. After carrying several baskets of manure, Josh was exhausted and panting. Why didn't she use a space backpack? Of course, it was because she wasn't strong enough yet to store manure and food in one place. She still couldn't do that. After resting for a while, Josh picked up a small bucket and fertilized the plants one by one, feeling full and satisfied. Just fertilizing wasn't enough. It hadn't rained for several days. Josh, with his dirty hands still unwashed, went to talk to the big yak. "Nyo-nyo, come here quickly. Help me clear the ditch." The big yak flicked its tail in annoyance and quietly moved a few steps aside, ignoring Josh. Josh suddenly lunged forward, pretending to pet the yak. Startled, it quickly ran away, tail tucked, and even built a wall of ice to prevent Josh from chasing it. Annoying! "Nyo-nyo, you can't play," Josh shouted in frustration from outside the wall, unable to do anything. But the honest cow wasn't as mischievous as Josh. Although it ran away, it soon came back and diligently dug the water channels, bringing water from the lake. "Nyo-nyo, you're the best." Josh held his hands to his mouth like a megaphone and called out to the yak, keeping a safe distance since he had just been near its droppings. When the water started flowing into the fields, Josh suddenly heard cheers all around. It was the plants celebrating. Usually, she could only faintly sense their needs, but this time, she heard them very clearly. Looking at the tender yam sprouts, it was time to harvest. Maybe today? Deciding to act, Josh washed his hands and was about to change clothes when he heard the sound of hooves, clattering footsteps, and saw vultures circling high above, alert and watching. Today's sounds were much louder than yesterday, and there was more than one horse. Josh was standing by the road, waiting for them. Two tall, majestic horses pulled a large carriage toward them. Like yesterday, it only had a carriage bed without a cover. Josh saw that there seemed to be a few magical beasts inside, probably the work animals they mentioned earlier. Gobin, who was a short distance from Josh, waved and greeted her. Josh also raised her hand and waved back. Seeing so many magical beasts approaching, the large yak from afar ran over. Usually, its powerful presence was subdued, but now it was fully showing its strength. The majestic horses slowed down, captivated by the huge beast's aura, losing the impressive energy they had just shown from a distance. Josh saw a few magical beasts inside the carriage bed stand up, looking a bit uneasy, but Gobin's brother calmed them down. They arrived, and the two of them got off the carriage, leaving the magical beasts on board to avoid misunderstandings. "So this is what it looks like when a high-level magical beast fully shows its power," Daz exclaimed in amazement. Josh smiled. Despite the gentle appearance of the large yak, it was a real high-level magical beast. Usually, it kept its strength hidden. Gobin knew it was a reminder to his domesticated spirit not to threaten its owner. After all, incidents of domesticated spirits harming people outside the family sometimes happen. Although he believed they wouldn't, it was safer to have the owner's supervision. "Miss Josh, which forest area can we harvest from?" Gobin didn't want to waste time or gather too many magical beasts together to avoid misunderstandings. He quickly got to the point. Josh pointed to the dense woods behind the house, connected to a faintly glowing forest. This was something she had planned in advance.
Start from those trees at the back.
"You can cut down this area." Gobin nodded, set up the carriage, and said, "Miss Josh, we'll go work now. Please go ahead with your tasks." He is not like Dax, who lacks good judgment. Looking at Miss Josie's outfit, It's clear she just came back from working in the fields. Don't delay others' work. Just find a place to start. Josie glanced over. The two strong apes had already jumped down from the vehicle, looking eager and ready. An elegant sawtooth insect also peeked out from the car. Gobin chose the trees. The sawtooth insect cut the branches, and the strong apes carried them away. Their work was quite efficient. Not watching them anymore, Josie quickly changed into clean clothes. She found a new basket and started peeling taro shoots. With a crisp snap, she peeled one, sounding very satisfying. This work isn't tiring. Soon, Josie had peeled a whole basket. The big-tail yak was following her closely because it liked to eat taro shoots. Josie would peel a few and toss one to it. It loved eating them and wanted more. She put the taro shoots into her space backpack. Then she started on the next basket. The big-tail yak wasn't greedy. If there was food, it ate. If not, it just stayed nearby, not bothering anyone. Sometimes, when Josie hadn't fed it for a while, it would let out a moo to remind her it was hungry. Moo, the big-tail yak, liked this. Josie fed him more. It opened its big mouth, waiting to be fed. Eat, eat, eat. Josie quickly peeled a few and stuffed them into its mouth. If she had it, how could she not share with her cow? If it liked it, it should eat more. After peeling the right-sized taro shoots, Josie kept some aside. The rest she put into the cargo box. Usually, this was the easiest way to sell things. At lunchtime, Josie steamed a fragrant batch of taro shoots. Once cooked, they became soft and sticky, perfect for mixing with rice. She ate a big bowl of it with some wheat rice. However, the brown-headed vulture and the empty rock mouse couldn't enjoy this delicious food and could only be left to Josh alone. Brother Gobin handled his own lunch, as there was no provision for meals in the contract, so Josh didn't ask about it. Meanwhile, the ape couple was happily eating until their bellies were round. Many of the trees they cut down were bearing fruit, making it look like they were having a full buffet. Next to them, the serrated mantis knew it ate insects and small animals. As the two brothers gnawed on white bread, they grumbled, "It would be so great if we could eat like them." Exactly, living worse than a beast. In the evening, Gobin came to say goodbye to Josh. They were finishing work for the day. Dast was tidying up on the cart, and they would meet again tomorrow. Seeing this, Josh took out a small basket of taro shoots left from the morning. "It's getting late. Be careful on the road. This little basket is enough for a meal. Take it home and try the taste of my farm." Gobin didn't refuse. After thanking him several times, he took the taro shoots. He could tell that Josh was sincere about giving them, and they would work hard for her, so her kindness wouldn't be wasted tonight. These days, Josh's life was spent moving between the fields and the orchards. The giant lemon and bitter candy were ripening more and more. They sold what was ready each day, directly putting the harvest into the shipping box. She no longer wanted to store it for sale at the free market. Retailing was only good for small amounts. Large quantities would tire her out. She glanced at Gobin and the others' woodwork, which was almost ready. They were working on the details and would soon start building inside the house. They said that the mud monster would arrive at noon, so Josh should stay away from it. Its foul smell was worse than that of the basement. Finally, I managed to clear out the basement. The weather is getting hotter. At first, I only occasionally smelled a bad odor, but now I can smell it every day at noon. In a few days, I don't know how bad it will become. The rotten materials piled up in the basement are probably leftover monster meat and magic fruits from the previous farm owner, along with some unknown substances. Long-term sealed fermentation has made it smell like a cesspit. When Josh first went in, the black water was even deep enough to cover his ankles. I heard that the big escape that caused Sunlight City to fall into despair was because these secret space areas experienced a collision, breaking the space barrier. At that time, everyone thought the city couldn't be saved, and Sunlight City became an empty city. Later, these secret spaces strangely formed a peaceful harmony, so no one dared to act rashly. This gave the Federation soldiers a chance to control the gate of the secret space. That's how the farm's call to action and expansion war started. The mutated giant lemon trees are also full of fruit. Josh didn't want to sell them together with regular giant lemons, so he kept all of them. Today, he picked a lot of fruit. Josh plans to make lemon honey to make honey lemon water easier in the future. The names mutated giant lemon and giant lemon are too awkward to say. Josh wants to give it a new name, something unique to Micro Light Farm's magical fruit. What should it be? Josh scratched his head. Naming things is really hard. Sweet lemon? Mini lemon? Crispy honey lemon? After thinking for a while, he decided to call it crispy honey lemon for now. The fruit is crispy and sweet, with a bit of sourness, and doesn't look like a regular giant lemon at all. A new name would also help it stand apart from regular giant lemons and sell for a higher price. Alright, let's call it crispy honey lemon. Josh picked out the crispy honey lemons from the basket, washed them with clean water, removed the stems, and laid them flat on a sieve to dry for later use. Holding a jar, she planned to go find some tiny-footed bees to get honey. The honey she collected last time was almost sold out. Just as she came out of the small house, she saw the cargo box glowing red. Josh was puzzled. She didn't think this thing could break. What's going on? Could it be that I've been using it too often these days and damaged it? That seems unlikely. Wait. Suddenly, an idea struck Josh. The shipment volume has increased a lot these days. Could it be that it can be upgraded? Excited, Josh pressed the upgrade button on the cargo box. Someone would come to upgrade it. The farm is still a basic farm, and this update requires payment. If her farm upgrades in autumn, the next update will be free. But paying for the upgrade is fine. After upgrading, she wouldn't have to wait until the next day to receive the money. She wasn't sure how many more shipments she could make, but the space inside should also be bigger. Josh was happily thinking, today is really a good day. However, she faintly smelled a foul odor, different from the smell in the basement. It was probably the sludge monster coming. Josh quickly retreated with her empty rock mouse and big-tailed yak. The brown-headed vulture didn't need to be called. It had already flown into the sky. She found a large rock and climbed up to watch from afar as the sludge monster appeared. Several fully equipped horse-like magical beasts pulled a tub-like container, inside which was the dark, foul-smelling sludge monster. A masked person was on one of the horses. It took so much effort to summon this mud monster that Josh no longer cared about the extra 5,000 Federation points. Instead, he wondered if the basement was so badly infested that they needed such a high-level magical beast to clean it up. Fortunately, they didn't delay further. If they had waited until the mud monster was so stinky, Josh was afraid he would wake up covered in foam and suffocate from the smell. They reached the basement door. The mud monster slowly flowed out of the container like a puddle of water. Gobin, fully equipped, moved from the woods to open the basement door for the monster to flow inside. Then, he and the masked man crouched at the door, waiting for the cleanup to finish. They couldn't see anything, and they couldn't go home. Josh could only wander aimlessly by the lake. The big yak was quite relaxed, munching on tender green grass and drinking clear lake water. Over the past few days, it had grown a fat belly. The rock mice were busy. They liked to hoard things, so whenever they saw something valuable, they wanted it. Running around and grabbing, they soon brought a small pile of wild berries to Josh. The berries were sour, and Josh couldn't stand the taste, but the mice loved them. The sun moved slightly west. Josh watched as the mud monster, now more than twice as big, came out of the basement entrance. The basement was close to the irrigation canal, and the monster headed straight into it. The water in the canal instantly turned black. Wow, this is bad. It could kill my big knife beans and taro bamboo. Josh was terrified and almost jumped down from the stone. Gobin signaled from afar, waving his hand to tell her not to come over, indicating everything was fine. But Josh still felt uneasy. She closed her eyes and listened carefully to the sounds of the two lands. There were no screams or cries, only chirping noises. That probably meant everything was okay. Her heart eased a little. Soon, the mud monster slowly flowed back into the large bathtub. After the masked person and Gobo said goodbye, they rode away on their horses. Once they left and the foul smell dispersed, Josie quickly ran over to check the situation. Gobo had been waiting for her nearby. Seeing Josie rushing over anxiously, Gobo quickly said, "Miss Josie, Please don't worry. It's nothing serious. This is mud monster secretions. When they flow into the farmland with the water, they make the soil richer and help improve poor land. This is one of the mud monster services. Another pleasant surprise. Josie felt relieved. Seeing Josie's face brighten, Gobo signaled her to check the basement. Josie still had some doubts, thinking the ventilation might need to be fixed, as the bad smell wouldn't disappear quickly. Unexpectedly, the basement had been completely transformed. All the mud, trash, and rotten water were gone. The walls and floor were now a pure dirt color. The layer of soil that had been corroded was gone, and even the foul smell had been swallowed up by the mud monster. This was worth 5,000 flowers, such a great deal. The next day, when they returned, the basement, ventilated all night, no longer had any bad smell. Gobo's team added 3 new members to the carriage today, Trowel Dog and Cloth Cat. Since they were about to start work inside, they had to clear out all the unnecessary trash. The rotten floor, broken windows, and damaged roof were all torn down. The whole house was covered in dust and debris. Trowel Dog and Cloth Cat stepped in to help. The Mop Dog couple cleaned all the dust, removing dirt stuck on the floor. They replaced the cloth on the mop and cleaned the corners, tablecops, and the tops of cabinets, places the Mop Dogs couldn't reach, all handled by the Cloth Cats. Unlike domesticated spirits like the big-tailed yak, Gobin said that the Mop Dogs and Cloth Cats are free magical creatures. They are among the most common intermediate magical beasts in the Federation, and they prefer earning their magic fruits through work rather than hunting in the jungle. Usually, these Mop Dogs and Cloth Cats like to live in wealthy homes as companions and cleaners. But for some reason, these 3 chose the tough environment of a construction site.
Soon, Josh understood why.
He looked at the 10 identical little Mop Dogs and the 6 differently colored little Cloth Cats.
He realized something.
Even magical creatures need to support their families. The farm cottage now had a brand new wooden floor, sturdy and beautiful windows, and a house that would never leak again. Most of the work was done, except for cleaning the dirt from the construction. Some dust and debris still stuck to the new floor. Recently, Gobin's 3 mud monsters had been working tirelessly, swallowing mud and preparing various materials before leaving the stage. Then, Josh saw the Mop Dog couple and their puppies, the Cloth Cat and its kittens. They planned to let these little ones practice, so they could find jobs in the future. Josh was surprised. How could there be such a scene in another world? But he had to admit, even the little ones had their advantages. They were small but worked with great energy. The only problem was, after sweeping the dust, there was a lot of fur flying everywhere. Dog fur and cat fur filled the air, and in the end, only the Mop Dog couple could clean up the mess. After inspecting every corner, Josh didn't delay. He directly transferred the project payment to Gobin through the communicator. They did good work, and Josh was satisfied, so there was no need to delay paying them. Standing on the completely unfamiliar second floor, Josh looked at the clean, reflective floor and smelled a faint wooden scent. He felt an indescribable happiness. Because the second floor had been abandoned before, Josh could only stay on the first floor. Now, things were better, and he had more space to move around. The balcony on the second floor had also been reinforced and repainted. Josh brought up the dried, crispy lemon and sat on the balcony edge, enjoying the breeze and slicing the small lemon. Since the lemon was small enough, he didn't need to cut it into slices, just having it was enough. Layer by layer, fruit and honey, he filled the last crispy lemon, poured in plenty of honey to seal it, then tightened the bottle cap. He carried the bottle into the cool, shaded wall corner inside. The gwa-gwa sound was the warning call of a brown-headed vulture. Josh looked up from the balcony and saw a huge bird-like beast carrying a man with a toolbox. Quickly, Josh went downstairs to greet him. It was the technician who upgraded the cargo box. "Oh, respected Miss Josh, owner of the Microglow farm. I'm glad to see you again," said Mac with a big smile. "I'm very happy to see you too," Josh replied happily, waving to calm the vulture, signaling everything was fine. When Josh posted the call for applications to run this farm, they had already met at the Federation Council Hall. He didn't expect that the man was also working as a technician. Big Mac is very kind. After Josh saw the farm recruitment notice in the newspaper, he wrote a letter to ask the federal workers about it. He was the only one to reply to Josh and encouraged him to move south and start a new life. Without his encouragement, Josh wouldn't have the courage to live in a strange place. Josh is very grateful to him. Well, everything I have here is because you have enough money. Miss Josh, don't think about the past anymore. I don't want to keep seeing you like this. I just want you to be well, my friend. Big Mac doesn't like Josh being overly polite. He's used to being helpful, but doesn't like to be thanked too much. It makes him a little uncomfortable. All right, Big Mac. Come help me check my shipping box. Its red light has been flashing for many days. Josh smoothly changes the subject. Oh, let me see. Big Mac quickly steps forward and starts checking the shipping box. Wow, your shipments have increased a lot recently, Big Mac says, looking at the shipping records on the display, then turns to tease him. Either you don't sell at all, or you fill it up every day. Miss Josh, that's not what a mature businessperson should do. Josh feels a bit shy. Recently, a lot of magic fruits have ripened. I pick them every day and put them inside. I didn't expect there are no other ways to ship them for now. Miss Josh, I once heard a saying, you have to find your way by walking it. That's what you wrote in your letter when you asked about the farm recruitment. Have you forgotten that? Of course not. Josh falls silent. As you know, the shipment boxes are managed by the Federation Purchasing Station. While they provide a steady sales channel for farmers, relying solely on shipment boxes won't make your farm a 5-star farm. Have you noticed any issues from selling the same fruit repeatedly these days? Big Mike asked gently, but his eyes were serious. The price has been gradually dropping. Yes, you supply a large amount of a certain product to the Federation Purchasing Station over a long period. They can only offer you the market price or even less. As your supply increases, the price drops further. This is because these items are not sold on the open market but are processed and sent to the expeditionary forces as reserves for the battlefield. The more you supply, the less they need, and the lower the price. The fame, profits, and star ratings your farm can gain from this are far less than what you could earn in the free market. Only by gaining a foothold in the market and earning its recognition can your farm become more irreplaceable. Then, you can keep control of your farm. Josh, I believe in you. I hope and trust that you can succeed. I look forward to the day when the 5-star farm emblem is displayed on your farm's gate. Josh nodded. She understood the reasoning, but sometimes dreams are overshadowed by a simple life. Living alone can sometimes lead to complacency. Let's go, show me around your farm. Upgrading the shipment boxes also takes some time, Big Mike said kindly, looking at Josh. Josh first took Big Mike to see the brand new farm cottage. Not bad. Most farm cottages have been abandoned for a long time. With some repairs, they can be comfortable to live in. The construction team you hired did a good job. The house looks great, Big Mike praised. Yes, I am very happy. I just finished this morning. Mr. Big Mac, you are my first guest, he joked. Haha, that's my honor. Big Mac's mustache twitched as he smiled and quietly fixed it. Josh pretended not to see and secretly smiled. He turned around and made a cup of honey lemon water for Mr. Big Mac. Mr. Big Mac, try this and see how it tastes, Josh said happily, handing it to him, looking forward to his reaction. The flavor is fresh, sweet, and sour. Very refreshing. I never realized how well the ice and lemon go together, Big Mac said with surprise. And honey, naturally honey. Josh, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Big Mac squinted and savored it slowly, then took another sip. We found 2 nests of small bees on the farm. They made them. I haven't been so lucky as to buy these things to eat, Josh explained. If I didn't have my own, I wouldn't want to spend money on them. You have little bee creatures on your farm? Big Mac immediately focused on that and was very surprised. Yes, in the orchard. We can go see them. Big Mac is trustworthy, and Josh wants some advice from him, so he's open about everything. Then let's go quickly. I can't wait to see them. Big Mac finished his lemon water in one gulp, enjoyed it deeply, then got up and headed downstairs, not forgetting to signal Josh to lead the way. The bitter candy forest and giant fruit forest produce more than their prices suggest. They're not very popular on the free market, so we can think about changing crops or doing some rough processing before selling, Big Mac said while rushing towards the beehives, still commenting. Wow, this is truly a gift from nature, a miracle of the natural world. Such delicate craftsmanship must be the work of skilled hands to create such a beautiful beehive. Oh my, this is so stunning. Big Mike looked at the large hive, with the complementary white fuzzy bees and slender-legged bees, and for a moment, he found it hard to put into words how deeply he was moved. Joe, I want to take back what I said earlier. With these little creatures around, you won't have trouble standing out in the market. Have you already started selling honey products? Joe nodded, about to speak, but Big Mike suddenly seemed to realize something and said, "That honey lemon water. Are you just offering it to me for fun?" Yes, Mr. Big Mike. A few days ago, I tried selling honey lemon water at the free market. It sold very well, and I gained some loyal customers.
But it was exhausting.
Although each cup had a good profit, I could only make a small amount alone each day. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't produce much more. The money I earned in a day wasn't much more than selling slender-legged honey directly. Joe looked a bit troubled and wanted to ask for advice. Big Mike frowned slightly and asked Joe, "What do you think a microlight farm is?" Joe was stunned. What could it be? A farm, of course. He didn't understand what Big Mike meant. A farm, but on your land, there are no animals or helpers. You're not running a small personal business. You're managing a farm. And you and your domesticated spirits seem to live in the yard, as if it's your home. Without this awareness, Joe, don't you think the farm feels too empty? Mr. Big Mike took a few steps forward toward the fields, and Joe hurried to follow. Miss Josie, a farm can't be maintained by just one person. Do you know about magical beast laborers? Mr. Big Mac asked. Yes, I do. My brown-headed vulture was brought back from the elf career office. There are many wild magical beasts there that willingly sign contracts with humans. Good, he nodded. Common pets like mop dogs and cloth cats are found in many homes. They replace some human labor to a certain extent. Some luxury shops even spend a lot to hire Gula magic dolls to improve their store's image and attract higher-end customers. You could also hire some magical beast workers to help with farm work. Don't worry about your farm or your privacy being leaked. Compared to talkative humans, magical beast workers who have enough to eat will obediently work until they are exhausted. I think you should consider it, Mr. Big Mac said seriously, turning to look at Josie. Josie had too many things on her mind. She needed to think clearly, but she knew Mr. Big Mac was right. She nodded and said, "I'll think about it carefully." Wait, Miss Josie, you didn't just plant these 2 patches of crops, did you? Mr. Big Mac looked at the farm in front of him with dissatisfaction. Yes, Josie replied quietly, wanting to explain further. Because I can't handle everything alone. Mr. Big Mac interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Miss Josie, why is it called a farm? If you only need to plant such a small piece of land, there's no need to allocate such a large area for a farm. You need to plan land use wisely, calculate the growth cycle of each crop, plant more crops, and raise more livestock. Mr. McKay said a lot, and Josie felt that she still hadn't slept in her new house. Now, a bigger challenge was coming, filling her mind with parts of the farm that needed improvement. Seeing Josie's eyes almost go blank, Mr. McKay chuckled softly, feeling a bit helpless. Miss Josie, sorry, I have a habit of giving advice. You can keep what's useful and ignore what's not, so it doesn't distract you. Just follow your own ideas. He suddenly stopped talking, sharing too many personal opinions. For Josie, the new farm owner, it was a bit overwhelming. Thank you, Mr. McKay. The farm really has many problems. If you hadn't advised me, I might still be proud of myself, thinking I was doing well. You've awakened me. I will keep working hard. Josie felt a little ashamed, worried she had let down Mr. McKay's early encouragement when she moved south. No, Miss Josie. You shouldn't feel sorry for yourself. I say these things because I believe in Glow Farm. It has great potential, and I hope it gets better. I trust you. You are a strong girl, and you can do it. Josie's eyes welled up with tears. Mr. McKay's advice was a precious gift to her. All right, brave Miss Josie. You've come all the way from the north, overcoming many difficulties to reach Chaoyang City. You are courageous, persistent, and thoughtful. This fall, I look forward to seeing the changes at Glow Farm during the farm competition. I hope it will perform excellently. Big Mac now seems like a kind teacher, gently caring for Josh's not-so-strong heart. Josh's eyes were a little hot, and he lowered his head and nodded randomly. All right, let's go back and see how the shipment box upgrade is going. I hope you like the new features, Big Mac said with a smile. Okay, Josh replied, his voice still a bit hoarse. When they looked, the shipment box indeed had several new functions. Mr. Big Mac quickly replaced the old box's outer material with a more refined shell and installed a more advanced transmitter, securely fixed. Take a look and see if there are any problems. Big Mac stepped back and signaled Josh to check. The shipment box now had new features: price inquiry, fixed-point teleportation, and planting recommendations. Josh carefully opened the pages to check. For price inquiry, you could scan crops to see the daily federal prices, helping plan harvests reasonably. The fixed-point teleportation was quite interesting. Small businesses approved by the Federal Economic Management Bureau could set space anchors with a shipment box at farms, allowing short-distance teleportation of goods. This encouraged farmers to develop new sales channels. Of course, the energy cost for transportation had to be paid by the user, and taxes still needed to be paid. The planting recommendations listed crops that the federal purchasing stations needed long-term, with high purchase prices, serving as helpful tips. Everything was clear and easy to understand. Additionally, there was an extra teleportation use. Besides the fixed-time teleportation in the morning, a second teleportation could be used at any time. Overall, Josh was very satisfied. Mr. Big Mac, the upgraded functions are so much more advanced than before. Big Mac chuckled. As long as your farm rating improves, more powerful features will be unlocked for you. More powerful features? Josh was very excited and also set a short-term goal: to earn 1 star in the autumn farm competition. Is the farm becoming too crowded? Maybe I should raise some animals too.
Josh thought about it.
The day after tomorrow was the big market day, which happened every 10 days. Maybe I should go and join the fun, buy some small animals, and make the farm livelier. Without hesitation, Josh put his hand to his mouth like a megaphone and called out, "Brownie," summoning the sleepy-eyed brown-headed vulture. "Croak, I'm here. What's up?" The brown-headed vulture squinted its eyes, clutching a tree branch with its claws, as if about to let go at any moment. Lately, it had been coming out during the night and hiding during the day. Josh didn't know where it went, and he rarely saw it in daylight. It had started talking a little more than when it first arrived, but only a little. "Brown-headed vulture, can you ask the white heron to gather the birds to catch small fish for me tomorrow morning? The day after tomorrow, I plan to sell fish balls." Croak. Croak, of course. I can. The vulture's eyes were already half closed. All right. Josh didn't want to bother it further. "Go to sleep now. Remember to wake up early tomorrow." The brown-headed vulture responded with a croak and flew back to its nest instantly. It flew quite fast. Josh thought, degree. In the past few days, he had been repairing the small house, spending almost all his savings and the money he earned from selling goods at the market. The house was fixed, but he needed to buy furniture. The storage and basement shelves had to be custom-made. The farm roads were bumpy and needed repairs too. In short, he had spent quite a bit of money little by little. Although selling various fruits these days has earned quite a bit of money, the income is still less than the expenses. It's faster to go to the free market to make money, even if it's tiring. Once I earn enough, I will find a few helpers. Money makes more money, hee. Josh stood outside the house, smiling foolishly with his hands on his hips. A large yak and a wild mouse passed by, both staring at each other in confusion. It really puzzled the animals. The next day, when Josh woke up, a small bird was outside, holding a tiny fish and waiting patiently. It seemed the task with the brown-headed vulture was very successful. As usual, Josh asked the top 10 birds if they wanted to be hired to help make fish balls. Surprisingly, 6 of the top 10 birds refused the job. They preferred catching fish because it was more profitable. Recently, it's the breeding season for fish, so catching fish has become much easier. The skilled birds prefer catching fish to exchange for fish balls. Some birds are less skilled, but the ones that came later managed to catch up. Since they weren't very good, they heard about catching fish and thought they had no chance, so they didn't try as hard. Since some birds declined, the others happily took their place. This morning, I didn't feel very hungry. Josh drank a warm honey water to settle his stomach and then started working. With the brown-headed vulture gone, other big birds took over dividing the fish. The small birds continued chopping the fish into paste, while Josh cracked eggs. After cracking the eggs, he used the wind from the small birds to quickly whip the egg whites into foam. Although he hadn't done this for many days, his teamwork was still good. The small birds quickly learned the skills they didn't know before, and their speed was just as fast as before. Josh kept working, and more birds kept bringing fish. He had the big yak temporarily store the fish in a large ice basin to keep it fresh. He would continue working slowly. There are still many doe fish and a small magical creature called a toothband fish. Both are low-level magical creatures, but they have some attribute energy. This time, there are quite a few. Josh plans to prepare them separately, using attribute fish meat to make fish balls. The price should at least double, right? These fish balls are aimed at high-end customers, so being cheap is not acceptable.
Customers would lose face. Psi, psi.
At noon, Josh finally had a bowl of fish balls for lunch. It was still delicious, just like always. But her stomach was uncooperative. Maybe she ate too much before. Now, she had no appetite for fish balls and couldn't eat much. Holding her little belly, Josh said, "Stomach, you really don't know good food. You only eat fish balls for 2 days and then refuse to eat more. Cheap bean curd is still tasty to you. You really don't know good food." Suddenly, her stomach gave a huge rumble, almost making her vomit what she just ate. Josh quickly patted her mouth and said, "You're such a picky eater." The big tail yak mooed and looked at the empty rock mouse. Josh is already sick from overdoing it. It's true, people should go out more, socialize with others, and not stay alone on the farm. The rock mouse nodded seriously. But little Josh is getting more and more silly. This is not right. Something is very wrong. If Josh finds out, she will definitely shout in protest. Nowadays, people take abstract things seriously when playing, don't they? No way. Before 2 in the afternoon, Josh quickly stopped catching fish. She only took a short break, and already outside, there were so many small fish piled up.
Stop, stop.
Today's small fish are enough. Last time at the free market, Josh bought a big pot. Today, she finally gets to use it. 1 big pot is better than 3 small ones. She can cook a lot at once. Josh clapped her hands. "Come on, everyone, line up. Fish balls are coming." The first batch of fish balls must be shared with the little birds first. They are Josh's helpful friends, so they should be fed first. The birds lined up in a long row, each one counting how many small fish they brought, and no one dared to lie about the number. A big yak watched nearby. If anyone made a mistake, the other birds quickly corrected them. They all kept an eye on each other, so no one could cheat. Each bird received their small payment for the day. Josh kept working hard, still not finished making the second batch of fish balls. I keep kneading and scooping. Another day ends with hard work until night. For dinner, Josh ate a few roasted sweet potatoes, feeling very comfortable. After all, wild boars can't digest fine grains, so they prefer these. Early the next morning, she went to the free market again. This time, she didn't bring honey or magic fruit, only fish balls, because she didn't have time to visit the orchard. As soon as she arrived at the market, Josh started boiling water to blanch the fish balls, releasing their fresh aroma to attract customers. It worked quickly. Several neighboring vendors came over. "Little boss, you're finally here. I tried your fish balls last time and haven't stopped thinking about them. I thought you wouldn't come back. 1 bowl, please." With repeat customers, Josh felt happy. Things have been busy on the farm these days. If nothing special happens, I plan to come every 10 days. If you like, please support my business. Of course. "I love this taste," said the vendor, grabbing a fish ball and popping it into their mouth, not afraid of the heat. "Hey, give me a bowl too, I want to try. It smells so good." "Fish balls, right? Made from fish." "Yes, 100% pure fish meat, nutritious, tasty, and healthy." "Wow, then I'll have 1 too." Early in the morning, the day started well. Josh's smile never left his face. As more people gathered on the street, Josh took out a small pot and began cooking attribute fish balls nearby. "Hey, little boss, what's in that pot? Why are you cooking something else?" someone asked out of curiosity. Waiting for someone to ask, Josh cleared his throat and said, "This is made from attribute fish meat, attribute fish balls. They are rich in attribute energy and very nutritious. Elderly people can strengthen their bodies, children can supplement their nutrition. Would anyone like to try?" The first bowl is half price. Someone asked, "How much is half price?" "50, Josh replied with a harmless smile. "An ordinary fish ball costs 10, and this is 5 times more expensive." Someone eating nearby was surprised. But the free market isn't short of wealthy people. Soon, someone curious ordered a bowl of attribute fish balls.
He wanted to see what they tasted like.
The first bite released a burst of rich attribute energy. The water attribute made the fish balls extra tender and juicy, with a fresh, delicious broth. His eyes lit up, and he said to Josh, "Regular fish balls are already tasty, but these attribute fish balls taste even better. Definitely worth the price." After that, he focused on his table, eagerly showing off his fish balls. Many others who had tried regular fish balls, even those not expecting much from attribute fish balls, were now drooling. Then 1, 2, 3. The popularity of attribute fish balls quickly surpassed that of regular ones. Those with good conditions and extra money came to buy bowls of attribute fish balls to try. Come, everyone, pick up your food here. No pushing, no cutting in line. But not everyone is willing to buy attribute fish balls. In the morning, most people bought regular fish balls. The 10 Federation points for a set are a good deal. No loss, no scam. The street is busy with people, including well-dressed wealthy folks and soldiers returning from battle. Most of these people are ability users, so they need special food more than others. Joshua saw a good chance and successfully attracted a group of young ability users, mostly students. "Young boss, your attribute fish balls are really tasty. I am a water controller. I want to buy more to take to the secret realm. Can I buy them separately?" asked a round-faced girl. Joshua nodded. "Of course. Separately. They cost 10 points each. I can freeze them for you." "How many do you want? How many do you have left?" the girl asked back. Joshua opened the fishball container to show her. There were still plenty left from yesterday. Even at noon, a full bucket of attribute fish balls remained. "Just count how many you want. I'll take all of these." "How many Federation points is that?" the girl said with a pout. "This little amount isn't enough for a few days." Wow, a big customer. Joshua was happy and quickly counted the fish balls in the bucket. He also gave her some regular ones to try. That took a lot of pressure off her today. The attribute fish balls are sold out, leaving only regular ones. Not many left, but Joshua isn't worried. He'll take his time. There's no rush to sell. "Hey, will you come back next time to sell these fish balls?" the girl asked as she returned. "Yes, unless something special happens." About once every 10 days, Joshua thought. From his sharp business sense, it seemed like a big order was coming. She reached out her wrist and asked the girl, "Hello, my name is Josh. Can I add your contact number? If you need anything, you can send me a message in advance through the communicator." Seeing Josh being so polite, the girl, who was initially hesitant, confidently added his contact information. "Hello, my name is Jenna. I have a secret realm trial class once a month, which lasts a week. I will need a bucket of fish balls like this each time. I will leave you a message in advance, and you need to deliver it to the blue secret realm space gate on time. I will be waiting there." "Okay, Miss Jenna. As soon as I receive your message, I will prepare the most delicious attribute fish balls for you. Rest assured." "All right, I'm leaving now." After saying that, Jenna turned and walked away. These reserve fighters for expeditions often have a bit of a haughty attitude. Josh didn't mind. She only cared about gaining another client. Wait, hold on. Josh felt like she might have forgotten something. She opened her communicator, which she hadn't looked at in a long time, the Big Tail Yak Milk Group. She saw many past messages asking when she would sell yak milk again. She hadn't noticed them before. Now only a few people were still posting. Josh scratched her head. Oh my gosh, can she really say she forgot? After frantically apologizing to the group members through her communicator, Josh promised that at the next big market, she would prepare enough big-tail yak milk so everyone could have some. Only then did she soothe the group's anger. How could her mind forget about making money? Josh angrily tapped her head. The streets were crowded, and the remaining fish balls didn't last long. They sold out quickly. But Josh didn't forget that she still had a task from the free market today. Which magical beasts should she hire? Josh walked toward the monster labor market, where the elf profession office he had visited before was nearby. The cattle pen was repaired, and only big-tailed yaks and hollow rock mice remained. The area was empty and quite quiet. There were jumping lambs, one-horned goats, sharp-toothed pigs, fluffy chickens, and many strange monsters Josh couldn't recognize. They were probably creatures from secret realms. He wasn't interested in chickens, ducks, or geese. With the light micro lake's large breeding grounds, she didn't lack eggs. Sometimes, when making fish balls, she would pick up a few ordinary bird eggs, which was enough. So, what should he buy? Jumping lambs, the gentlest lambs, the most profitable lambs, 1,500 coins each. You can't lose or be cheated. Come and see, take a look. The vendor shouting loudly next to him was selling jumping lambs. Josh couldn't resist and watched the lively scene for a while. Jumping lambs are low-level monsters. Their wool is high-quality textile material. Some higher-level jumping lambs produce wool with strong cold resistance. Their energy attributes are full, making their wool essential for many advanced equipment. But the elf profession office was right next door. How could he openly sell monsters? Was he afraid of being punished? Remember, the purpose of the elf profession office was to help humans and elves live peacefully. How could they allow someone to challenge them openly? But Josh quickly realized this person was a secret realm trader. These lambs were creatures from secret realms and weren't protected by the laws of this world. They could be bought and sold freely. It was easy to understand why the prices were so low. The lambs looked very weak, and crossing space barriers greatly affected low-level monsters. Looking at the listless little sheep, Josh felt no interest in them. Although buying them was cheaper than hiring, these sheep couldn't even stand up. Josh didn't think she could raise them well. She decided to find some healthy little magical creatures instead. After watching for a while, Josh couldn't bear to look anymore. Although she felt sorry for them, she wouldn't buy these sick sheep out of sympathy. The onlookers felt the same. No one was foolish enough to buy such weak animals, so most of them started to leave. Seeing everyone about to go, the sheep merchant gritted his teeth and made a tough decision. He lifted a large iron cage behind him. Intermediate magical jumping sheep. Buy a flock and get a lead sheep free. Look at how good this sheep is. If I weren't in such a hurry to return to the secret realm, I wouldn't sell them so casually. His words were hard to believe, just for show, but they still attracted some attention. There was actually an intermediate lead sheep. Josh and the others gathered around again. Don't want those sick ones. I only want this intermediate jumping sheep. How many Federation points for it? Someone was tempted and asked cautiously. I won't sell it alone. If you buy this flock of jumping sheep, I'll give you this one for free, the merchant replied firmly. Ridiculous. These little creatures were already risky to sell. If he sold the lead sheep separately, the rest were too sick to sell. The secret realm merchants planned to sell in bundles. These jumping sheep are almost sickly. After crossing the space barrier, did you not bother to feed them proper nutrients? With their current condition, who would dare buy? Someone familiar with crossing space barriers said. We just arrived not long ago. They're still recovering. Give them a couple of days and they'll be fine. Look at this sheep. Perfectly healthy. You won't lose anything buying these jumping sheep to eat, the merchant insisted. Of course, the trafficker refused to admit it and came up with a weak excuse. Of course, intermediate magical beasts are fine, someone said with a sigh and immediately countered him. Anyway, buying a flock of sheep comes with this head sheep as a free gift. We don't sell it separately. Just look at the wool on this sheep and its strong energy. After buying the flock, you can raise them well. Who knows, a few more intermediate jumping lambs might upgrade later. These lambs are full of potential. Joey was speechless. This person's ability to lie convincingly was better than hers, who was just running a small business. He could talk about the future upgrades of these jumping lambs, even though they might not have a tomorrow. Is he trying to fool everyone into thinking they're fools? As soon as he said that, the crowd burst into laughter. No one wanted to listen to his nonsense anymore. Only a few curious onlookers stayed, and they left soon after. Joey also moved with the crowd. Today, many people came out of the secret realm, and many strange creatures from the secret realm were being sold by the explorers. Most of them were sold as attribute food, killed and sold for meat. Joey felt a bit uncomfortable watching this, so she hurried past these stalls, looking for a suitable little spirit. Hey, Joey saw a few chubby little pigs with a big sign behind them. Grass Sea Secret Realm's special product, digging ground fragrant pigs. Sharp sense of smell, good at finding rare mushrooms. Earth attribute magical beasts, also helpful for farm work. Below, there was a small line of words. Can be used for meat, but maybe the sellers didn't want to slaughter them for meat, as the writing was very small and pitiful. Joey still went closer to look, and only then did she see clearly. Seeing Joey interested in these little pigs, the seller immediately introduced. Hello, these digging ground fragrant pigs are low-level magical beasts, just brought back from the Grass Sea Secret Realm. They are very smart and understand people well. Would you like to take a few home? Josh's clothing clearly shows he's a farmer. It's obvious he's a good customer. Well, I'm still thinking, maybe I'll wait a bit. Josh, who is good at finding rare mushrooms, hesitated. The forests around Glimmer Farm are full of mushrooms, including magic mushrooms like sweet caps that are quite expensive. However, she hasn't collected any in a long time. Sometimes, the little rock mice bring back a few mushrooms for her to eat, but she usually doesn't have time to gather them herself. Recently, she's noticed many rotting mushrooms around, and she realizes it's time to make good use of these abundant resources. Seeing that Josh was still hesitant, the seller didn't push further. Instead, he crouched down and gently touched the little pigs, interacting with them. These small creatures looked adorable and silly, and Josh felt her heart melt from their cuteness. Seeing that Josh was clearly interested, the seller deliberately buried some prepared mushrooms in an open space nearby, and then opened the fence, letting the pigs go find them. He was trying to show off a bit. But Josh was genuinely captivated. These earth-digging pigs were truly impressive. The earth-digging pigs moved their noses quickly, locking onto the location. The yellowish energy of the soil flashed on their snouts. In just a few digs, 1, 2, 3, they unearthed a mushroom and happily ate it. Honestly, the seller hadn't buried the mushrooms very deep, and he even crushed a few to scatter around, trying to distract the pigs. But the little pigs performed excellently, finding every mushroom successfully. Now Josh was really interested. Seeing this, the seller decided to add a little more effort, thinking this could turn into a good deal. Are you still hesitating, customer? Are you worried that the little pigs might have eaten all the mushrooms? He took out several objects that looked like mouth covers. These are specially made mushroom containers, small space containers. When they sense the energy fluctuations of the little pigs and are stimulated by energy, they quickly collect the mushrooms that grow out. You don't need to worry about collecting them. Wow, so thoughtful. Now, finally, Josh's last concern has a solution. How many Federation points for each one? He decided to buy a few to see. 6,000 points each, or 10,000 for two, the seller said, smiling happily when he saw Josh was convinced. That's so expensive. Josh frowned. This is much pricier than the jumping lambs earlier. Seeing Josh's expression, the seller knew what he was thinking. Don't think it's too costly, sir. Look at our digging boar pigs. Each one is smart, cute, lively. After crossing space barriers, low-level magical beasts need to absorb a lot of energy to stay healthy, which is why these little pigs cost a bit more. I don't do one-time sales. I guarantee every creature I sell is healthy. Plus, I'll give you 10 mouth covers as a sign of my sincerity. Indeed, many people sell secret realm creatures, but few can keep them in such good condition. Josh hasn't seen another shop like this on the street. Since he was going to buy, he decided to get the best. No need to go back with more trouble. Josh quickly made up his mind. I want 3 little pigs, 1 male and 2 females. By the way, You haven't castrated the little pigs, right? Josh asked the seller with a suspicious look. Huh? No, of course not. How could we? The seller was shocked. Could they really do that? Cough, cough. Good, good, no castration. That's a relief. Josh also spoke too quickly and said it out loud. After all, in the past life, there were many so-called efforts to keep the bloodline pure, with merchants monopolizing the animals' eggs and raising prices. This kind of thing probably hasn't happened in this world yet. Josh felt a bit guilty, worried that her words might be heard by the boss, which could lead to sterilization in the future. 1,500 for 3 little pigs, boss. Josh took out her card and asked. Sure, sure. I'm not the kind to fuss over small things, the boss replied generously. Since she bought 3 pigs at once, he agreed to the price. Hey, boss, can you deliver the pigs to my house? Josh suddenly thought that she might not be able to take these little pigs home herself. Of course, that's no problem. Just leave an address. After choosing the 3 pigs she wanted, Josh added her contact info, paid half of the deposit, and sent the farm's location. She would pay the rest once the delivery was made. While she was buying the unexpected little pigs, she didn't give up on her plan to find other small magical creatures. She continued wandering down the street. She saw the vendors selling bouncing little lambs arguing with passers-by again, which made Josh a bit annoyed. If she planned to bring these little creatures here to sell, she should be prepared. Raising them half-dead and trying to bundle sales here was not a good idea. Who said my bouncing little lambs are about to die? Nonsense. If you keep talking bad about me, I'll cause trouble for you. The vendor was starting to act unruly. Josh watched him and felt even more dislike for him, as he didn't seem serious about running this business. As time went on, the man grew more impatient and even started thinking about slaughtering the lambs for meat. Josh and the nearby onlookers were all stunned by his confusing actions. The small jumping sheep was only as big as a large dog in the spring shearing season, covered in fluffy wool. Selling meat from it wouldn't bring much money. Seeing the group of tiny sheep huddled together, trembling and even no longer moving, it looked very dangerous. Josh felt anxious and turned to leave. Suddenly, a loud eagle cry sounded from the sky. Several large birds swooped down. The sheep seller's face changed dramatically, and he quickly ran toward an alley. A sturdy, sharp-clawed mole quickly emerged from a tunnel, trying to escape with the sheep seller. A huge arrow shot from afar, instantly hitting both a person and a beast. Everything happened very quickly. The crowd scattered in fear, worried about getting involved in trouble. Josh was swept away by the crowd and ran far away. He regretted not bringing his big yak with him. This scene was too frightening. The giant eagle landed, and a few people came down. They packed the sheep seller's body into a body bag and flew away. 2 others seemed to be checking on the jumping sheep. People's curiosity was endless. Some brave ones went closer and said, "It's okay. They are explorers from the expedition team. Look at their clothes, no problem, no problem." Soon, more onlookers gathered. Explorers were everywhere in Chaoyang City. They were just doing their official work, so there was nothing to fear.
Come on, let's go see what's happening, they said.
There were so many onlookers that Josh couldn't push his way out and was pushed forward by a big auntie. Come on, let's go see the fun. You don't see this kind of excitement often. Girl, don't rush out.
Come on, let's go see.
Josh was overwhelmed. He really didn't want to join in the excitement. Some curious people asked around, and those 2 expedition warriors surprisingly shared the details with everyone. It turns out that the sheep trader isn't a proper secret realm merchant, but a thief who roams around the entrances of various secret realms. This time, their expedition group caught a bunch of high-quality jumping lambs. There were so many that they transported them in batches. Unexpectedly, one of the beast carts was stolen by him and his companions. They thought they had only stolen from a small private group. They didn't rush to sell the lambs or take good care of them. Today, when they noticed something was wrong, they hurried to act. But they were too greedy. If he had just sold the middle-level jumping lamb and then run away, he might have escaped. Sadly, his greed led to his downfall. After saying all this, the warrior changed the subject. So, friends, is there any farm owner here willing to raise these lambs? Everyone suddenly realized They had been setting the stage for this all along. The crowd's discussion grew louder, but no one stepped forward to take the lambs. Sieg and Jas looked a bit stiff, thinking, why is it always us doing this thankless job? They exchanged glances, sighed, and both turned back to look at the lambs. Those annoying thieves. We know that among the guests here, some of you have responded to the farm's call. We promise that if any farm owner is willing to take these lambs, we will establish a long-term partnership and prioritize purchasing crops from your farm. This was a promise from a large alliance. Josh felt that someone dressed as a farmer nearby was breathing heavily, which made this offer very appealing to them. But that wasn't enough. At least that's how Josh felt, because no one spoke up. The reason the little sheep looked so close to death was clear to Sig and Jas. They still hoped to save some of them, but it seemed they could only take this one mid-level sheep back to report. The others, they couldn't do anything about with this situation unless. But the cost would far exceed the value of the sheep itself. Their leader wouldn't make such a losing deal. Meh. One weak little sheep struggled to stand, repeatedly collapsing and falling onto a pile of dirty, pitiful black fluff. Josh's heart trembled at the sight. She couldn't bear to see this, feeling upset inside. Farm owners mainly want high-quality magical beast milk. The chance to save these little ones is high. Would anyone like to try? After thinking for a moment, Jas asked again, just in case. High-level magical beast milk. Josh's heart skipped a beat. She actually had some. Mixing high-level magical beast milk with high-quality attribute honey to feed low-level magical beasts after crossing space barriers has immediate effects. Would anyone like to give it a try? Jas kept pushing. Now this was getting interesting. Josh's heart pounded. Wasn't this about her? She really had some. The crowd chuckled. If they had high-level beast milk and high-quality attribute honey, what wouldn't they trade for? To feed these little sheep? Are they crazy? That's not the same level of thing. Josh felt a bit out of control. She took 2 steps forward, pushed through the crowd, and stood in front of the jumping little sheep. Sig and Jas, who had lost hope and planned to retreat. Ma'am, what do you want to do? Josh took a deep breath and said, I say I want to take these little sheep. Name your price. There are still many sensible people among the crowd, and some kind-hearted uncles trying to advise Josh not to act impulsively. These sick lambs cannot be saved, so there's no need to risk too much out of sympathy. Josh shook his head and thanked them for their kindness. She had thought it over and decided that if there's a chance to try, why not give it a shot? Anyway, she had milk and honey. If they couldn't be saved, she would try to save them first. Ma'am, are you really willing? Someone asked. Sig and Jas also felt a bit embarrassed, worried about tricking her. Josh nodded. I have what I need. I want to try. Jas's eyes lit up immediately. He raised his hand. Ma'am, can we exchange contact info? Can I buy some high-quality attribute honey from you? Yes, Josh quickly agreed.
She didn't want to waste time.
The sooner she brought these little lambs back to the farm, the better her chances of saving them. Sig and Jas also saw how eager Josh was and didn't think much. After counting the lambs, they told her, there are 26 in total. Only about 10 can stand. The rest, they looked at the pile of lambs with too much inhalation and too little exhalation, sighing. 8,000 for each mid-level bouncing lamb. 800 for those still able to stand. The remaining 500. This is based on the market price for attribute food. Is that acceptable to you? Yes. Josh immediately transferred the Federation points to Jas. If no one wanted them, they plan to sell these as a tribute food too.
Good.
We will use the Flying Eagle to deliver these lambs to your farm. Would you like to come with us? Sig made a circle with his thumb and forefinger, blew a loud whistle, and a huge bird-like magical beast appeared from the clouds. Josh was worried about these little guys, so he decided to go with them. Wait for me a moment, I need to handle something. I'll go with you, he said. Josh pushed through the crowd and ran toward the resting place of the big tail yak. Seeing Josh run toward him quickly, with his eyes still red, the big tail yak suddenly broke free from its thick reins. Moo! It seemed to ask, who has bullied you? Its presence was as strong as a mountain. Josh ran over and hugged the big tail yak. He gently patted it and shook his head. Big tail yak, I bought a group of little sheep. They're not feeling well. I need to take them back to the farm first. Can you come back on your own? Moo. The yak responded, as if saying, of course. Seeing that Josh looked a bit anxious, the big-tail yak didn't ask any more questions. Instead, it wrapped a thick ice element shield around itself. If the shield broke quickly, it would know immediately. Then, it nudged Josh with its head and pushed her away. Moo. It seemed to say, go quickly. Josh waved goodbye to the big-tail yak and ran back quickly. The crowd watching hadn't left yet. When they saw Josh run away, they thought she was giving up and planning to sneak off without buying anything. But unexpectedly, she came back. This made some people's faces turn red with embarrassment. They were talking nonsense. Also, the situation was different now. The blue icy shield around Josh was clearly made by a high-level magical beast, as anyone with eyes could see. If they wanted to cause trouble, they could go bother her. Sieg and Jasper, who were experienced explorers, were very sensitive to energy signals. When they sensed the high-level magical beast aura around Josh, they took the matter seriously. They didn't want any trouble that might ruin the deal. The broad, flat back of the soaring eagle was used to carry the little sheep. Sieg carefully placed each sheep into a cage, then secured the cage onto the eagle's back. He also covered the cage with a thick fur to protect them from the wind. Josh's impression of the two of them improved a little. She quickly found a seat and sat down. It was her first time flying, and she felt a bit nervous. Sieg noticed Josh trembling slightly and comforted her, saying, Ma'am, don't be afraid. Fasten your seatbelt securely. We will arrive soon. Rest assured, the flying eagle is very steady. Josh was a little too nervous, her hands numb. After slowly fastening her seatbelt, the eagle began to lift off gently. Fortunately, this big bird was very balanced. Besides the cold wind hitting her face, Josh didn't feel much discomfort. Her only worry now was about the small sheep kept in cages. They were all crowded into one big cage, pressed tightly together, and she hadn't seen them move much. Almost there, the farm is just below. Josh's palms were sweaty with nervousness. After asking the two federal soldiers to put the sheep into the pen, she quickly grabbed her knife and gourd container and ran toward the orchard. She didn't even have time to say hello to the brown-headed vultures, just waved casually. White fuzzy bees and fine-legged bees, I urgently need a lot of honey. Can I take some? Josh asked, panting, in front of a beehive. The buzzing was all her own. A few days without visiting, and the little bees had built new honeycombs in the empty spot she had cut earlier. Josh quickly cut a piece, used brute force to squeeze out the honey, broke off a piece of beeswax to chew like gum. Don't worry, Josh. There were still a few jars of fresh yak milk at home. She set up a small pot, poured in the cold milk to heat, then added a large amount of honey into the pot. On the road, Josh asked two pioneer warriors if there was a specific ratio for mixing milk and honey. Both warriors looked confused and only told Josh that the more energy, the better. There was no fixed ratio. Full energy acts as a tonic to stimulate the lambs and help them recover their health. A rich, sweet milk aroma filled the air. Josh couldn't resist tasting a sip. Warmth spread through her, instantly restoring her energy and spirit she had lost earlier. The mixture was becoming thicker and more velvety, like oil. It needed to be stirred well. All right, ready. Josh took the small pot off the fire and poured the mixture into bowls to cool faster. It would be great if the big yak was here. Josh looked out beyond the farm. The big yak hadn't returned yet. She missed it. Croak, croak, the crow said, indicating it was too hot. Josh asked it to help. The brown-headed vulture flapped its wings, and recently, it had become better at controlling its energy. It didn't splash any honey and managed the wind perfectly. While Josh stirred the honey milk, the vulture fanned cool air. Soon, the mixture reached the right temperature. Josh tested the warmth with the back of her hand. It was gentle and not hot anymore. She carefully carried the bowls and fed the lambs one by one. Some were so weak they almost couldn't breathe, so Josh forced the milk into their mouths. A few lambs could lick the milk themselves after a few sips, so she let them drink on their own, focusing on the weaker ones. Once all the lambs had eaten until they couldn't anymore, Josh slowly stood up. leaning on the fence. Her back and waist ached. She was very tired. When she looked up, she saw the big yak outside the fence watching her. She exclaimed happily, "Big yak, you're back," and reached through the fence to hug its head. She was a bit overwhelmed and said, "Big tail yak, I really want to save these little lambs, but I feel like I can only do so much. Am I being impulsive? Do you think this is a losing business?" After working for a long time and watching these lambs, who had finished drinking milk, stay still, Josie was worried her efforts might be useless. "Man, no, Josie, we're just giving a little of what's always available on the farm. If we can save these little ones, we will have many new friends. They are priceless, aren't they?" "Yes," Josie said, leaning against the big tail yak. She was exhausted and looking at the lambs whose lives were uncertain. She felt a bit discouraged and needed to draw strength from the yak. After spending some time in the animal pen, Josie drank a glass of honey water and gradually regained her energy. She closed the gate so the animals could rest. Whether they live or die depends on fate. Looking at the mouse and birds staring at her from the branches, Josie explained, "I'm fine. These are the little lambs I bought today. If we can save them, we will have many more friends." The bird and mouse looked very unwell, showing serious after effects from crossing over. "They might die tonight." The brown-headed vulture spoke in a dull tone, having seen many such dying magical creatures before. Josie was surprised and suddenly remembered that the brown-headed vulture was a professional. She nodded and said, "Yes, they are the spoils of a group of expedition warriors. After being stolen by secret realm bandits, they weren't properly cared for, and now they look like this. I want to try to save them." The bird let out a short call, but Josie didn't hear it clearly. The brown-headed vulture was a retired bird warrior. Did it sense something was wrong? Josie called out, Brown, what are you saying?" "I didn't catch that." The brown-headed vulture glanced at Joshi and made a gurgle sound. "I think, compared to dying tonight from the aftereffects of crossing over, they are more likely to survive."
Ha!
"Little bird, are you mocking her for feeding them too much?" Joshi was worried they wouldn't get enough, so she filled each little sheep with a full bowl, not even sparing the lively medium-sized sheep. But hearing this, Joshi felt a little more at ease. With such high energy intake, they probably wouldn't die. For now, she decided not to think about them and do her own thing. She shook her head hard, trying to clear her worries. Her stomach growled loudly. Tonight, she would just cook some simple wheat rice. She wasn't in the mood to make anything fancy. Joshi washed the rice grains, put them in a pot with sweet mushrooms, fish balls, and wild vegetables, added water to cover the ingredients. After it started boiling, she cracked in an egg and drizzled soy sauce on top. A simple clay pot rice was ready. Eating real food gave her strength. It was already dark outside, so the piglets probably wouldn't come tonight. Joshi finished washing up early and went to bed. She thought she wouldn't be able to sleep after so many things happened today, but as soon as she lay on the soft bed, she fell into a deep sleep. No dreams that night. Maybe because she went to bed early, Joshi woke up before dawn. After quickly dressing, she couldn't wait to check on the little sheep. When she reached the sheep pen, she hesitated to go inside. The big yak pushed the door open for her. Just as she was mentally preparing herself, a strong sheep smell hit her nose, along with some chocolate bean objects that rolled out of the pen when the door was opened.
Ah!
Joshi was happy and hurried inside to see what was going on. But as soon as she entered, two unknown objects flew over her head. When she looked back, she saw two mischievous little sheep. At this moment, Josh felt very happy. The children were lively, which meant they were healthy. That was wonderful. She just wanted to see them jump around happily. But soon, Josh couldn't smile anymore. The ground was covered with chocolate beans that had gotten into her boots when she ran in. The now normal little lambs were jumping around in the sheep pen without care. One lamb stacked on top of another, 3 layers high, then with a loud bang, it jumped and made a big hole in the roof. With another loud bang, a little lamb jumped up, eager to try again and make another hole.
Josh.
No, this must be a trick. When did these springy machines come into my sheep pen? When? A gentle baw from a little lamb rubbed softly against Josh's hand. Its fluffy fur made her feel very soft-hearted.
Being a little mischievous is fine.
Who wouldn't love such a cute little lamb? The bouncing lamb saw the tall girl in front of it not moving away. Bah, it said, pushing against Josh's hand again. Blocking her way? Josh was silent. What does this mean? Am I being overly sentimental? Seeing that Josh still stood still, the little lamb stepped back a few steps, pawed at the dirt with its hind hooves, ready to jump. Ah, Josh shouted, pretending to be hurt. Just as the lamb was about to jump over, she tiptoed, preventing it from passing. The mischievous little lamb instantly got caught. Seeing that it had knocked Josh down, the other lambs started to scold. The room was filled with bah sounds. They were just being playful, not stupid. They remembered that this girl had saved them yesterday. Bad lambs, bad lambs. Some bouncing lambs even tried to get the goats to trample and charge at her. Josh squinted her eyes, thinking, hey, don't hurt me by mistake. Ouch, that hurts. Josh slowly sat up from the ground, rubbing her back. She spoke to the little sheep surrounding her in a blaming tone. Yesterday, I was so tired from saving you all that my back almost broke. I didn't expect you to treat me like this today. Her eyes looked a little red, as if tears were about to fall. The little sheep responded cheerfully, bah, just happily. I'm sorry, bah. The little sheep apologized sincerely. Bah, bah, they continued. Watching the silly sheep she had just caught, Josh almost couldn't help but laugh. She looked up and saw a medium-sized young sheep peeking at her from the roof. Josh felt a little guilty inside, but when she saw the dry grass at the corner of the sheep's mouth, she frowned and asked, "What are you eating?" The medium-sized jumping sheep looked a bit confused.
Grass.
What else could I be eating? Idiot, you're eating from the roof. Finally, she managed to catch all the sheep. Josh hugged the medium-sized sheep and had a good talk with them. She wanted to give each one a name to tell them apart, but since there were over 20 sheep of the same size and look, she couldn't tell who was who. So, she decided to call them all little sheep. Only the smarter, bigger medium-sized jumping sheep was easier to recognize when she called it. She named it Big Head. The meeting ended. Josh patted the little sheep on the back and said with a smile, "Go play now." The mischievous little sheep instantly disappeared, running happily into the forest. Time for a buffet. Looking at these silly little sheep, Josh also gave a new task to the brown-headed vulture: ensure the safety of the little sheep. These young sheep are still small. Who knows if there are any fierce birds in the forest? If they run around freely and encounter danger, what should she do? The brown-headed vultures often patrol the farm when they are free, helping to watch over the little lambs. It's perfect for them, and the adult vultures are happy to accept the task. Next, they wait for the ground-digging pigs to arrive. Josh picks up a rake to tidy up the pig pen, checking and cleaning the drainage ditch, water trough, and feeding bowls. At noon, to take care of the lambs, Josh makes a pot of honey milk porridge. After drinking it, her nose itches a bit. No way. Is it that nourishing? Now she's even bleeding from her nose. After dealing with the bleeding, Josh suddenly hears a quack-quack sound. The brown-headed vultures are warning that strangers are coming. She wipes her face dry, steps outside, and waits for a while. Soon, she hears the sound of wheels. A beast cart appears, carrying the ground-digging pigs she was just thinking about. Josh happily goes to meet it. The pig owner apologizes, saying they were delayed by business last night and couldn't deliver the pigs earlier. She feels a bit relieved. If the pigs had arrived yesterday, she wouldn't have time to take care of them. She waves her hand, dismissing these thoughts, and quickly pays the owner. He then leaves. Seeing Josh, the ground-digging pigs get very excited. They saw her yesterday and somehow knew she would be their owner. Seeing her again makes them very happy. When Josh opens the small cage door, 3 little pigs rush out eagerly, making adorable huff-huff sounds. Why does it smell like a pig here? Big Head peeks out from the woods and sees Josh bringing back the 3 little pigs. He looks unhappy. Carrying a few little lambs, she jumped happily back to Josh. She aimed for his arms, easily leaped into his embrace, and snuggled close. What a naughty pig. The little pig, also has a temper. When pushed aside, the pig saw the rude little lamb and got very angry. The situation quickly became tense and awkward. The pig charged forward. With a big move, the brave pig bumped Josh and the big-headed one, causing them to fall over. By the time Josh got up, the scene was out of control. Although there were many lambs, they couldn't compare to the sturdy little pig. One by one, the pig easily bumped the lambs away. Josh tried to stop the fight, but no one paid attention to her. Everyone was fighting fiercely, though they didn't seem to be hurting each other much. Seeing this chaos, Josh looked at the nearby grass-eating yak and wondered, what should I do? In the end, the yak froze all the little animals for a moment. After calming down, they started to get along peacefully, though it was forced. Then, the dominant little pigs, with their hips swinging in a triangle shape, strutted past the jumping lambs, looking very proud. Watching this, Josh thought to herself, the little pigs are here. Everyone move aside. After settling the brave pigs into their pig pen, Josh carefully told them where to find food. They had just arrived today, so they should get familiar with the place first. She temporarily left the mouth covers off. They could eat once they were full. Coming out of the pig pen, Josh looked at the lively lambs jumping next door and sighed deeply. She thought, wow, they're so energetic. Last night, I was barely hanging on. Was it her or the lambs that were struggling? After roughly handling one lamb to vent her frustration, Josh finally felt better. Naughty little lambs, causing so much trouble just one day after arriving. However, she needs to find a way to shear the sheep. Josh looked at her dark, dirty hands and fell into deep thought. After several days of traveling, the white wool had already become dull and dirty. Last night, after a chocolate bean wash, it was filthy beyond recognition. I shouldn't have touched it. I really shouldn't. With these smelly hands, Josh hesitated, but went to clean the sheep droppings in the pen. They are fertilizer and should be saved. She found a ventilated spot and placed them there, as far from the house as possible. Today is a big task, shearing the sheep. Early in the morning, Josh took out a small shearer she had found during repairs to the house, given by the construction team. It's a small tool powered by energy, and Josh tried it out. She charged it with energy from the big tail yak and easily shaved a patch of hair from its rear. The big tail yak felt a cool sensation on its backside, flicked its tail, and looked at Josh suspiciously. Moo. It felt a bit strange. Just an illusion, just an illusion. Josh quickly moved in front of the yak, led it to eat grass, and nothing unusual happened. The jumping lambs were still frolicking around. Josh didn't call them. She casually grabbed one and started shearing. The sheep being sheared. Bah. It felt like being attacked. Other lambs. Josh ignored the fleeing lambs. Whoever she caught was who she sheared. Those she didn't catch would just wait until they returned to the pen. With a zip sound, Josh started shearing from the sheep's belly, removing the short, tangled, and dirty wool first. Then she carefully shaved the thick, saleable wool from the belly upward, placing it aside. She held the unruly little sheep firmly with her legs, carefully trimmed every inch of skin, and only then let the sheep go. The little sheep, after being shaved, was completely smooth and a bit uncomfortable. However, it noticed that it could jump higher now, which made it very happy.
Bah, what?
It can jump higher? The little sheep no longer hid and eagerly pushed into Josie's arms, determined to be the first and to jump higher than the others. Now things got busy. Josie shaved the sheep one by one. The small shaver machine broke down a few times because the little sheep had too little energy to control the charging. The big tail yak went out to play in the snowy mountains. Luckily, a brown-headed vulture flew over to help. The remaining little sheep were anxious and bleated loudly. Without the vulture's help, Josie didn't know what to do. The small shaver machine was quite old. After shaving 3 or 4 sheep, it would stop working. Its energy kept leaking out, and during operation, the leakage sped up, so it wasn't very durable. The vulture had to stay with Josie to help with the shaving. With it there, the little sheep behaved much better. Josie faintly heard a little sheep say, it looked like a big eagle that eats sheep, which was a bit scary. She chuckled softly. The brown-headed vulture was a bit misunderstood. Since arriving at the Glimmer farm, it hadn't eaten much meat, just some small fish, shrimp, and fruit. Of course, bugs didn't count. It wasn't really a big eagle, but its black feathers did look quite intimidating. Since coming to the farm from the Spirit Talent Agency, the vulture's feathers, which were once dull gray, had become shiny and black.
Its body was also much stronger now.
Yes, it was a good bird. One by one, Josie finished shaving the sheep. The wool behind her had piled up into a small mountain, and her clothes were covered in wool too. She didn't know how to deal with all this wool. She packed it all into a shipping box. Whatever she could sell, she would sell. The quality of this batch wasn't very good. Today, I also checked the recommended planting list. I just realized that the recommended crops can fluctuate daily, so I shouldn't trust them blindly. I also took a quick look at the bitter candies and giant lemons. Their prices have been low these days, so I'm too lazy to harvest them. I'll just leave them hanging on the trees for now. It's been several days since I last went to the fields. I wonder how the taro pearls are doing.
Wow.
I didn't know until I saw them. The beautiful taro pearls are big and full, like eggs. They hang on the taro bamboo leaves in a string that looks like a set of wind chimes. When the wind blows, I'm worried these big fruits might fall. The taro bamboo plant, once it reaches a good size, keeps growing new shoots constantly. The yield is high and they grow quickly. That's great. I started picking taro pearls into baskets. The big ones are easy to pick. Before long, my backpack was full. I should sell these first. Seeing so many high-quality taro pearls, I feel a bit reluctant to sell them. The price offered by the shipping box is for regular goods, but my taro pearls are much better than average. Selling them at that price would be a loss. I'll ask if anyone in the communicator wants to buy. Maybe someone does. Then I noticed a message from Jas, sent yesterday afternoon. He asked how the little sheep are doing and inquired if my farm has any products available. They want to buy some farm produce. Wow, this is just what I needed. I took a photo of the bald little sheep, then also of the fruitful bitter candies and giant lemons, and sent all of them to Jas. This is to fulfill the promises we made earlier. As for the current farm products, I don't care whether they want them now or not. The important thing is to let them know that Micro Light Farm has these items. Next time they need something, they'll come looking for us. Now, I'm just waiting for news from the big players in the alliance. For now, I will sell these fresh items first. Josh puts the freshly picked fruits into the shipment box, leaving a basket for herself to eat. Passing lambs each receive a taro pearl. Taro bamboo seems to have a special smell, which is a bit strong for the lambs. Josh just noticed that although they like to stay close to her, they never follow her into the taro bamboo fields. However, they do like the taro pearls. One by one, they chew happily. The rest are kept for the big-tailed yak, which likes them the most. Finally, she prepares a nice dinner to reward herself. Josh stretches lazily, loosening her stiff limbs. What should I eat tonight?
Got it.
Josh sets up a small stove, lights a fire, and takes out a block of rich butter, melting it over low heat. She washes the taro pearls, cuts them into 3 pieces, and slowly fries them in the pan. Soon, they soften and release water. She rinses the leftover millet rice with water to add moisture. In the morning, Josh saw some sweet mushrooms at the door. She wasn't sure if they were sent by the rock mice or the burrowing boars. They looked plump and fragrant, and just thinking about them made her drool. She splits the umbrella and handle in half, lightly fries them in the butter used for the taro pearls until the edges are slightly charred and fragrant. Then she pours the millet rice into the pan, adding a little milk and sprinkling the spices she bought earlier. She covers the pan and lets it sit for a few minutes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. She lifts the lid. Steam rises, filling the air with a delicious aroma. The sweet mushroom and taro pearl baked rice is ready. Eating the fragrant, rich baked rice, with the cool breeze blowing, Josh feels her body relax. She feels refreshed and very comfortable. The digging pigs have happily returned from the mountain. These days, they haven't been wearing their mouth covers. Josh is still thinking about how to explain that the covers at the door are meant for them. It seems no matter how he explains, these covers are just tools to control their work. Suddenly, he sees a few little pigs open their mouth covers by themselves and put them on again, but they fall off because no one has fastened the buttons. No way, the pig boss is too thorough. It's even taught them this. Seeing the cute and silly expressions of the little pigs, Josh can't help but chuckle. He picks out 3 round, plump taro balls from the basket and waves them at the little pigs. Lolo, Lolo, tasty treats. Come over quickly. The 3 little pigs rush forward eagerly, afraid that if they fall behind, they won't get any food. The taro balls are indeed crispy and juicy. Josh holds them in his hand and lets the pigs nibble. He can feel the crisp crunch and sticky juice. The little creatures seem to love eating them. A light, fresh aroma lingers in the air, quite different from the smell after cooking. Maybe they could make this into feed for the creatures to eat regularly. He pats the little pigs on their backs and lets them play on their own. Josh stands up, dusting off the dirt and fur from his clothes. His outfit is so dirty now. He casually checks his communicator to see if there are any messages. Sure enough, there is one. Jazz. Tomorrow, the Legion's procurement officer will visit the farm for an on-site inspection. Do you have time? If so, please leave me a message before sunset. Yes, yes, yes. Of course I do, Josh quickly replies. He can't miss this big business opportunity. The next day, Josh wakes up early, waiting for the buyer to arrive. He's hoping to establish long-term cooperation. It would be great if he could open up sales channels for the taro, bamboo, and magic fruit forest. Just waiting around wasn't helping, so I took out the vegetable seeds I had bought earlier. I had already prepared a small patch of land beside the cabin a while ago. It had been drying in the sun for days, perfect for planting some vegetables and herbs for daily use. Diggy, my little pig, can you help me dig the garden beds? Just make a shallow trench, and the soil you push up will form the bed, Josie said, holding a rake. She had just broken up the big clumps of soil and leveled the ground. Snort, snort. Sure thing. Snort. Watch me. With a quick push, the chubby pig made a neat shallow trench. Josie had just named the little boar Chubby. The other 2 pigs were called Flora and Dottie, named after their markings. They were much easier to tell apart than the lambs. Chubby led the way, with Flora and Dottie following close behind. The 3 pigs worked in different rows, making the job much faster. Which seed should she plant first? It was hard to decide, so she decided to go in order whichever packet she picked up next. All right, tenderleaf cabbage first. The soil here was loose and deep. After smoothing the surface, Josie scattered the cabbage seeds evenly over the first 2 beds. She wasn't sure how many would sprout, but planting them densely was fine. She could thin them out later. Next came curled mint, spiky perilla, broadleaf coriander, parsnip, and several other plants, some familiar, some not. Josie wasn't very familiar with some of the local crops, so she planted just a few of each to learn how they grew. That way, she could try more planting methods in the future. When everything was planted, she covered the seeds with a thin layer of soil, just enough to protect them without pressing too hard. Then she watered them gently, making sure the soil was moist but not flooded. Too much water could wash the seeds away, and standing water could rot the roots. Josh carefully controlled the amount of water he poured. After watering, he added soil to the collapsed area and blocked any leaks to prevent water from escaping. It really looked like a good fix. The brown-headed vulture, Gua Gua, told Josh that the eagle rider had returned. Last time, Jas and others brought Josh and the little sheep to the farm. The brown-headed vulture remembered their scent, not to mention the clear and distant cry of the passing eagle. As it was patrolling the farm, the vulture immediately heard the call. Although Josh didn't see or hear the person, he remembered that the last time he rode the passing eagle, it was quite fast. It should arrive soon. He put his tools back in the tool shed, washed his hands, tidied himself up, and then went inside to drink some honey water. In just a moment, he heard a loud eagle cry. He put down his cup, stepped outside his small house, and saw a passing eagle circling and descending from the sky. "Hello, Miss Josh. We meet again," said the visitor, Jas and a well-dressed man. Luckily, he was a familiar face. Otherwise, Josh might have felt nervous about approaching. "Wow, Are those the little sheep? Jas was a bit stunned, looking at the lively, jumping little creatures. He couldn't believe how quickly they had recovered. In just a few days, they looked so healthy. That was incredible. Yes, your method with Mr. Sig's high-grade beast milk and elemental honey worked very well. I fed them for a few days and they recovered, Josh said with a smile, looking at the bouncing sheep. Are you saying these are the same little sheep from that day? No way. The stranger was also stunned. Oh, Miss Josh, I forgot to introduce you. This is our Legion's procurement officer, Puda. Puda, this is Miss Josh. Hearing the surprise in the others' voices, Jas finally remembered to make the introductions. Josh nodded and said, Hello, Mr. Puda. Those are the jumping little lambs. Big Head is coming over. He waved at the medium-sized jumping lamb, and Big Head hopped over happily. Meh. The lamb made a sound and tilted its head to look at Jas and Puda. It still remembered these two people, but except for Josh, it didn't like the others. Miss Josh, the honey and high-grade beast milk you use should be worth much more than these little guys, Jas said, surprised that this small girl was so bold to make such a losing deal. Of course, from Josh's point of view, the milk from their own cows and the honey from their own bees cost nothing, so it's basically free. Josh smiled politely, but didn't say much. Do you still have high-grade beast milk? I heard you mention it's from a big-tailed yak. Are you selling it to outsiders? Puda asked with interest. This is rare and valuable stuff. The Legion has some high-level magical beasts, but such affordable magical beasts are rare, and the difference in milk quality can be quite big. Puda thought carefully. Whether it's wolf milk, monster milk, or cow milk, he chose cow milk. Of course, we sell it, but we have a lot of orders right now, so we might not have stock at the moment, Josh said, learning to use hunger marketing. Although it's just a small business among friends, framing it as something more high-end makes it more attractive. Are there already many competitors? Puda thought to himself. He planned to say a few more words later to get the farmer to save him a few jars. Miss Josh, don't forget about me. I want some too, Jas added. He didn't want to miss out on these good things. Haha, no problem. Once I have enough orders, I'll prioritize fulfilling your needs, Josh promised. When production is enough, he'll come back to them. The three of them talked and laughed as they walked along the small path, exploring and inspecting the area. Of course, these were just private conversations among the three. The real business for the group was just beginning. Miss Josie, are these the only 2 pieces of farmland you have? Puda asked, a bit surprised. He tiptoed to look around carefully, afraid of missing anything. Yes, that's right. I can't manage more on my own, but I plan to develop new farmland soon, Josie replied with some frustration. Ever since Mr. Mac scolded her, she had been eager to start new land projects, but she was busy with many other tasks and hadn't had the chance. Oh, but that might be a waste for the farm. Miss Josie should plant more crops. I look forward to seeing more of your produce to share with us. Of course. Just wait and see, Josie said confidently. Puda moved closer to look at the taro fields. The taro bulbs are large and full, and the shoots are crisp and tender. The quality is good. He plucked a shoot and snapped it with a crisp sound, a faint juice flowing out. He tasted a shoot himself. It tastes good, and no excessive use of growth-enhancing chemicals. He nodded in approval. Miss Josie, I am very pleased with the taro fields. We are willing to buy these taro products at 20% above the federal purchase price every day. 20%? That's not enough. Taro isn't very expensive, so 20% more isn't a big deal. Let's go see the fruit orchard now. We can discuss things together later, Josie said smoothly, changing the subject skillfully instead of answering directly. All right, Miss Josie. Please lead the way. Bitter sugar trees are not rare. In Chaoyang City, many farmers grow 1 or 2. No matter how good they are, Puda and the others didn't pay much attention to them. These things are everywhere. There is no shortage. If you need to see and order in person, they want something more rare. With a buzzing sound, Josh, Puda, and Jas arrived next to the beehive. Josh knew what they wanted. To be honest, he decided to surprise them with a big move. How do you two like these special honey properties? Josh asked on purpose. Jas smiled and glanced at Josh. Miss Josh, I should have known you have such a large, no, 2 beehives. I wouldn't feel sorry for those special honeys if I knew. Make an offer, Miss Josh. We want to buy honey from this hive regularly. Whatever you have, we'll buy it. Puda's eyes were almost glued to the honey. If it weren't for the buzzing white fuzzy bees, he might have gone closer to look. High-quality special honey is very important for making advanced energy foods and medical supplies. Josh only sold it once in the free market, and not many people came. Those who did were mostly not knowledgeable. The use of high-quality special honey in expansion wars is beyond ordinary people's imagination. Ability users must eat special food regularly to restore their energy and use their powers normally. Soldiers on long expeditions far from the continent, who don't eat their original world's special food, may weaken or even lose their abilities. So, soldiers on expeditions need to eat more energy-rich special food to support their fighting. This is one reason why the Federation's Farm Recruitment Order exists, to provide resources for these countless explorers. It's hard to sell everything to you. I have other customers too. If you want a big share, you need to show some sincerity. Josh spoke seriously. It's time to talk and laugh, but don't joke about the Federation points. The 2 best products on the farm are the large-tailed yak milk and this honey, with special properties. There is only one large-tailed yak, so milk can't be sold on a large scale. But the bee colonies are growing bigger, now in full bloom, and the honey production is increasing. We need to plan carefully. Puda took out a small jar about the size of a palm. This week, I can provide 100 jars like this. Starting next week, at least 10 jars per week. We can sell up to 2,100 jars. He looked serious and earnest, with a hint of pain. 2,000. Jas was shocked. Such a small jar costing 2,000 Federation points was a lot. He quietly called Puda, wanting to stop him.
Puda didn't speak.
He just shook his head. As the buyer, he knew better how valuable high-quality honey was. It's possible, but the prices of other farm products ordered from the farm must be at least 30% higher than the Federation purchase station. A flash of annoyance appeared in Puda's eyes, but he quickly recovered. Josh was using honey to tie in other crops on the farm, aiming to maximize profits. Usually, Puda wouldn't agree.
Who was he negotiating with?
But today was different. Josh had the initiative. They came to the farm to place orders willingly, not begging for anything. They had to lower their stance. Okay, Puda said, sounding heavy, as if he had lost a piece of meat. Here, Mr. Puda, take this back and try it. After tasting it, you'll see that the price I give you is definitely worth more than what you pay. With a gentle gesture, Josh didn't push him hard but cut a piece of honeycomb with a small knife, put it into a bottle, and sealed the opening tightly to catch the dripping honey. He then handed the sealed jar to Puda. Cough, cough, no need to thank me. Thank you. Thank you. Though feeling a bit sad, he was happy to benefit from it himself. After seeing the beehive, the large fruit on the back of the giant bee no longer caught their attention. He just told Xiao Shi that the demand was not high and they could discuss it later. He still blamed his farm's crop variety for being too simple. This time, they only managed 2 sales, which made Xiao Shi a bit frustrated. She vowed to clear more land and grow more crops. After signing the contract, the 3 agreed that every Friday, the eagle carrier would come. Xiao Shi only needed to load everything onto the eagle's back. Xiao Shi was a little disappointed because her upgraded directional teleportation hadn't been used yet. She thought she could use it this time, but they said the eagle was cheaper, so they decided to use it instead. Alright, since they said that, Xiao Shi didn't argue anymore. She hoped to try it out again when she had the chance. The jar of honey would be packed and shipped tomorrow. The Legion would pay her in advance. It could be said that, unless there were special circumstances, as long as Xiao Shi's small farm remained operational, the orders would continue. Of course, common crops like taro and bamboo, which only take a few years to grow, weren't included. Once the season ended, the order contracts would also end. But the honey brought Xiao Shi a huge surprise. If things continued like this, the white fuzzy bees and the fine-legged bees would have to work even harder. Xiao Shi asked the 2 groups of small bees, and surprisingly, they didn't care at all. As long as they didn't damage her hive, they could finally relax, spread their wings, and collect nectar as they pleased. The small bees had suffered from tiny hives for too long. Filling 100 jars with honey went smoothly. The high-quality honey with advanced attributes. Buddha has tried it and knows how rich the energy contained in the fine-footed bee honey is, absolutely worth its price. Almost immediately after Eagle's takeoff, Josh received a message from the federal bank confirming the deposit. They must have transferred the money early and deliberately timed it to show goodwill at this moment. This feeling is really good, Josh thought happily. Haha, my farm has big orders now. Who'll say I'm just a small workshop? Do you dare to say that? Old Bull, the honest cow, shook his head. And you? Do you dare to say that? The confused little sheep also shook his head. Haha. Inside, Josh chuckled to himself, feeling proud. Now he has enough energy to start clearing the land. Looking at the large stretch of wasteland, Josh felt very motivated. But there was another thing to do first: send the yak milk ordered through the communication group. Farmer Josh, we've heard quite a few rumors about you these days. I heard you bought a group of nearly dead bouncing lambs a few days ago, and within 2 or 3 days, you managed to save them all. That's quite a feat, someone teased. The first people to add Josh on contact were mostly nearby vendors, who looked out for each other's businesses. They also had some impression of Josh. Who would have thought she would quietly do such a big thing? Truly impressive. People coming to Chaoyang City to make a living all dream of owning a farm or becoming a pioneer leader. Everyone is chasing such dreams. At such a young age, Josh can run a farm and has such courage. It's really enviable. Keeping a low profile, Josh waved her hand. She usually doesn't like to be in the spotlight. It's embarrassing that these small matters have reached these people. Here, everyone, this is the large tail yak milk you ordered. Each of you has one. Take a look and see if there are any issues. The best way to end a topic is to smoothly switch to the next one. Everyone still smiled politely and didn't fall for her tricks, but some clever people skillfully changed the subject. You can't afford to offend these potential allies. Boss Josh, I imagine your farm has expanded into many wide fields. Are you interested in these little creatures? Someone took out a grayish-white wooden box and gently opened it. Hearing the previous comment, Josh felt a bit awkward, but when he saw what was inside the box, he got excited. Ladybugs. Where did you get these? Aren't they usually monopolized by big farms on the market? The person chuckled. I didn't get them. They appeared in my flower garden on their own. What? They came to you by themselves? You're really lucky. That flower garden had a red spider outbreak. These bug-eaters smelled the trouble and came right to him, giving him a big advantage. The person grinned proudly. It's because I cultivated my hanging chrysanthemum well. Otherwise, how would these little guys come here? Boss Josh, not to brag, but with a colony of ladybugs, you don't need to worry about the tiny pests in your plantation anymore, he showed off by pointing around. The adult ladybugs, like purple crystals, had different colorful patches during their juvenile stage. Under the bright sunlight, they reflected rainbow-like colors, looking very beautiful. In the farmland and gardens, big creatures and small animals like brown-headed vultures and passing birds can handle pests and intruders. However, these small insects are hard to eliminate because they vary greatly in size, making them difficult to spot. Also, dead ladybugs turn hard and shiny like gemstones, which makes them popular among wealthy people and also useful as special materials. My farm really needs them. I don't know what price you're thinking of selling for. Although this isn't the main goal of the trip, the farm does need them, so I might buy some. After all, she is no longer the poor girl named Josh she used to be. Now she has a lot of money, haha. Alright, back to reality. Spend wisely and don't buy unnecessary things. Boss Josh, I don't want Federation points. I want to trade you this, he said, pointing to the large tail yak milk. Yak milk? I don't have that much stored. As you know, I only have one cow. Everyone laughed, confused about what this guy was planning. The man quickly explained, it's not for a one-time trade. I want to exchange ladybugs for milk to feed my pet spirit. I recently got a fierce horned ox from a pioneer warrior. It's probably still young and I need high-quality milk to feed it. Oh, everyone understood now. They had seen his pet spirit before. No wonder you kept calling on your communicator. So often, turns out that's your plan, they said. The man looked a bit embarrassed and asked Josh, what do you think about this? How many servings are you talking about? You need to be clear. Josh said, not wanting to make a confusing deal. I hope to get the same amount of large-tail yak milk every week until my fierce horned ox is weaned, he said carefully. That's hard to say. What if your cow keeps producing milk continuously? Well, aren't you accusing him unfairly? Besides, it's just some troublemakers trying to stir up chaos, and they're bothering him. I haven't finished speaking yet, the man interrupted angrily. If the total price of the weekly big-tail yak milk exceeds the value of this colorful ladybug, I am willing to give up my garden flower seeds for Mr. Josh to choose from. He was truly determined, willing to give so much. Josh wasn't sure about the value of the flower seeds and didn't know whether to agree. She saw Mr. Blair, who had bought honey from her before, quietly sneaking into the crowd and nodding at her. By instinct, Josh agreed. All right, I accept this condition, but you need to arrange to pick up the goods yourself. I can't guarantee weekly access from the free market. Okay, I'll handle the transportation myself. My swallow will help me pick it up. Thank you very much, Mr. Josh. Oh, by the way, my name is Lumen. You've helped me a lot. Here's my communicator. Lumen was a bit excited, speaking incoherently. Who knows how much he had been tormented at home by the fierce horned bull recently. Finally, he solved its food problem. After settling the deal with Lumen, they exchanged contact numbers. If there were any issues later, they would contact each other. The others dispersed to tend to their own business. Customer, I see you again? Do you know anything? Josh eagerly asked Blair after the crowd left. Of course. Mr. Lumen has the richest variety of plant seeds in this market. Before coming to Chaoyang City, he was a botanist in a large city. Everyone around knows this, Blair said confidently. After spring, many sources of honey will disappear, so planting flower fields is necessary to ensure honey supply. Mr. Lumen has the best quality flower seeds. Joey's eyes lit up. She had just been thinking about whether any garden seeds could be used as collateral for money. The others didn't react much. She thought she might have missed something. Thank you, sir. Planting flower fields is part of my plan. Thanks to your reminder, I really appreciate it. You're welcome. You can call me Blair. It seems you don't have a fixed way to learn about Chaoyang City. You don't know much about this city, little boss, Blair said with a shake of his head. That won't do. A farm owner can't just work on the farm. You need to learn more. How about you take a morning newspaper called the Chaoyang Morning Post? Huh? What newspaper? All right, Joey successfully subscribed to the Chaoyang Morning Post. Every morning, a messenger pigeon delivers the news. As Mr. Blair said, you don't need to go out to know what's happening in the whole city. She hopes this newspaper can help improve some of her shortcomings. Now, it's time to get serious. Joey went back to the spirit profession office. This time, she wanted to hire a group of magical beast workers. Clearing wasteland needs a lot of labor, and maintaining the farm does too. To find suitable and legal magical beast workers, she had to come here. Stepping into the office again, Joey confidently asked the staff, Is Miss Mia here? I want her to explain something to me. She's here. Mia hurried out of the lounge. Someone specifically came to see her. Who could it be? Miss Joey. Long time no see.
How are you?
How's the brown-headed vulture? Mia said happily. Everything is fine, don't worry, Josh said with a smile as he gently hugged her. This time, what brings you here? Mia asked as she tidied up her mood and started working. I want to hire some small spirits to help manage the farm. My farm lacks enough workers, and it's hard for me to manage so much land alone, Josh explained seriously. The large-tail yak could help a lot, but some detailed and small tasks could only be done by Josh himself. This meant productivity couldn't be increased easily. So, finding helpers was necessary. Yes, then you should look for spirits with earth and water attributes. These types of spirits are better suited for farm life, Mia thought for a moment. Exactly, Josh nodded. I need some little helpers to help with picking and planting. Big ones won't do. All right, I understand. Come with me, Mia said, leading Josh down a completely different small path from last time. Look, this is the playful monkey family. They all have contracts with us and are willing to work for humans in exchange for rewards. Josh looked at these nimble little creatures. They are small, about the size of humans, and are good at planting and harvesting. They should be perfect. But Mia and Josh didn't stay more than a minute because they were too noisy. They screamed, shouted, and laughed wildly, making Josh unable to imagine bringing them back to the farm. It would ruin the peaceful farm life. Hee hee. I forgot to mention, playful monkeys are just as noisy as their name suggests, Mia said helplessly. Their family has been tricking and feeding here for a long time. If they can't find an employer, they'll be sent back to the mountains. It seems she needs to talk to her leader in advance. Maybe they shouldn't look for an employer and just send them back. They're too scary. Come walk with us here. We're just passing through to take a look. Please don't consider the playful monkeys as part of the group. You'll regret it. Of course, I wouldn't have the courage, Josh said with a nervous smile. These little monkeys are too wild, smart, but badly behaved.
Pass.
Look, this is a blind bag mongoose. It can help harvest underground crops like peanuts, sweet potatoes, and gourds. Its large chest pocket can hold 10 times what a normal pocket can, and it has a gentle yet independent nature. Maybe because they live underground most of the time, the blind bag mongoose looks rough and is partly blind. Carrying things isn't necessary for it, so let's just watch for now. Josh shook her head, not really interested in these small creatures.
Mia understood.
The blind bag mongoose is better suited for farms that grow only one type of crop. It's normal that Josh doesn't agree. Look, what's that? Mia called out to a few small mounds of earth ahead, shouting. Digging ground mice. Soon, a few fluffy gray balls ran over. Chirp, chirp, they greeted happily. Digging ground mice. Josh's heart was pounding. This was a little spirit she had always wanted. Loosening soil and digging holes, these little spirits are great helpers. This was a magical creature Josh had wanted for a long time, but she never had the chance to meet one. She didn't expect to find them in the spirit agency. 5 digging ground mice are siblings. As you know, elemental spirits need more energy food. The forest where they live can't meet their needs. So, yesterday they signed an agreement with the agency and officially became 5 members. She paused, smiling slightly. Miss Josh, you're the first employer they've ever had. No wonder I thought, with such a popular little sprite, it's no surprise she saw it. Turns out that's the reason. Burrowing mole rat, I want to hire you, Josh said directly, starting confidently. Chirp, chirp. The burrowing mole rat was a bit surprised. The leader kicked the bottom of the rat still digging in the dirt. The 5 rats looked confused.
Wow.
They haven't even finished their nest, and someone already wants us? People say the human world is hard to get into, but it's actually so easy. A few big rats looked at each other, confused. They didn't know whether to agree or what to say.
Ah, Mia laughed.
These silly burrowing mole rats are really adorable. Josh, please tell me more about the farm. The burrowing mole rats are inexperienced, so be patient. Of course, of course. Hee hee, little rats, come to my arms. I have a farm located at the edge of a bright forest and near the snowy mountains. I really need talented sprites like you to help. I'll provide food and accommodation every month and plenty of attribute food. I won't exploit you. By the way, I also have a mouse-type sprite on the farm. Maybe you can become good friends. I won't interfere with your mouse interactions. You'll have rest time every day and can move freely. If you have relatives or friends who are displaced and in need, my farm is open to them. As long as you're willing, Bright Light Farm will always be your home. His speech was passionate, and the mice were moved to tears. A few burrowing mice looked up with bright, shiny eyes, excited about the idea. They felt happy inside. If they weren't desperate, why would they go out to work? They enjoyed eating, drinking, and digging in the soil every day. Such simple happiness. Mia watched and frowned. She felt like her thoughts were about to jump out. They were secretly planning something behind her back, as if she didn't exist. Fine, just pretend I don't exist. Forget about risking thousands of dollars for this. Hey, what did you just say? I think I went blind for a moment. Oh, I mean, I lost my hearing, Mia exaggerated, making a dramatic gesture. Josh was surprised. It seemed they were talking about something important, planning a secret deal in front of the agent. Josh realized what was happening. He chuckled nervously. Oops, he had accidentally revealed his thoughts. Ahem, I didn't say anything. I was just chatting with the mice about everyday things, he said with a smile. All right then. Would you be willing to accept Miss Josh's offer of employment? Before this, she also hired a brave black-headed eagle warrior, who is now happily soaring in the farm's forest. Mia explained kindly. Chirp, chirp. Can we still dig holes and dig in the soil freely on the farm? Chirp, chirp.
Can we eat as much as we want? Chirp, chirp.
They asked eagerly. Anything is fine, as long as you don't damage the farmland or other farm facilities. During your rest time, you can eat, drink, and play freely. If you accept the job, you only need to do a little work, Josh promised sincerely. Chirp, 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 chirp. The 5 burrowing mice stood up together, holding their tiny paws across their chests, looking serious. All right, pack your things. When we return, we'll sign the employment contract. Mia turned over the sign outside the burrowing mole rat enclosure, indicating that these little creatures had already been chosen. No matter how many salespeople come later, they won't bring more people. To prevent conflicts between clients, they prefer to complete transactions smoothly rather than deal with high brokerage fees from bidding. They want everything to go quietly and without trouble. Once the underground helpers are settled, they need to look at the ones above ground. The farm can grow countless crops, common beans, grains, fruits, and plants. Different crops are harvested in different ways, and their products vary. This means the requirements for beast laborers will be higher. Actually, humans are the most versatile helpers, especially with the aid of magical beasts, who can do many tasks. But Chaoyang City is still a developing frontier city. Its original population is very small, mostly scavengers or frontier soldiers. It's hard to find decent helpers. Compared to hiring humans, relying on beast laborers is more reliable. At least they will listen as long as they have food and drink. Unfortunately, it seems luck only favored the mole rats. Most of the elves later encountered couldn't work on farms. Most of them wanted to enter city households. They weren't suitable for farm life and didn't want to live there. Well, Miss Josie, these are all the elves I have. Are there no others that might meet your needs? Mia took Josie to visit every elf nest she thought was suitable, but unfortunately, there were no more good options. Josie shook her head. It wasn't that there were no usable ones, but you can't ask a lightning sloth to pick taro, nor a silk-twining rabbit to dig sweet potatoes, or a swift-winged sparrow to gather fruits. That's just silly. Josh also felt a bit discouraged. Finding a good worker is even harder than finding gold. Actually, if you're not afraid of those cold-blooded animals and insect spirits, we might have some options. But you, Mia said with some helplessness. Should we go take a look too? Josh asked tentatively. If she refused, she might run away, but she wouldn't scare her to death, would she? Then shall we go? After turning onto another small path, Josh tightly grabbed Mia's sleeve, worried she might suddenly scare her again, like last time with the snake lizard. Miss Josh, don't worry. The snake lizard moved to a new home last month. It met a forest explorer, and they got along very well. They signed a 3-year work contract, so it won't come back. Rest assured, you won't see it here, Mia said with a forced smile. No, I'm worried about other little creatures, Josh said stubbornly. Honestly, she was afraid of flying bugs and cold snakes, but spiders were okay. They looked at a few nests. If it weren't for the beautiful swallowtail butterflies dancing gracefully or the strong worker ants lifting heavy loads, there wouldn't be much to be afraid of. Josh quietly loosened her grip on Mia's hand, pretending nothing happened. Mia felt her wrist lighten and secretly smiled. Hey, dung beetle. Josh leaned in to observe a golden-armored dung beetle in the nest. What a big bug. Wow, it's so strong, she exclaimed when she saw it pushing a ball several times bigger than itself. How about it, Miss Josh? Are you interested in these dirty little creatures? Mia's eyes showed a hint of surprise. She looked a bit disgusted and said, They're smelly and dirty. No, not smelly. Dung beetles are very capable. They help me keep the farm clean. Now, you can see little jumping lambs with chocolate beans everywhere on the farm. They can help me. Josh felt quite happy, a truly unexpected joy. He was gentle and wouldn't bite, strong and willing to work. Isn't that the best choice for handling the growing amount of dung on the farm? Mia, I want to hire these dung beetles, Josh said seriously. Josh, we can take our time. You don't have to hire these creatures that like to play with dung. Mia replied, not very fond of dung beetles. First, they spend all day pushing dung balls. The golden dung beetles push big, round dung balls that often roll out and dirty her dress. Also, these little creatures are low-level magical beasts. They are hard to communicate with, don't listen easily, and often escape to steal dung. Mia really dislikes them. Unfortunately, these beetles are raised by the elf professional agency. As long as no one hires them, they stay here. Mia is fed up with them. Just looking at them annoys her. Josh didn't know Mia's inner thoughts, but he was sure of one thing. She didn't dislike these dung beetles. In fact, she even liked these honest, hardworking little guys. She turned around and faced the golden dung beetles. Cute golden dung beetles, I want to hire you. Would you be willing? I own a large farm, but recently a lively flock of lambs has come. They run around everywhere, playing wildly and making my farm messy. I wonder if you could help me. Josh knelt on the ground, speaking seriously to the golden dung beetles that were collecting dung balls. The beetles made a clicking sound, not sure what to say, just stopping and making a tiny noise. A few beetles gathered together, bumping into each other as if they were communicating. Low-level monsters have dull brains. The lower the elves rank, the less smart they are. Clearly, these golden beetles are not as clever as the simple jumping sheep. But this is normal. Sheep and bugs are not on the same level. Even ordinary sheep and low-level beetles have their advantages. However, these creatures can understand us. At least, they understand what Josh says. After a quick discussion, they put down their round dung balls and gathered around. A few beetles touched their foreheads together, and Josh could hear them agree. He turned happily to Mia and said, they agreed. Miss Mia, I want to hire these beetles too. Then he reminded her to flip over the sign in front of the beetle nest. Mia couldn't help but smile. Digging up the sign was because she was afraid of conflicts with customers who might want to take the creatures. These beetles had lived here for so long, and no one would want to hire them. But she still reached out and flipped the sign for Josh, providing emotional support for the customer. That was her job, and she wouldn't forget it. Yes, it was a pleasant surprise to meet the beetles and cleverly solve a big problem on the farm. The little sheep had just arrived. Although there was some sheep droppings, it wasn't a big deal. But if nothing was done, the sheep droppings would soon cover everything. With these golden beetles, Josh no longer had to worry about the farm's environment. Wait a moment, I'll finish my work at the office and then come back to take you to the farm, Josh said, crouching down to explain to the little beetles. The beetles responded with a click, click. Josh then felt relieved and left the beetle nest, walking with Mia. He looked at the fluffy, big-eyed spider, the armored bugs covered in scales, and the fierce-looking giant earthworm. The little creatures behind them made Josh's brow furrow more and more. No wonder they kept it so far away. These few creatures looked like they came straight from a horror movie when they appeared. Joshua raised Mia's sleeve. Forget it, Miss Mia. Let's go first. I can handle the harvesting issue myself for now. I'll come back when I urgently need it later. Okay? Mia replied with a smile. Since no large land has been cultivated yet, she can barely manage the existing taro fields and magic fruit forest on her own. She decided to wait and see. At the business office, Joshi selected each spirit with a long-term contract of over a year. The recent large sum of money was quickly reduced by half, and Joshi felt a bit upset. But even though it hurt to spend so much, the value these spirits would create in the future would be much greater. It would all pay off eventually. Mia was very happy after closing 2 big deals at once. She even gave Joshi some homemade spirit feed from the office to help the digging ground rats and golden beetle bugs adapt to farm life. However, the office didn't offer delivery services for animals, so Joshi had to find a way to bring these little creatures home himself. The golden beetle bugs were fine. Although each was bigger than a palm, they were just insects. Joshi put them in a box and placed it on the back of the big-tailed yak, which was easy to handle. The problem was with the digging ground rats. These 5 adorable, clumsy rats didn't adapt well to long exposure to sunlight or long trips. Joshi was worried they might give up and refuse to move when they followed behind the big-tailed yak. Fortunately, when Joshi saw the path leading to the farm, he let out a deep sigh of relief. He had finally arrived. Digging ground rats. The farm is just beyond this small path. We're almost there. Chirp, 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 chirp. Hearing Joshi, the rats suddenly became lively, no longer looking dusty and tired from the journey. They used their skills to quickly dig holes and run ahead. One led the way, and the others followed, digging holes and running underground. On the way, Josh didn't let them dig holes on the official road, because damaging it would cause trouble for him. So he tightly restrained these big rats, which made them very frustrated. The deep call of a brown-headed vulture also came from the sky. It was coming to pick up Josh and the big yak. "Brownie, we're here." Josh waved at the small black in the sky. The vulture responded with a caw and circled down, landing on the back of the big yak's neck. Josh pointed to 5 big rats happily digging holes in front of them. "Brownie, these are the tunneling rats I just hired today. They will help us improve the farm." And this, Josh struggled to lift a large box on the yak's back, gently opening it. "Look, it's a golden dung beetle. It can help us deal with the jumping lamb's droppings and give us a new farm." "Caw," the vulture agreed. The farm was full of mess and needed cleaning. As they approached the farm, the big yak sped up. But the more they got close to the gate, the more the chocolate bean resources around made the clean animal uncomfortable. They could only walk slowly, afraid to step wrong and get their hooves covered in sheep droppings. But the tunneling rats weren't so lucky. They suddenly popped out and happened to land in a place full of fresh black beans. After all 5 rats emerged, the 2 in front were already crowded and couldn't move freely. One accidentally stepped on a sheep's droppings, and they all spat and changed feet, looking silly. As they approached the small cabin, Josh got off the cow and opened the box of golden beetles, placing them near the area where the large yak defecates. From now on, all the manure at Micro Light Farm will be processed by these beetles before being turned into fertilizer. Golden beetles, this will be your new home. "If you're unhappy, I'll fix it," Josh said as he crouched down and carefully took each one out. A few beetles raised their heads and bumped into each other, seeming to cheer. Click, click, they seemed to say, "Thank you, we like it here." The sounds of gentle bumps and clicks came from them, much more lively than the usual noises in the workshop. They quickly carried balls of manure with their young inside to a high spot, then dug a hole to hide the breeding balls. Josh secretly smiled, thinking she had brought both mother and baby beetles back together. She wondered how many new golden beetles would hatch this time. She felt like she had made a good deal. Seeing the golden beetles adapting well to their new environment, Josh felt reassured and returned to her farm cabin. When she arrived, the little lambs, excited and bouncing, ran over from a distance.
Bleat. Josh.
Josh. Bleat. "We're back. We're back." The lambs kept bleating, giving Josh a headache. She said, all right, settle down. Go play by yourselves." Some lambs tried to lick her hand, hoping she had brought something tasty. "Ugh, so dirty." "Don't lick," Josh said, pulling her hand away and shooing the little troublemakers. She patted their behinds and chased them off. As expected, the ground where Josh was standing was now covered with black, mysterious round balls. Fortunately, this time I encountered a golden beetle dung beetle, or I would have had to find a way to clean up those dung balls. Josh secretly felt relieved. At the edge of the farmland, Josh carefully placed the ladybug on a plant, then returned to the farm cottage. The 3 little pigs ran out of the woods, chasing each other. When they saw Josh coming back, they changed direction and headed straight for the cottage. Huff, 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 huff. The piglets wore their muzzles, and Josh quickly put them on. Huff, huff, many, many. Huff, huff, can't eat anymore.
What is that?
Josh was confused, just seeing the piglets pushing their muzzles, wanting her to put them on.
Okay, no rules.
Come here. She put the muzzles on each of them. Before she could ask more, the pig with the muzzle turned around and ran into the woods. Could it have found a mushroom nest? If they can't finish eating, then maybe they can gather a lot. All right, tonight's dinner will depend on their harvest. This was the first time Josh put muzzles on them to pick mushrooms. Before, she only tried twice for fun, without really making them work. She wondered how much they could bring back. She felt a bit excited. She picked some ripe fruits from a few milk bottle trees to set aside. The little lambs, having eaten well these days, were starting to swell in some places, probably pregnant. But she didn't understand why all the lambs she bought were adults. Where were the young ones? Josh didn't dare think about it anymore. Overthinking made her uncomfortable. It was still early before dinner. Josh wandered around, checking the farm's condition. Hey, has the golden beetle dung beetle started working? She saw the big bugs flying around, seeming to communicate. Getting closer, she saw they were calling their friends to handle the manure near the farm cottage. Seeing Joshi, they made a clicking sound, warning him not to come closer because they were dirty. They are just small dung beetles, not fierce spirits liked by adventurers or explorers. They know their habits can be annoying, but they can't help it. They understand many people dislike their dirtiness, but they have limited options. They try to keep their nests clean and help nearby neighbors by managing waste, tidying up their small space, and neatly stacking their dung into balls. However, misunderstandings happen sometimes. The round dung balls can accidentally soil visitors or staff's clothes and shoes. Whenever this occurs, they face small punishments. Hunger is part of their life, so they must work harder to find food around their nests. Since the journey is long and risky, accidents happen repeatedly. Life at the spirit profession office isn't very happy for them, but they can't leave. They were raised and trained there. Unlike wild or owned spirits, they can't go anywhere on their own. Without someone hiring them, they are stuck. Although the spirit profession office was created to help spirits gain recognition and develop alongside humans, valuable things are never discarded casually. Even dead spirits are not thrown away randomly. They once considered pretending to be dead, but when they saw a fallen comrade's shell on a shield, they became even more silent. They longed to return to forests, grasslands, and wetlands, natural environments. Living in unsuitable conditions has reduced their ability to reproduce, and many small dung beetles die in their eggs before hatching. Josh didn't know that the breeding balls they brought back contained tiny dung beetles that had already exceeded their normal hatching time, but still hadn't hatched. They just wouldn't give up. These beetles were quite old, but the people at the office didn't care, and Josh didn't know either. In this new environment, they were excited and happy, mostly joyful, finally free from that prison. What troubled Josh, the dirt everywhere, also made them excited. This was their perfect breeding ground. They would work hard for the farm owner, keep the farm clean, and try to produce the next generation of small beetles. Each of them, about the size of a palm, was now pushing a dung ball larger than a grapefruit, rolling it along. They noticed Josh watching them closely. One special beetle even stopped, lifted the dung ball above its head, and showed it to Josh. She gasped in surprise. Hearing her shock, the beetle made a clicking sound. It was laughing at her. Josh was really surprised. The tiny dung balls on the ground had been rolled into a big round ball, and they were moving it along a set path, calm and organized. The flying beetle was their leader, guiding the others from the air, helping them avoid obstacles. Josh watched for a while, feeling happy. Seeing these hard-working little creatures made her feel very pleased. She thought she had found a treasure. Although others might not think much of them, to her, they were amazing. She wondered how they were doing at the office. Looking at their big, dry bodies, she felt a little sad for them. Today, I mixed the leftover large tail yak milk with a spoonful of fine honey, then added a few crunchy lemon slices crushed inside. Josh packed these ingredients into folded paper leaves, dividing them into pieces, and placed them along their path to provide nutrition. As soon as she set them down, she saw the creatures cheerfully click their jaws and run over to feast. They also liked eating these treats. Not wanting to disturb their work, Josh tidied up and prepared to make dinner. She timed everything perfectly. When she reached the small hut, she saw 3 little pigs panting as they ran back from the woods. They gathered around Josh, asking her to remove their mouth covers. She saw that all 3 covers were full, so she quickly emptied them. She didn't want to overload and damage the space equipment inside, as she needed to keep it for several more days. After emptying the covers, Josh was stunned. There were 3 big piles of mushrooms, sweet mushrooms among them, which were not even rare anymore. This made Josh realize what it meant when she bought the digging wild boar. They were good at finding precious mushrooms. Besides the mushrooms she kept for dinner tonight, Josh sold all the rest in one go. Tonight, she made simple baked mushrooms with butter. She separated the mushroom caps and stems. Tonight, she only ate the tender caps, while the stems were left to dry in the sun. Later, they would be used to make fragrant mushroom oil. She melted a large spoonful of butter in a small pan. The cleaned mushroom caps faced up, and she cooked them over low heat, letting them release juice and aroma. Afterward, she sprinkled a little salt and pepper, then they were ready to eat. Since not all mushrooms are the same, some have little juice. Josh soaked the caps in butter, letting their aroma seep in, which gave them a special flavor. There are valuable high-quality mushrooms among them. Unfortunately, although Josh is an energy user, her energy is rarely used up in daily life. It hardly depletes. Eating these good things is just to taste them, and she can't really feel the satisfaction of her body being filled with energy. Just feeding her hungry stomach is enough. A day later, Josh regretted her big words from yesterday. What does it mean to have endless energy? It drains so quickly. This morning, when Josh went to check her farm as usual, she noticed that the crispy honey lemon tree seemed to be showing signs of dying. This startled her greatly. How could it suddenly be failing? After examining it carefully, she saw that the tree's once green leaves had turned yellow. At the top of the tree, there was a small, bright green branch with a small, translucent, jade-like fruit hanging from it. Josh's heart was pounding. Could it be? She had some guesses but didn't dare to confirm. Skyrock Mouse, can you help me pick that fruit? Josh asked, pointing at the fruit. Chirp, of course I can. The Skyrock Mouse looked like it was easily handling the task. It quickly climbed the crispy honey lemon tree, step by step, heading toward the top. As the mouse let out a small cry of surprise, Josh's anticipation grew stronger. Since she discovered that this fruit was different from other giant lemon trees, Josh had been giving extra care to the crispy honey lemon. When others received fertilizer once, she gave it twice. When others watered once, she watered twice. In short, every time she visited the orchard, she carefully listened to what they needed and then doubled the effort for the crispy honey lemon. Could it be working so quickly? Josh stared closely at the tiny figure. It reached out its paw and tried to grab the small squirrel, but instead of catching it, it tumbled backward and rolled over. Luckily, its tail hooked onto a branch to stop it. Joshi's heart nearly jumped out of his chest. He took a step forward, wanting to catch the little squirrel. Fortunately, it rolled over and managed to get back to safety. The squirrel squeaked, squeak, unable to be caught. It looked a bit pitiful. I see it. Wait, let me try, Josher said, beginning to use his own power for the first time to send energy outward. If he couldn't catch it, the squirrel wasn't mature enough. But the crunchy honey lemon had used all its strength to nurture this fruit, and now it had no more energy left. This is why the essence of the fruit is rarely seen. It needs a lot of energy, and ordinary magic fruit trees don't have enough special fertilizer, so the fruit often fails. This crunchy honey lemon had a lucky mutation, and with occasional fertilization from Joshi's large yak dung, it had a chance to produce a fruit with essence. But its own energy was insufficient. It drained itself trying to give enough energy to the fruit. If Josher hadn't come today, the tree and the fruit would have been doomed. Just one night apart, and the fruit with essence had already formed. Josher patted the tree trunk, feeling proud. Then he slowly released energy into the crunchy honey lemon tree. The energy was like a flood, quickly absorbed. Josher gathered all his strength and pushed out his energy with full force. He gasped, breathing heavier and heavier. His whole body was almost drained. He had to hold on just a little longer. Finally, he saw the tiny, clear fruit swell suddenly. The stem was shriveled, and it was ripe. The squirrel on the treetop moved, almost falling. Joshi's heart nearly stopped from the scare.
No.
Fortunately, the hollow rock mouse's big tail once again caught onto a branch, successfully holding the essence of the sweet lemon fruit. Josh, carrying the heavy weight, pulled the hollow rock mouse down from the tree and sat down under it. The two of them looked at each other in silence, as if a gift from the sky had fallen, unsure of what to do with the fruit. Empty. Is this the legendary fruit essence? It looks different from your iron walnut, Josh said, taking the fruit and examining it carefully in the sunlight. It was a very beautiful fruit. Chirp chirp. Each fruit essence is unique. Before I left my tribe, I heard that everyone is one of a kind, a gift from nature to lucky people. Oh, I see, Josh said with some emotion. But now a new problem arose. How should they handle this fruit essence? It contains almost all the energy of the magic fruit tree, and the energy is extremely rich. Should he keep it to eat? How to eat it? Should he eat it directly or process it first? Who should eat it to maximize its energy? Or should he sell it? How to sell? Set up a stall? Josh isn't a strong expeditionary force, and selling such a precious item without caution could attract trouble. The farm's peace might be broken. Suddenly, many ideas flooded Josh's mind. This is an invaluable treasure, and he really doesn't know what to do with it. Moreover, the sweet lemon is a new magic fruit tree that has never appeared on the market, which means its effects are still unknown to most people, and they might not trust Josh. The fruit came too early. Josh is still inexperienced and doesn't even know how to handle it. The hollow rock mouse didn't mind. It told Josh that if he's too worried, he can just eat it. Anyway, her ability can help improve the quality of the magic fruit tree, and there will be more opportunities in the future. Don't worry too much. Although she said so, Josh was afraid of damaging such a precious item in her hands, so she didn't dare to eat it. Carefully holding the large tail yak, she exclaimed, "Look at this. Our orchard has produced fruit essence." Despite her mixed feelings, she was so happy that she wanted to share the good news first with the large tail yak. Unfortunately, the brown-headed vulture had gone back to sleep and didn't come out. Otherwise, Josh would have told it about the changes in the orchard. She almost missed such a big treasure. Originally, Josh planned to finish inspecting the orchard and then prepare for clearing new land. But after seeing this fruit, she had no mood for anything else. She happily held the fruit and told the bouncing lambs, the digging wild boars, the burrowing giant rats, and even the busy armored dung beetles. This was a big celebration for the whole farm. Josh smiled foolishly while holding the fruit. Finally, she placed the fruit in a small, suitable-sized icebox made by the large tail yak, which made her feel at ease. The energy from the fruit essence was strong. If it was stored carelessly and damaged, the energy could leak out, turning the fruit into waste. Sighing, Josh thought this sudden surprise was quite troublesome. After storing the fruit essence carefully, she warned her magical beasts to watch over everything and not let any unfamiliar creatures in. She no longer wanted to patrol the fields. Just then, the newspaper delivered that morning fell in front of her. She casually grabbed it and skimmed through it. She felt a bit restless inside.
Hey,
What a coincidence. The newspaper just happened to mention a huge farm in a big city that produced fruit essence. It also said that the essence should be stored at very low temperatures, not bumped or shaken. The fruit essence can be kept for a long time, and the outer shell will harden to lock in the energy securely. The story also mentioned that farms producing fruit essence could earn extra recognition. Each year, in the farm rating competition, lower-rated farms would automatically gain 1 star. Farms that repeatedly produce fruit essence could even be awarded the title of Superstar Farm. Joey felt very excited and almost wanted to boast loudly in the newspaper right now. Calm down, stay modest. Joey forcibly suppressed his rising emotions. Since the essence can be stored long-term, he could save it for the autumn farm evaluation. He heard that many valuable gifts are given to farms that successfully gain stars each year. It's also a great way to promote. Farms that perform well in the competition can even receive orders worth millions on the spot. Of course, Joey had never thought about this. Light Glow Farm is still just an unrated farm. As long as he can sell the existing farm products, that's enough. Who needs to go out and set up stalls when you own a large farm? Thinking of this, Joey gradually calmed down. Producing fruit essence was just a stroke of luck from the goddess of fortune. It didn't mean his farm was truly advanced. Honestly, if his magic fruit tree couldn't improve the quality and provide energy, This crisp honey lemon fruit essence would have withered on the branch like other fruit essences that never arrived in this world. There's nothing to be proud of, Joey. Calming himself, Joey took a deep breath. He still had to follow his plan and not let this small fruit disrupt his future development. Growing the farm is his main goal. Starting from the large knife flat bean field, Joey planned to create his third farm plot here. The large knife flat beans he scattered earlier had already taken root and sprouted, climbing on all the branches that could grow upward. The entire field looked like a deep green carpet dotted with small purple flowers. Josh reminded the large yak to have water channels and ridges separating the fields. The flowing lake water moved along the newly dug channels, turning and returning to the lake, forming a closed loop. Spring was almost over. The land to be cleared was full of green weeds, bushes, small ungrown trees, and some wild rabbits and mice. Ordinary animals. Sorry, little creatures. Josh silently apologized to them. The large yak used its skill to roll the earth, sweeping away weeds and plants. The small animals panicked and ran out of their holes. With each patch of land turned over, the birds nearby swooped in to find hidden food like caterpillars. Little lambs jumped to eat the tender, juicy leaves. The digging wild boars dug up mushrooms in the fields, breaking up the soil to make it soft. Finally, the burrowing mice drove away the remaining pests and destroyed the deep holes underground. Josh used a rake to gather the eaten tree trunks and dry branches into a high pile. After 2 days of sun exposure, he set fire to burn them into ash, returning nutrients to the earth. No matter how tough the branches or strong the roots, they couldn't withstand the sharp teeth of the burrowing mice. With the help of the wind from the vultures, Josh could easily pick up the fallen branches and roots. Cleaning this land was faster than Josh expected. The burrowing mice and wild boars repeatedly used their skills, clearing all remaining roots and grass. The land became wide and soft. Josh lit a fire to burn the dried roots and branches. The flames burned all day. Finally, he raked the cooled ash into the soil, leveled the ground, and prepared everything for planting. This land is planned for planting a new crop called landing seed, which is similar to beans or peanuts. It is a mid-level crop that is hard to grow and expensive, but it is an essential ingredient in many energy canned foods. Among the recommended crops in the shipment box, it has been the top choice for a long time. Every time Josie checks, she sees it listed first, so it's worth trying. After several busy days, it's time for the 10-day market fair again. This time, she needs to buy landing seeds. Going out without making a profit would be a loss. Josie asks Bayou Lucy to tell the birds that they need to catch fish today. She also plans to sell fish balls in the morning and buy supplies in the afternoon. The crispy honey lemon tree is slowly recovering. Its dried branches have sprouted new tender leaves. Unfortunately, the fruits that were full on the tree have shriveled and fallen. This has greatly weakened the tree, and it might not bear new crispy honey lemons this year. Josie senses its weakness. She has been carefully fertilizing it over the past few days, worried it might die if she's not careful. Fortunately, as a mutated magic fruit tree, it is very resilient. Now it is gradually recovering. The honey lemon jam she made earlier was made from the last few fruits it produced this year. She was planning to sell honey lemon water, but now she can't. She'll keep it for herself to drink. However, eating these high-energy foods for a long time seems to have improved Josie's abilities. Next time she encounters a fruit tree that needs better quality, she will try again. She won't be drained like last time. Next, it's time to make fish balls. Although there are many helpers on the farm now, only Josie can shape the fish balls. Besides gaining skill, the time required hasn't changed. It still took quite a while to finish cooking the last pot of fish balls. The moon was already high in the sky. She stretched lazily and sighed. Phew, I'm so tired. These past few days had been very busy. She didn't stop for a moment. The big yak, the digging rat, the fragrant pig, and the jumping lamb were all busy following her commands. Everyone was tired. Once this initial work was done, it would be better. She told herself to keep going and stay strong. After quickly washing up, she lay down on the soft bed and fell into a deep sleep. No one noticed the faint glow in the distant forest, where a sudden flash of bright white light appeared. The big yak woke up suddenly, seeming to sense something. It waved its tail, closed its eyes, and went back to sleep. She woke up early again to continue her journey. Now, she was very experienced. She packed all her things carefully, climbed onto the big yak, and prepared to leave. A playful lamb followed her, hopping around and trying to go with her. She shooed it back, saying, "There are big wolves outside that catch lambs to eat. Naughty lambs will be caught and eaten. Go home and sleep. If you're naughty, the big wolf might catch you." She half threatened and half pleaded with the lamb. It seemed to be very scared and ran back to the sheep pen, waking all the other lambs. Finally, a crow with a brown head, still on duty late at night, flew over and croaked twice to calm the lambs. Only then did she feel at ease and leave. In the early morning, the road was quiet with few cars. She was dozing on the big yak's back, taking a nap during this time. Today was no different. "Moo," she heard. "Joey, Joey, wake up." "Yes, yes, what's wrong, big yak?" She lay on the back of the ox, gently stroking its soft mane and responding to it. "Moo. Last night, a strange light flashed in the dim forest, like a white glow caused by a collision of space barriers."
What?
As soon as I heard this, Josh's sleep was instantly disturbed. Could there be a space crack in the forest? What about our farm? Josh broke out in a cold sweat, worried. Frequent space collisions might create space gaps, which are unstable and uncontrollable. No one knows when something from another dimension might appear, making it hard to defend against. Only stable space gaps can be controlled and are called space gates when their opening rules are understood. "Moo." I didn't feel anything, so Josh didn't need to worry. The gentle ox comforted him. As a high-level magical beast, it can sense the aura in space gaps. Since there was no unusual activity or threat to the farm, it meant that the creature on the other side of the space crack posed no danger. "That's good." Josh sighed in relief. With the ox by his side, he didn't need to fear most magical beasts. "I'm glad I have you, big ox," he said dependently, hugging its neck. Although there are many domesticated spirits on the farm, the big ox is undoubtedly Josh's closest partner. No one can shake its special place in his heart. It is also the undisputed leader among the farm's creatures. However, if a space crack does appear, it's best to report it to the Federation Management Bureau. Hopefully, they can help investigate and resolve the issue, easing Josh's worries. After securing a good spot at the free market, Josh went to the Federation Management Bureau to report what had happened. To his surprise, the staff there were not surprised at all. He helplessly told Josh that in recent days, several places had reported the appearance of space gaps. Most of these were small, unstable scratches, and the farm owners were asked to observe them on their own. Most of the people had been sent to deal with larger space rifts. Rumor had it that creatures from another world had invaded, and there were no extra hands available to help investigate. Josh needed to be prepared herself. This news made Josh feel anxious again, even though the big yak said there was no sign of threat. Still, she decided to have the brown-headed vultures increase their patrols when she returned. Feeling worried and full of thoughts, Josh sadly went back to her small stall. The big yak noticed her mood. "Moo, what's wrong, Josh?" "Hey, the Federal Management Office said there have been many space scratches lately, and creatures from other worlds have invaded. No one is available to help us investigate. I feel uneasy." Josh pouted and sighed again. "Moo." "Josh, you tend to overthink, and you don't need to be afraid of me." The big yak waved its large tail like a fan at Josh. She often lacked confidence in her strength, or maybe she was just a person who lacked a sense of security. She always wanted to develop slowly in a completely safe place, but that's impossible. "Moo." "Josh, when we chose to come to Chaoyang City, weren't we prepared for the possibility of space rifts? You can't spend every day in fear and worry. You're overreacting. Aren't you calm and brave?" Yes, she had prepared herself to face all threats when she came to Chaoyang City. So, why does every little breeze or movement now make her so anxious? Josh reflected on herself. The peaceful and stable time she had recently made her little heart feel a bit fragile. She hadn't fully faced the city, which is full of both wealth and danger. She needs to get used to it. Big tail yak, you're right. I've become so jumpy. That's not like me. Josh let go of her worries and stopped thinking about what might happen. She knew she shouldn't let small things upset her. When trouble comes, she will face it calmly. The worst that could happen is some tiny monsters sneaking out from cracks. Since there's no sign of danger, she shouldn't worry. After relaxing, Josh carefully set up her fishball stall and started her small business. The street was still busy with people, unaffected by any threat from space cracks. It was a busy morning. Josh set up her stall a few times and gained some regular customers. Today's fish balls were fewer and sold faster. By noon, she had sold out easily. Some people came smelling the food, but Josh had to regretfully tell them to come next time, as she was already sold out. Of course, she kept the last bowl for herself to treat herself. The soft fish balls slid into her stomach, and her bad mood from earlier disappeared. It had been a while since she last ate fish balls. They were delicious. She finished the last bit of fishball soup. Josh quickly packed up her things and led her big yak to a quiet place to rest. As usual, she went shopping afterward. Her main goal today was to buy land-growing seeds. Although there was an official seed shop, she wanted to browse the free market first to see if there were any good items. On the nursery street, it was crowded with people. Josh wandered around happily. "Hey, Miss Josh, It seemed someone was calling her. Josh pushed through the crowded crowd, focusing on the direction of the sound, and squeezed in. He saw a bearded man waving excitedly at him. "Mr. Lumen?" Josh asked uncertainly. Yes, it's me. I'm glad to see you again, Miss Josh," Lumen said with a smile, revealing a pair of big white teeth through his thick beard. "It's been a few days." "Why do you look like that?" Josh asked in surprise. The last time they met, he was a clean, fair-skinned, middle-aged man. How did he change so much in just a moment? "Haha, because I went to a new secret realm to find seeds. I didn't have time to care about these." "Look," he said, showing a row of seed samples. "Fallen seeds." Josh exclaimed happily. "Actually, they are mutated fallen seed varieties," Lumen corrected.
Mutated fallen seeds?
Josh crouched down and picked up a seed, examining it carefully. It has more energy than normal fallen seeds, grows taller plants, and produces more. "I collected these from a space crack I ventured into. What do you think, Miss Josh?" "Interested?" he asked softly. "Interested, yes, but wouldn't their growing conditions be more demanding than regular fallen seeds?"
Josh asked.
Yes, indeed. I don't want to deceive any of my guests. Unlike normal fallen seeds, these were collected from a swamp filled with lots of humus, including many decayed magic fruits. Thousands of swamp creatures, like the swamp crack monkeys, are consciously cultivating these mutated fallen seeds. There are even many low-level magical beast corpses nourishing these plants, Lumen said as if telling a story, explaining everything smoothly. However, Josh had a question. How did you manage to avoid the thousands of swamp monkeys when collecting these fallen fruits? The onlookers nearby also perked up their ears and widened their eyes, eager to hear a story. Lumen smiled awkwardly. "I just disguised myself a bit and easily avoided the patrols of the swamp monkeys. That's not the main point. It's just a small matter." But everyone didn't think so. They were eager to know how Lumen managed to escape from these clever and fierce monkeys to gather the fruits. Their curiosity grew, and they kept asking questions. Lumen's face kept changing, and he had no choice but to say helplessly, "I covered myself with their droppings and soaked in the swamp, moving slowly each day. I only collected the fruits that floated on the water surface, and no monkey ever found me." "Wow!" the crowd exclaimed. They had thought it would be a story of a brave hero charging into the swamp alone, fighting against thousands. But it turned out Lumen endured so much hardship. They felt a bit embarrassed. "Isn't the swamp very smelly? Would you touch the droppings? How do you eat?" a little girl asked confusedly, asking 3 questions in a row. I just ate like that," Lumen replied awkwardly. The girl was quickly pulled away by her parents, and the crowd began to understand a little more about Lumen's current situation. "It's really not easy, is it?" "Exactly. Maybe when he's eating, there's a pile of droppings right next to him. Wow, he really has a lot of patience. The crowd's chatter grew louder, and Josh regretted asking that question. I'm really sorry, Mr. Lumen, for embarrassing you in front of so many people. Hey, there's nothing to worry about. If I were afraid of being laughed at, I wouldn't say anything. To get good results, you have to pay some difficult-to-express prices. Miss Josie, don't feel guilty. Lumen was very open-minded and not afraid of being laughed at. He quickly shook off the awkwardness and picked up some seeds to show Josie. How about it, Miss Josie? Are you interested in buying these land-grown plants? You can trade them for large-tail yak milk. He eagerly promoted these seeds to Josie. Is the weekly large-tail yak milk enough for your fierce horn bull? Josie asked curiously.
Don't mention it.
That annoying fierce horn bull hasn't drunk any other intermediate magical beast milk since it started drinking large-tail yak milk. It prefers to eat grass rather than drink. I'm worried it might become malnourished or develop health problems. Mr. Lumen gritted his teeth as he spoke, clearly annoyed by his little calf at home. I need to think about it. These mutated land-grown plants are of better quality and produce more than ordinary ones, so they are undoubtedly a better choice. But the difficulty of cultivation is unknown and might be harder than expected. Josie doesn't want to waste effort. What if she can't grow them? Miss Josie, listen to me. Growing these mutated land-grown plants gives you an advantage over other farmers, Lumen said, knowing Josie's concerns and trying to persuade her. Advantage? I heard from Yenwei that your micro-light farm has a vast, wide lake surrounded by extensive marshlands. You have a geographical advantage, but I haven't developed those wetlands yet. The nutrients in the marshes probably can't compare to the secret realm space. Can they grow?
Oh my, you don't need to worry about that.
Every farm has livestock, but if the quality isn't enough, you can use the manure from those magical beasts to improve the wetlands. I believe you can do it. Also, since these seeds are just dropped naturally, they aren't many. Even if you try once, Miss Josh, you won't lose anything. If it succeeds, your farm will get a better rating in the autumn competition, and you might earn more rewards. Honestly, Josh was convinced by what he said. All these dropped seeds combined aren't enough to plant the newly cleared farmland, but trying them around the small wetlands near Glimmer Lake could work. All right, I'll give it a try. Josh decided to spend the extra effort to get this small bag of mutated drop seeds, even if it meant doubling the cost of last month's big-tail yak milk. She also didn't forget about the little bees. Mr. Lumen, do you have any seed recommendations?
I still keep a hive of bees on my farm.
Spring is almost over, and I need to plant some flower fields for nectar. You have bees on your farm? That's impressive. Let me think. I'll pick the most suitable seeds for you. Mr. Lumen became interested. He took out a notebook from his pocket and thought carefully. Are they little bee spirits? Josh nodded. In that case, you shouldn't choose ordinary flowering plants, or it might affect the quality of your honey, Lumen said cautiously. Miss Josh, may I ask what flowers the bees mainly collect from now on? He looked up from his notebook and asked. On the farm, they mainly gather from giant fruit lemon flowers, bitter candy tree blossoms, taro flowers, and some wildflowers in the forest, Josh replied with a bit of helplessness. Is there no fixed nectar source? You really need to pay attention to this, Lumen frowned. I think you should choose some perennial flowering plants as nectar sources. What do you think? That way, you won't have to create new flower fields every year. It would be a one-time solution. Mr. Lumen made a very good point. He considered the future for Josie. Indeed, if planting crops is like planting new fields every quarter, Josie would be exhausted. Mr. Lumen, what kind of plants do you think would suit my farm? There are many suitable flowers. If Miss Josie has time, we can visit my flower garden. After all, it will be part of the farm scenery in the future, and I want to make sure you like it. After discussing, Josie went to lead the large yak, and Mr. Lumen packed up his stall supplies. Josie planned to visit his flower garden. Mr. Blair had mentioned before that he was a famous botanist, so this was a good chance to see his work. Mr. Lumen was riding a not-so-tall summer horse, waiting for Josie at the crossroads. When he saw the pure white, elegant large-tailed yak, he let out a short gasp of surprise. No matter how many times I see this noble large-tailed yak, I am still captivated by its beauty. I wonder when my fierce horned ox will grow into a real, high-level magical beast. He sounded a bit hopeless, already worried about that. Josie said nothing, just smiled lightly and listened carefully. But honestly, having the potential to become a high-level magical beast doesn't mean it will definitely grow into one. Since it's still a juvenile and I can't fully meet the needs of that fierce horned ox, Josie thinks it's not very optimistic to expect it to become a high-level magical beast. Walking along listening to Mr. Lumen's constant chatter, Josie found it hard to keep up. She is not someone who talks much, and when she gets into deep conversations, the silence can be awkward. She never expected Mr. Lumen to be such a talkative person. Finally, when she saw the garden covered with blooming flowers behind a fence, Josie relaxed and changed the subject. Mr. Lumen, this must be your flower garden. It's very beautiful. Yes, this is my garden. Not to brag, but no one in Chaoyang City has as many flowers in their garden as I do. This place holds all the wealth I've accumulated in my life, Lumen said proudly. They dismounted from their horses or oxen. As Lumen gently pushed open the garden gate for Josie to enter, she truly realized the value of his words. Looking around, countless flowers spread out like a beautiful silk cloth. The vibrant colors and variety of blooms left Josie in awe. It was one of the most beautiful places she had ever seen. She felt ashamed for underestimating Mr. Lumen before. She was like a country bumpkin in the city, staring at the stunning flowers with wide eyes, forgetting to breathe. Lumen waited calmly for Josie to regain her composure. No one could enter his garden and stay calm. Whether man or woman, everyone was overwhelmed. This was his greatest pride. After a long moment, Josie finally snapped out of her amazement. Mr. Lumen, it's incredible. These flowers are cultivated by humans? Your gardening skills are like those of a god. Amazing. Haha, interest is the best teacher. If there is a god, then interest is my divine guide, Lumen laughed. Then, Mr. Lumen, which flowers do you think would be suitable for my farm? Josh did not forget the purpose of this trip and kept his eyes fixed on the flower bushes. Come, look at this purple vetch. It can grow along roadside ditches, lakeside open spaces, and it will take root naturally. You don't need to spend effort planting it. Once sown, it will bloom every year and can also be used as fodder for livestock. Lumen crouched in front of a small flower and explained to Josh. Wow, no wonder Josh was surprised. There were so many beautiful flowers in the garden. The small flowers Lumen introduced were pretty, but compared to the others, they seemed a bit plain. She felt a little disappointed. Miss Josh, it's not that I won't introduce you to these gorgeous flowers. Maybe you just can't cultivate such fancy plants right now, Lumen said calmly, not surprised by her reaction. Anyone in such a garden, choosing these simple small flowers, might feel a bit let down. Yes, I understand. Please continue, Mr. Lumen, Josh said with a shy smile. She quickly realized the problem and changed her thinking. She was here to find nectar flowers. How did she get distracted by these beautiful, flashy flowers? Those were not things she could afford to buy or grow.
All right.
Although they are modest in the garden, if you see these purple vetch in the wild, they would look very beautiful. They bloom in spring and summer, are very hardy like weeds, produce a lot of nectar, and the honey made from them can have a small calming effect. Mr. Lumen picked a flower and handed it to Josh. Josh carefully examined the small flower. The pale purple petals and light fragrance made it seem a bit cuter than before. Please continue, she said, setting the flower down and letting it return to the earth. Seeing Josh's no longer disappointed smile, Lumen also relaxed. Although he brought Josh to the garden partly to show off, he was worried that if Josh got too attracted to the beautiful flowers and followed his own ideas, it would cause him trouble. He walked to a flowering tree with white waterfalls of blossoms. This is the second type I recommend, fine-leaved acacia flowers. Look at its flowers. They hang in strings like wind chimes all over the tree. During summer and autumn, it can meet the nectar needs of most bee colonies. Just plant a circle along the road. It will provide nectar and also add a beautiful view to your farm. Like acacia flowers, Josh recognized this flower. She had eaten steamed acacia flowers before. They smelled sweet and tasty. But that was a long time ago, almost like a different lifetime. This also meant she liked this fine-leaved acacia naturally. I like this flower, Mr. Lumen. He nodded proudly and smiled. Haha, no one can resist the charm of this sea of white flowers. I knew it. These two types of flowers can meet most of the bees' needs. The remaining gaps will need to be filled by your orchard. Many fruit trees also have flowers that are important nectar sources. So, Miss Josh, are you interested in buying some more magic fruit tree saplings from me? Rumen's face, covered with a thick beard, showed a sly smile. Josh chuckled. Mr. Rumen, it seems you're not only an excellent botanist, but also a clever businessman. You guessed right, I do need some more fruit trees to expand my orchard. Somehow, he had predicted everything. The orchard is still small and needs to grow. She hadn't had time to think about it before, but now that there's a chance, she decided to buy some more. Haha, without understanding the needs of you reclusive farm owners, who am I supposed to sell my plants to? There are no buyers coming, Mr. Lumen chuckled, feeling quite proud. Then I've decided. The honey source plants will be purple lucerne and fine-leaved acacia. That's all. Now let's go see the fruit trees. Josie decided quickly. If something is suitable, there's no need to hesitate. Quick action is the best way. Let's go to the orchard, Mr. Lumen said, leading Josie deeper into the garden. The climate in Chaoyang City is perfect, with countless magic fruit trees for you to choose from. Come and see here. Mr. Lumen guided Josie through the garden. To her surprise, hidden deep in the flower sea was a small orchard surrounded by giant trees. Josie looked curiously at the many different fruit trees. She tasted everything, familiar and unfamiliar, sweet, fragrant, sour, and bitter. The first step in choosing fruit trees is to understand how delicious the fruits are. She decided to taste first. How about it, Miss Josie? Do you like any of the magic fruit trees? Mr. Lumen asked with a smile as Josie paused. Yes, Josie replied, already having her answer after tasting. Growing magic fruit trees takes more than a season. It affects many future years. Josie only chose from the types she understood and felt confident in cultivating. Even so, she picked the best among the good, since none of the magic fruit trees here looked unhealthy. I need these 4 types: emerald lychee, yellow peach, longleaf hookfruit, and citrus orange, Josie said. Compared to flowers, she was much more confident in choosing fruit trees. Miss Josh is truly an expert. These types of magical fruit trees are very suitable for planting in Chaoyang City. They are also among the best growing trees in my orchard. Currently, not many farms here are large-scale planting these trees. If the planting succeeds, won't you have a monopoly on the future market? Mr. Lumen's words are undoubtedly very tempting. However, Josh asked with a slight smile, so, Mr. Lumen, do you plan not to sell these saplings to other farmers in the future? Only to me? Haha, Lumen chuckled nervously. Oh, just joking. Who knows what will happen in the future? Haha. His face showed embarrassment that Josh had seen through. Alright, since we are old friends, Mr. Lumen, don't think about taking advantage of me. My big yak can't produce that much yak milk, so these transactions are purely about money, Josh said with a smile, not wanting to waste more time. Okay. Miss Josh, you are really something. Young people these days don't even want to chat with an old man like me, Lumen started to complain. He looked like a middle-aged man, but his words made him seem 10 years older. He talked too much. The different fruit trees were sold at 800, 500, 600, and 600 per tree. As for the original main attraction, the honey source flowers, Mr. Lumen gave Josh a bag of seeds for free. The fine-leaved acacia was sold at half price, with some given away as well. This made Josh wonder if he had negotiated too little for the magical fruit trees. If he had known, he would have bargained more fiercely. Seeing Lumen's wide smile, he was sure he had made a big profit. But then he thought if there are any problems with the magical fruit trees in the future, he could just ask Lumen directly. Free advice from a great botanist is not a bad deal. Several fruit tree saplings, each with more than 50 trees, are too many to prepare all at once. Lumen will need a few more days. The same goes for the fine-leaf acacia. When everything is ready, Mr. Lumen will deliver the trees to the farm along with these magical fruit trees. In the end, Josh carried back a bag of purple vetch seeds. On the way home, Josh slowly realized the situation and said with a grin, "I earned this money, but I've already spent most of it." It's a bit painful. Josh knows he can earn more money, so he's not worried. "Hey, Big Tail Yak, you're right. We now have a steady weekly income, so no need to rush," Josh said, patting his chest to calm himself. Although it was a busy market day, Josh and Big Tail Yak returned early today. They didn't need to hurry and arrived at the farm before sunset. When they entered the farm, the first thing Josh saw wasn't the mischievous little lambs jumping around, but the rare, colorful ladybugs. They were busy working in the taro bamboo fields and didn't notice Josh's return. Josh also felt a faint pressure from Big Tail Yak. When he looked up, he saw the ladybugs. Suddenly, when they saw Big Tail Yak and Josh by the field, the nervous ladybugs quickly hid in the bamboo thickets. Josh could sense their fear. "Colorful ladybugs, we're just going home. We didn't mean to bother you. Don't be afraid. If you have time tonight, you can come to the second-floor balcony to taste the delicious fine-legged bee honey. You'll like it. Those little creatures don't have enough charm yet, and the fine-legged bee honey is tempting." So far, Josh hasn't found any bugs that can resist the allure of the honey. Eat well, drink well, and there's no way they won't listen and behave. It's impossible. Josh was there, giggling at these little creatures for a long time. The big yak finally grew impatient. These tiny beings, which only the yak's big eyes could see clearly, didn't seem that adorable, and why was Josh laughing for so long? So boring. Let's go. Using her fluffy head, the yak successfully pushed Josh away. On the way, a curious little sheep watched Josh being pushed by the yak. It got the idea to imitate and charged forward, almost knocking Josh 2 miles away. "Jumping little sheep," Josh shouted loudly, and her voice carried far, startling the birds in the forest into flight. In the end, Josh angrily took away the little sheep's freedom for the night and locked it in the sheep pen, making it reflect on what happens when it pushes its owner too far. "I'm so angry, Big Yak. Why didn't you stop it? Look at this," she said, holding up her red-tinged hand. The yak used its icy energy to cool her hand, and it quickly healed. "Moo." The yak made an innocent sound. Josh was very tired. A little play was okay. She should be lively and playful, a cheerful girl who loves to have fun, not a serious adult working all day. There was no real danger. The little sheep's bumps and pushes were harmless with the yak around. After teasing these naughty but cute little sheep, Josh took advantage of the last bit of sunset to plant seeds of purple vetch along the roadside, in the grass, and among the fruit trees. Lumen said it had incredible vitality. It didn't need special care, no need for extra water or fertilizer. It would grow quickly in the right place at the right time. Tonight, she enjoyed baked mushrooms with butter again. It was delicious. Recently, she had fallen in love with this dish. The digging wild boars, after putting on their mouth covers, never disappointed her. In just a few days, they had already earned back their selling price. Josh did not overwork them. He only put on their muzzles when they had finished eating and willingly allowed him to do so. They are more obedient and sensible than jumping lambs. Tonight, the jumping lambs scored very low in her heart. She would never admit that she was angry because of how embarrassing it was to be pushed away in that way. Josh prepared the honey for the new week to give to Deweying. He planned to explore the dense forest with the big tail yak to see what was happening. Recently, every night, not only Deweying but also Josh had been awakened several times by the bright white light from the back mountain forest. The dazzling white light appeared more and more often in the faint forest. It was hard not to feel nervous. The brown-headed vultures led the way. The big tail yak carried Josh and the hollow rock mouse, heading deeper into the forest. The big tail yak was too large to go into the primitive forest, so it could only follow the old trail step by step. The hollow rock mouse, as a native, led the way. The aura of high-level magical beasts was no longer hidden. With every step, countless small magical creatures ran away. If it weren't for worrying about Josh on its back, the yak would have charged forward directly. They all didn't want Josh to follow. But Josh disagreed. She needed to see with her own eyes how big the space cracks in the faint forest were to feel at ease. As a farm owner, if she didn't know what was happening, How could she manage the farm? That would be irresponsible. Along the way, besides the sounds of small animals, Josh and the elves didn't talk much. Maybe because it was their first time climbing the mountain, the atmosphere was tense. Josh's palms were sweaty. Suddenly, a frightened bird's cry came from the distance, right ahead, the direction of the disturbance. The large-tailed yak paused briefly, and a thicker protective shield covered Josh's body. She gently scratched the back of the yak's neck, signaling it not to be too nervous and that she was fine. Then she started walking forward again. A crow-like bird swooped down from the sky, blocking Josh's path. In front, there was a fight between some magical beasts. It was strange, and she was advised not to go that way. Strange? What's strange about it? Josh frowned. The bird-like creature made a croaking sound. In front, a medium-sized starry moon bear was fighting several unknown magical beasts fiercely. It was injured. A medium-sized bear? Where is the mother bear? No, only this one. The starry moon bear is a dangerous, large magical beast. Adult ones can often evolve into high-level magical beasts. Seeing a wounded, dying cub here suggests there must be a mother bear nearby, hiding and ready to attack from any corner. If they go over, it might be fine if they don't encounter her, but if they do, the mother bear might vent her anger on them. Even if she can't eat them, she would still chase them away. Josh didn't want to take that risk. Even the large-tailed yak wouldn't dare to face such a foe easily, as it is a natural predator with innate advantages. She didn't think the mother bear would give them a chance to explain when her injured cub was involved. They couldn't just say they were passing by. If the bear's paw lands on their heads, it would be over. Let's retreat and take a detour, Josh quickly thought. She could go around to the upper left to avoid this area. Let's go and leave here first, she decided. She didn't want trouble. Better to avoid it first. Just as she was halfway back along the original path, a wild, furious roar suddenly sounded behind her. The beast had returned. One bird and one person exchange a quick glance. The brown-headed vulture spreads its wings and soars higher and higher until Josh can no longer see its shadow. Only then does it fly toward the sound source. Big Tail walks steadily. As a high-level magical beast, it immediately locked onto the location of the great star moon bear when it appeared. The other side also noticed it, so its steps quickened. However, it paid no attention to the others. It found the culprit and began its revenge. The little bear was more badly injured than the brown-headed vulture had seen before. Its chest, with white crescent moon fur, was stained red with blood, torn open along the curve of the moon. You could faintly see the beating heart. The little star moon bear was hurt like this. The angry rage of the great star moon bear made it attack the enemy ferociously. The frequent flashes of white light revealed the still dependent cub to predators in the dark night. To protect this small creature being targeted by forest wolves, the great star moon bear had to move toward the edge of the forest. It was trying to avoid those tangled forest wolves. How could its cub become like this just after it arrived and started foraging?
Darn it. So infuriating.
These strange creatures from another world are so cruel. The great star moon bear wildly attacked all the otherworldly creatures nearby, cunning lizard monsters. The strongest among them was only at the intermediate level. The big tail yak had never taken these creatures seriously. There's a huge difference between intermediate and high levels. Who knew that now these creatures would cause such a commotion? They even dared to hunt a high-level magical beast's cub, almost succeeding. If Josh knew, he would also admire the boldness of these cold-blooded monsters. They are truly daring. Roar! A series of mournful cries came from the distance. The great star moon bear had killed all the predators, but the little star moon bear looked like it was about to give out. The brown-headed vultures occasionally land to deliver messages to Josh. Looking at the fully alert vultures with their feathers standing up, it's clear how brutal the previous fight was. There's nothing more heartbreaking than a mother watching her child die in her arms. Josh also feels sad, but she's more worried about another thing. That the mother bear, having lost her cub, might start attacking indiscriminately. Suddenly, the large tail yak speeds up, kicking up dust as it runs quickly. The angry mother bear, for some unknown reason, is rushing toward them. The yak isn't afraid of the bear, but Josh is still on its back. It must protect her first. The vultures fly back, their warning calls echoing through the forest. They all feel sorry for the poor mother, but if she harms Josh, they won't back down. The mother bear stops running wildly, holding her dying cub in her mouth, walking and crying softly. It doesn't seem like she's here to attack our large tail yak. Josh faintly hears her crying. I hear it too, but I need to make sure you're safe first. A starry moon bear that has lost its mind is dangerous, and we shouldn't get too close now. Josh nods, sweating from fear. When the large tail yak ran, she clung tightly to its back, thinking she might not make it through today. She tries not to think too much. Phew. They reach the edge of the forest near the farm. The large tail yak turns and runs toward the starry moon bear. Without Josh's presence, it's fearless of the trees and fallen branches, crashing through obstacles to make a path. Only a high-level creature can communicate with another high-level creature. To deal with the starry moon bear, it must go there itself. At this moment, the brown-headed vulture perched on a branch in front of the starry moon bear and her child. Its eyes showed some sympathy, but it never agrees to tasks it cannot complete. It could not fulfill the starry moon bear's request. The large tail yak arrived quickly, rushing out from the woods. It faced off with the big starry moon bear, one behind the other. The big starry moon bear let out a deep, mournful cry, its round eyes full of sadness. It was begging for help, hoping humans would save its child. Seeing the distrustful looks from the tail yak and the brown-headed vulture, the big starry moon bear gently placed the little bear on a soft patch of dry grass. It slowly lowered its body, limbs stretched upward, exposing its belly and chest, the most vulnerable parts, to show its determination. It kept crying out, hoping they would help. Every second wasted meant a greater chance that the little bear might not survive. It couldn't bear to watch its child die. The injuries were too severe. Licking didn't help. Blood flowed like a stream, and no healing magical beasts could be found at the forest edge. It could only place its hope on humans, even if it meant risking its own life. Croak, the natural instinct of the brown-headed vulture, made it unable to abandon this small life, but because it concerned Josh's safety, it couldn't afford any mistake. Though soft-hearted, it absolutely refused to give up. However, the vulture, which had been circling low, finally landed on the big tail yak. Perhaps it was better to listen to the yak. The big tail yak hesitated too. As a mother, it remembered the calf it had lost before. It understood that pain very well. But it didn't want Josh to take any risks. If Josh were here, would she agree? The big tail yak thought she probably would. No, she definitely would. She is always so kind-hearted. If she knew that rescuing this little bear was possible, but didn't do it, she would be very sad. Meow, we give the little bear to Josh. We can ask Josh to help rescue the bear, but you can't get any closer. The large tail yak stepped forward a few more steps, giving off a strong sense of pressure. Ho! The big star moon bear agreed. The little bear is already in such a state. This is the only chance. If they dare to deceive it, it would destroy the farm even if it died. If the little bear can be saved, it is willing to become a farm pet and serve under that human. Meow, it signaled the brown-headed vulture to take the little bear away. It will stay here guarding the dangerous big bear until the little bear either dies or recovers. The brown-headed vulture carefully grabbed the little bear by the back of its neck with its strong claws and flew high into the sky. Croak, hearing the sound, Josh suddenly looked up and put down her sharp wooden spear. What is that, vulture? And that little bear? Her voice suddenly became sharp. Are these two honest beasts from her home actually daring to steal a wild bear? Seeing the little star moon bear, Josh's mind was a jumble of thoughts. Gruak gruak. No, Jos. The big star moon bear is begging us to save this little bear. If we can save it, it is willing to become a farm pet. A farm pet. Josh's heart skipped a beat. That big star moon bear is a healthy, mature, magical beast. Having it would make the farm much safer. But when Josh took the bloodied little bear, her chaotic thoughts suddenly cleared. All she cared about now was the little bear's safety. Although it's called a little bear, it's actually quite large, much bigger than a bouncing lamb. Josh struggled to hold it. The brown-headed vulture wanted to help Joshi, but if it kept swinging the little bear in the sky, Joshi doubted how long the little bear could hold on. There was no choice but to run back to the farm holding the bear. She had already pressed the universal alarm system on her communicator to send a message that her pet elf needed urgent help. Medical staff should arrive soon. Holding the soft little bear, her heart was in her throat. The warm body temperature of the bear was dropping, and she could only hear its faint cries of pain. They were all calls for help. Tears welled up in Joshi's eyes, and her eyelids were moist. In a flash, she sprinted back to the farm, about 800 meters away, sparks flying. The lambs, smelling blood, gathered around to see how she was doing. It was only when the digging pig pushed away the irrational lambs that Joshi managed to break free from the circle and reach the small cabin, waiting for rescue. She knew she couldn't waste time waiting. She found some spare medical bandages and gauze pads, soaked the gauze in universal healing ointment, and tightly wrapped the wound with the bandages. This healing ointment was bought at the Great Rock Highlands. She wasn't sure how well it worked, but it was worth a try. What else could she do? Her mind raced quickly. The little bear's limbs were cold, and it was having difficulty breathing. It had suffered major external bleeding, so now it was in hypovolemic shock. The only thing she could do was give fluid resuscitation. She found a can of high-fat yak milk, and just like when she treated the jumping lamb, she added plenty of honey to make a concentrated honey yak milk and fed it to the bear spoon by spoon. Perhaps the little bear was still somewhat conscious, or maybe the sweet taste of honey milk helped it wake up from the darkness. In any case, it licked the honey milk spoon by spoon, and its condition gradually improved. Croak, the brown-headed vulture, signaled that the rescue team had arrived. Just as Josie was about to pick up the little bear, the slightly awake bear shyly dodged. Suddenly, Josie thought of a problem. Secretly adopting a wild, high-level magical beast cub is not allowed by law. If the Star Moon Bear continued to reject her and the rescue workers noticed something was wrong and reported it, it could cause trouble. After thinking for a moment, Josie looked at the little bear. Ignoring its attempts to dodge, she forcibly held it in her arms. She whispered softly against its fluffy little ear, "Little bear, you have to behave. If others find out you're not my little bear and send you to the stray animal shelter, you'll never see your bear mother again. Understand?" Hearing this, the little bear became obedient. Not only did it stay quietly in Josie's arms, but when the staff wanted to check its health, it also moved a little closer to Josie. Now, the medical rescue team's suspicion of Josie was much less. Private hunting of magical beasts and stealing cubs are strictly forbidden. If this little bear rejected her, they would investigate thoroughly. But for now, it's better to pretend they didn't see anything. After all, they are just ordinary rescue team members and don't know anything. Josie watched as the healing elf, the sun dove, treated the Star Moon Bear cub. Healing energy continuously flowed from its golden feathers on top of its head. The little bear's condition visibly improved. The medical staff praised Josie warmly, saying, "You did a good job with the basic treatment. You effectively stopped the heavy bleeding from its chest rupture. Without your help, it might not have lasted until we arrived." The little bear's condition surprised them all. The bear was badly hurt, but instead of being near death and unable to breathe, it was awake and conscious. This made rescue much easier. After careful treatment, the medical staff said, "This little bear is recovering faster than we expected. Its condition is improving well." "Really?" Josh patted the soft head of the little bear and wiped away the blood on its body.
Yes.
"Did you give it any supplements?" "It keeps releasing a lot of energy," said the doctor, holding a glowing probe. I fed it high-quality beast milk and attribute honey. No wonder. With such good nourishment, there's no need to go to the rescue station anymore." She finished tying the last knot on the bear's wound. "It can rest at home now." Many injured domesticated spirits tend to become stressed if sent to the rescue station, which isn't good for healing. Just take care of it at home, but be careful, no vigorous activity, and keep it away from water. "All right, the bandage is secure now," She checked the little bear from head to tail, making sure there were no other injuries. Most importantly, don't let it or other magical creatures lick the wound. Their mouths are dirty and could cause infection, the doctor said seriously to Josh. Josh nodded quickly. Yes, yes. Thank you, doctor. We really appreciate your help. The doctor waved casually. It's no big deal. Saving lives is my job. Her tall figure looked especially noble at that moment. Before leaving, she leaned out her head. By the way, don't forget to pay for the medical expenses and transportation. The bills will be sent to your communicator soon. Please check and pay within 5 working days. Carrot, there's no need to remind her immediately. She will pay on her own. Josh frowned, unable to imagine how expensive the bill might be. Sniff, sniff. The little bear noticed Josh's expression and softly pouted, acting cute. After the treatment earlier, it had already considered Josh as its own bear and was not shy at all. All right, seeing the soft little bear, Josh reached out and roughly rubbed its back. He looked at its exposed belly after shaving the fur, feeling itchy to touch. When your chest heals, I'll give you a good rub again. Croak, croak, the brown-headed vulture reminded.
Oh.
That's right, the big-tail yak is still on the mountain. Josh looked at the little bear in his arms and decided to take it along. The bear's mother is still on the mountain, so he can't just leave the bear cub at the farm. Besides, Josh looked at the group of naughty little sheep outside and felt uneasy leaving the bear cub here. During the treatment, these little sheep surrounded Josh and the rescue team. Now, there's a round sheep dung circle outside, and the golden beetles are working overtime. These little sheep even deliberately urinate and defecate everywhere, refusing to do so in designated spots. Darn it, I'll deal with them soon. Josh itched to scold them, glaring fiercely at the little sheep. The carefree little sheep was confused by the glare, still happily jumping around like a mountain goat. He picked up the little bear and headed into the dense forest with faint light. Inside the forest, the big-tail yak and the starry moon bear were happily chatting. Although they are different species as high-level magical beasts, they already have a high level of intelligence and can communicate with each other. As a mother, the big yak understood Star Moon Bear's sadness. Before meeting Josie, it also had its little calf, but unfortunately, since the exhausted and depressed Star Moon Bear had revealed its most vulnerable side, the big yak could only comfort it. It said, Josie is a kind girl. She will find a way to help the little bear, and kept talking. Eventually, something Josie said touched Star Moon Bear, and it slowly started to regain its spirit, willing to talk a few words with the big yak. Then they began to chat. To distract Star Moon Bear, the big yak asked about the space rift. It had faced creatures from the other side of the rift before. Star Moon Bear's eyes showed a hint of doubt. It didn't understand what exactly the space rift was. Normally, the white light caused by the collision of space rifts appears only briefly and isn't so frequent. That's why it brought the little bear here. The frequent white lights worried it. Recently, the little bear had been targeted by a group of forest wolves. They were only mid-level magical beasts, but still annoying. It thought they could stay near the edge of the faint glow forest for a few days, wait for the white light to disappear, then go back. But unexpectedly, they encountered those nasty creatures from another world here. It angrily slammed its large paw on the ground, creating a deep hole. It was just looking for food, yet it hurt its little cub so badly. It was so angry it wanted to tear those creatures apart. The big yak gently comforted it a few times, sharing its anger and condemning those darn creatures together. In the distance, a faint sound came from a small creature, the rock mouse. It cautiously poked its head out and squeaked, squeak, squeak, as Josie scurried away. When the starry moon bear appeared, the hollow rock mouse broke free from Joshi's arms, allowing him to hold the big-tail yak tightly with both hands and move to a safe place. It found a hole in a tree and hid inside. While the big-tail yak and the starry moon bear faced off, the mouse also served as a witness. The little squirrel, who had just been thinking of running down to check the situation, was jumping around in the tree bringing the latest news. Chirp! Joshi arrived, bringing the little bear with him. As soon as this was said, the starry moon bear suddenly stood up, wanting to move forward, but hesitated because of the big-tail yak and kept pacing anxiously. The two animals' peaceful scene was broken. The big-tail yak gently stood up and blocked the starry moon bear. The little bear didn't know what was happening. What if things go badly and the starry moon bear goes wild? It was ready to fight. Maybe sensing its mother's presence, the little bear was a bit restless, twisting in Joshi's arms. Joshi carried the chubby little bear, climbing halfway up the mountain, panting heavily and almost unable to stand. It was making trouble again, so he gave it a firm, pretend pat on the bottom. The little bear, after being scolded, finally behaved and stayed quietly in Joshi's arms without moving. Finally, Joshi saw the big-tail yak's snowy white tail. Big-tail yak, I'm here. Neither the big-tail yak nor the starry moon bear moved. The little bear, lying still in Joshi's arms, was also quiet. Both animals' moods sank to the lowest point. Was there really no hope left? The starry moon bear let out a painful cry and collapsed to the ground. The big-tail yak looked a bit reluctant and lowered its head, avoiding looking at it. The little bear's ears twitched, and it responded with a sound. What's wrong with its mom? The large yak and the starry moon bear both turned to look at the little bear in Josie's arms. Josie thought they had just noticed her, so she excitedly lifted the little bear to show them. It's alive. Don't worry. The starry moon bear gently licked the recovered little bear, showing love and care. Its poor baby. As a result, except for the bandages, the little bear's body was wet all over. It looked at Josie and kept whimpering, trying to crawl over to her. The rescue team said not to lick its wounds. Josie said, mustering courage. Her words interrupted the warm moment between the mother bear and her baby. The starry moon bear looked at the tiny bits of fur turning into little strands and nodded. Then it avoided the bandaged area on its chest and started licking another spot. Good baby, let mommy give you a nice kiss. All right, Josie thought helplessly, I saved you, so you can't blame me. The little bear's tearful, helpless eyes made Josie want to laugh. But in this warm and loving environment, she couldn't lose her composure. She forced a serious look, trying not to smile crookedly. Seeing Josie and the little bear interact, the starry moon bear felt a surge of gratitude toward her. If its previous submission was just out of helplessness, now it truly recognized Josie. In less than half a day, the little bear had come to depend on her, showing she had genuinely helped them both. From now on, it was this girl's farm spirit. The starry moon bear stopped licking and slowly lay down in front of Josie. Purr, hello, master. Josie was startled and looked at the large yak with some confusion. Although she was previously attracted to the high-level magical beast, the moonlight bear, she had no specific purpose when rescuing the little bear. She just wanted to save this small life. Suddenly, Josh didn't know how to react. The large tail yak didn't speak but nudged her hand and pushed her forward a few steps. Hey, moonlight bear, you can get up now. You don't need to call me master. My name is Josh. Just call me by my name. Welcome to the Glimmer Farm. Josh looked sincerely at the moonlight bear. A little nervous, she reached out and gently stroked the fluffy head of the moonlight bear. Snore. Thank you, Josh. The moonlight bear rubbed against her small hand and head, showing how adorable this human is. The moonlight bear was quite big, lying in front of Josh like a small mountain. Josh looked at it and then at the large tail yak beside it, smiling foolishly. It seemed like there were two mighty protectors in the farm. All right, let's go back to the farm together and get familiar with the environment. When busy times were over, she finally relaxed. It was late afternoon and it was time to go home. The way back was much easier than before. Holding the injured little bear, Josh climbed onto the large tail yak's back. Soon, they reached the edge of the farm. The mischievous little sheep, sensing the presence of a beast, came over foolishly. Seeing it from afar, it immediately ran faster than a rabbit and disappeared in a flash. Josh chuckled secretly. Now, do you still dare to run wild in the farm? Be good. The ground-digging pigs were hiding inside their pens, watching secretly without daring to come out. Nearby, 5 cute big rats stood at the hole, confidently peering out. All right, everyone listen up. Today we have a new member on the farm. Let's all get to know each other. No need to hide, little bear. Josh cleared his throat and shouted loudly. The phrase, little bear, suddenly made the serious farm atmosphere lively. Familiar bleats and basks sounded from all corners, those naughty eavesdroppers. Josh grabbed a small sheep, patted its back as usual, and playfully teased it. The digging team's pig and mouse carefully dug a tunnel, crawled underground to greet the starry moon bear, and prepared to run away at any moment. Looking at the tiny creature in front of him, the starry moon bear felt a bit dismissive. If they were in the wild, these would be his food. But he looked at Josh's bright and cheerful smile. Heh, he responded to their kindness. Seeing the tall, giant bear in front of them, the mouse let out a squeal and quickly burrowed back underground. It was amazed that the giant bear greeted them and responded. That was incredible. The three little pigs became even more excited and started playing a game. They pushed and shoved each other happily, even wanting to play with the starry moon bear. Watching the digging pig deliberately bump into the starry moon bear, Josh started to admire their courage. Who says pigs are timid? These pigs are so brave. Seeing the farm gradually turn into chaos, Josh scratched his head and awkwardly smiled at the starry moon bear. They're not very smart, haha. Not very smart. Big bear, please don't eat them. If you do, they'll become even dumber. Snore. Facing Josh's cautious probing, the starry moon bear responded bluntly. He wouldn't eat such silly creatures. Moreover, the starry moon bear's nose twitched. He smelled a sweeter, more delicious aroma, so fragrant, so tempting to eat. But he looked at Josh and held back his drool. To better distinguish the mother and son of the star and moon bears, Josh unilaterally and roughly named them Big Star and Little Star. The bears in the mountains said they didn't mind and told him to call them whatever he wanted. The only problem to solve was the food for the star and moon bears. Fortunately, these bears are not picky and can eat both meat and vegetables. On the farm, there are many things they can eat. Josh told them that if they wanted to eat meat, they could hunt in the faintly glowing forest, but they should try not to hurt the small animals around the farm. It's important to protect the basic ecological environment. As for whether the star and moon bears are going on a killing spree deep in the forest, Josh doesn't interfere. After all, they need to eat meat sometimes. However, after observing for a while, Josh noticed something was wrong with the mother and son bears. Why do they look so sad and worried every day? Is the farm making them uncomfortable? She thought about it and decided it probably wasn't that bad. Every day, they eat a delicious vegetable and fruit salad made with taro pearls, sweet potatoes, and bitter candies. They both eat a big jar of it daily, and they seem quite happy. But what exactly is wrong? After careful observation, Josh found that the bears rarely go to the fruit forest, but they always stare at it blankly and drool. At first, she thought the little bear was just salivating because it was recovering from a sickness after the fight, but then she saw that Big Star was also drooling. Aha, she figured it out. It turns out they have been holding back their desire for honey. It's no big deal, just a small matter. Josh casually cut off a large piece of honey and added it to the bear's meal. When the bears saw the vegetable, honey, and fruit salad that Josh brought over, their eyes sparkled like stars. They looked so happy. As a mother, Big Star didn't hesitate to take over the entire bowl of salad. And what about the little bear? It's so small. Does it understand how good this treat is? Let's let the mother take care of eating.
Snore.